Good. Fly's next to me, so I'll literally drive around there. I'll just press rest.
Hello and welcome to Croft Circuit, where we're here with the Caterham Academy as our first race, which will be taking part in about 10 minutes. We've got a full calendar, full lineup for you today, and the sun is shining. It's very warm, so we're in for a really good day. So, like I say, the Caterham Academy White Group are in assembly at the moment, so we're going to try and have a word with a few of the drivers. So we'll start with, we've already spoken to Monty a little bit. Let's go to Robert Cohen. Hello, Robert.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, fantastic, thank you.
So, how are you feeling about your race today?
Yeah, can't wait, it's going to be great fun.
And how was qualifying out there? It's very warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really warm, car's going well, sliding around a little bit, but yeah, really great.
That's good, good to learn the car then, isn't it, when it's sliding around underneath you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, the cars are fantastic, they're great fun. A couple of weekends ago I drove the car to the Nürburgring and back, so yeah, really enjoying it, really enjoying the series.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it, seat time in these for learning?
Yeah, I think so. The other guys are really, really quick. I'm just trying to keep up with them. We'll see what happens today.
It's a journey of learning, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, really good fun.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's move along to Neville Sykes. This is a lovely green. Hello, Neville. Are we all right to have a quick word? If we must. Lovely blue car. How are you feeling about your race?
I'm not too sure. As long as I can stay on a track, I'll be very happy and get to the end. So yeah, apprehensive.
It's natural, I think, isn't it? And how are you finding Croft Circuit?
Oh, it's a lovely track. Yeah, slightly harder than I expected, but yeah, it's good. Nice run-off areas.
Oh, that's good. We need that. And so, how comes what made you do the Caterham Academy?
I was thinking I might be bored this year, so I was looking for something to do. So,
well, that's a good excuse, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully for many years to come.
Excellent. Hopefully, see you through the Caterham ladder then.
Yeah, we'll try and see where we can get to next year as well.
Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the race. Let's see, there was this cream car down here. I'm going to go and have a word with him. He's got his helmet off, so he's taking in the sunshine. There's John, our snappy racer photographer. This is Andrew McKee. Hello, Andrew. Hello. Would you mind having a quick chat with a live stream? Just admiring your nice design on your car. What was the inspiration behind that?
It was basically a guitar that I had painted by a local artist, and she took a bit off that. So the front is a bit of the guitar. So
that's very good.
It's like a flying guitar, a flying V.
Flying V, very good. And so, what made you sign up to the Caterham Academy?
I've always liked cars. I've thought I'd learn how to drive properly. So that's why I joined up.
Excellent. And how was qualifying?
Pretty slow. I didn't get much chance to practice just because of the weather was wet, so I was a bit, struggling today. But yeah, sunshine, so it's yeah.
It's going to be a good race.
Yeah, looking forward. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, I shall hand back to you guys in the comms box, and we'll come back for some more interviews shortly.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Sam, and hello and welcome everybody here to a beautiful and sun-drenched Croft Circuit for the BARC Caterham Motorsports weekend featuring Z cars and Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. My name is Paul Jeffrey, and I'm delighted to welcome alongside me a man who knows all about the world of Caterhams, Mr. Chris Hutchinson. Chris, hello.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Croft, and a very sunny Croft it is too. It's a glorious sight out our window. We've got plenty of Caterham action for you all weekend. You can see on your screens right now that we're going to be starting with the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White Group. They've got their 20-minute race first up. Then we're going to have a little bit of a break until we have the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. They've won the first of their 3 races they'll have this weekend. We'll go through each of those championships and talk you through them as they arrive throughout the day, but you can see on your screen plenty of action, and we're in for a great time with all the fantastic views out of that commentary box. But equally, what an exciting proposition. We've got 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder with us today, so plenty of wall-to-wall racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a fantastic day here in North Yorkshire. Unusual for this time of year, it has to be said. The sun is shining, and the fields, as Chris mentioned, are absolutely stacked with driving talent. We've got so many cars here this weekend, and I implore you all, if you're just planning to pop in and watch a quick race, stay for the entirety of today, because the times have been fast in practice, Chris. The drivers are building their experience. The Caterham Academy, of course, very much a case of rookie drivers that will be coming up next, and You're a man that's raced these cars for many a year. Can you tell our viewers at home a little bit about what it takes to drive a Caterham car and what we can expect for the duration of today?
Yeah, so we're going to be starting with the Caterham Academy. Like we said, I did this in 2013, so quite a few years ago now. But it's a real induction of fire. It's an amateur championship, so you cannot have held a race license before entering the Caterham Academy. And Caterham will sell you the race car, and throw in with that a whole season's worth of racing. It's a brilliant introduction. It's an even playing field. Everyone's got exactly the same machinery, and it's literally learn how to drive a Caterham. These things are lightweight. They weigh about as much as a Mini, just over half a ton. And you really do learn. There's no traction control. There's no electronics on these cars. Your right foot is doing all the work to control the car, and they do slide around. They're deliberately designed to be, especially in the academy, they teach car control at that level. They've already done a sprint event so far, so that was just them against the clock. They've had their first ever circuit race. They did that at Cadwell Park a few weeks back, and this is going to be their second ever race that we're going to be witnessing today for those drivers. And fantastic that is to witness that and be a part of it, and all their family here obviously watching and cheering on the banks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, it's a great driving experience in a Caterham. Then we're going to throw into the mix a technical circuit that is easy to overtake on, relatively speaking, and 25 cars on the grid for good measure. Today it's going to be a lot about staying out of trouble for these drivers, isn't it? And trying to build some experience, learn what it's like in race conditions, in these weather conditions, and just don't get wrapped up in unnecessary dramas, which could be a fatal final word.
Yeah, absolutely. They're like I say, they've only done this once before, and it's a learning experience, and it's designed for that. So we build that into the program, and it's fantastic that 26 drivers on this grid, I think, and then there's another grid. We have it's so popular is the Caterham Academy, we cannot fit them all onto one grid. So we actually have two parallel championships. You'll see on your screen that the green group are going to be out on track about 4:30 this afternoon. So we've got this all to go again a little bit later. But yeah, 20-minute race for them. 20 minutes doesn't sound like very much, but when you're out on track, it's exhausting. This track has got a lot of character to it, and it's got some really fast elements, and they're going to be going through some of these corners at over 100 miles an hour, and that's an eye-opener, especially with you racing side by side. So yeah, it's always exciting time for all the drivers in the paddock who have been through the academy, gone up through the upgrade package that we have as part of this Caterham Motorsport ladder, and seeing how they react. And oftentimes you'll get the drivers watching on the banks because it's brilliant.
Yeah, it introduces fantastic racing. As you say, it's a great way to go motor racing if you're looking to make your journey into the world of car racing. And as you say, there's a ladder as well, so you can step up and go through the different classes until you get to the very top of the tree, which we'll be looking at a little bit later on. So we'll get onto that one in a little while. But I think it's worth bearing in mind as well, Chris, for anybody who's sort of new to the world of Caterham watching today, just how lively these cars are as well. I mean, we can see, as you alluded to the view that we have in the commentary box. It's kind of overlooking the back of the start-finish straight, but we look behind us and we can see all the way through the complex and into the hairpin as well. These cars are very light on the heels. There's a lot of control needed from the drivers to balance a car around the lap here.
Even though it's a beginner championship, the car is it's actually a road legal car, so you can actually drive this, and many of the drivers do drive on the roads. They're fully, got all their MOTs and everything they need for that. And yeah, even though they are a road legal car, they weigh half a ton. They've got 125 horsepower under them. They are lively machines, and if you go on a track day in them, you're going to beat some serious machinery out there. They do need to learn how to control them. This is going to be they're really trying to learn how do you drive a car fast. People have been on track days maybe and felt what that feels like, but it's never quite the same as when you actually get racing and the timing clocks all start, and it's really against it. And yeah, they'll be feeling the adrenaline and the buzz, and we can see them. They've been released out of their assembly area, so where Sam was talking to them a little bit earlier, and they'll be coming around to this grid, and then they'll get a green flag lap. And again, it's another opportunity to try and settle the nerves ahead of that lights, and when the lights go out, we go racing.
Yeah, so everybody at home, do not go anywhere, do not adjust your sets, don't go for a cup of tea and to get a few biscuits, because we are about to go green flag racing, and this has got all the hallmarks of being a very dramatic start to what should be an outstanding weekend of Caterham Motorsports, of course, with Z Cars and Scottish Mini Cooper Cup thrown into the mix as well for a little bit of variety. Everybody at home, thank you for tuning in to watch this broadcast with us. Paul Jeffrey and Chris Hutchinson up here in the commentary box. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. It's a pleasure to welcome you to a sunny and warm Croft Circuit for some festival of motor racing action, I think it has to be said. And Chris, as a driver now, as the drivers they're going on to the pre-grid before they do their formation lap, what are you looking to do in a Caterham? How can you influence the preparedness of your car at this stage in proceedings?
So on this approach, there's not much you can do. It's literally, they do through a little cut through. You can see them there, and just quickly going to say thank you to all our marshals, as I can see 2 of them waving their yellow flags there as they go through that cut through. But you're just checking that you're comfortable in the car. You're making sure the car looks good. All the dials are showing as they should. You've got fuel in, all those kind of things. When we see them go around on the green flag lap, they will be tidying their tyres. But let's quickly go through the grid actually, as it's shown. Because we've had their qualifying session already. So let's run through that.
Yes, there's Daniel Neal as a man on pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is Adam Keane, Caterham Academy car, with Harry Speaks in 3rd position ahead of Esteban Demez in 4th. In 5th position, Matthew Kirtland, joined by Harvey Ashmore in car number 10. Row 4 is made up of Chris Coates and Patrick Cunningham in 25 and 89 respectively, and row 5, 9th and 10th position, is Scott Graham and Monty Hind. So these are our top 10 drivers. Then moving on to 11th position, Robert Cohen, car number 34 ahead of Gutset Jussi in number 30. Norman Jeeves is car number 77 ahead of row 7, ahead of Neville Sykes. Row number 8, Dean Pollan, car number 40, lines up alongside Graham Handy. And row 9, Lee James and David Jarvis. Row number 10, 19th and 20th position on the grid is Joel Mayer Potts, with Ballet Nijar in the number 52. 20th position on this 26 car grid, stacked full of talent here you see in the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Y. Row number 11, Darren Pinder from Andrew McKee, and the final driver lining up in car number 20 is Chris Tuck with a 1 minute 42.62 in qualification.
So, like we said, they've already had 2 events out there leading up to this point in their racing career. They were at the sprint event at Kerbera, and it was Esteban Demez that actually took the fastest time for the white group, and he's taken that full 25 points. And he comes in tied with Adam Keane. So it's Esteban Demez and Adam Keane who are tied at the top of the championship coming into this 3rd event. Matt Kirtland is in the 3rd place, and he's had a couple of 2nd places. So he's been Mr. Consistent so far this season. So that's a good skill to have. But he will obviously be looking to see whether he can get that win today. And other names that we're seeing up here, Scott Graham, Henry Speaks, they can see that they were at the front of the grid, so already they're starting to show that they've got the championship potential. One person who had a bit of a problem at Cadwell was Daniel Neal, but he's found himself right up on the pole position, so he is right down in a 10th or 12th place in the championship as he comes here, but he's really put it on pole position and he's going to be in a good position to maximise his score.
And I think that's interesting, isn't it, Chris? As you say, these drivers are starting their motor racing career, their motor racing journey, and who can recover from bad weekends, who can find that extra pace when they need it to get themselves back into contention. This is a learning experience for everybody, and for us as commentators and for everybody at home as well. It's a journey into the unknown a little bit, because we just don't know how these drivers are going to cope in these conditions under these pressures.
Yeah, as we see them leaving onto their green flag lap then. So there'll be 1 lap where they go and form up, and we were talking about how they can get their car ready, they can start flowing backwards and forwards, maybe clean their tyres. Again, they're learning what they want to do, but they'll all have sort of a little procedure in their head of what they want to get done. But yeah, they're all learning, just as we are in the commentary box and trying to call out their names. We will try our best to keep up with the action. Caterham action is often fraught backwards and forwards and to and fro, so we will do our best to get to know these drivers and the colours of their cars as they head into their 2nd ever track race.
And this is, again, a lot of this as well is about just keeping your nerves, keeping your composure a little bit, trying to stay, not get too hot under the collar, because it's warm temperatures anyway. Yes, the cars are open cockpit, but you're working hard behind the wheel. There's the temperatures from the cars themselves and the track emanating up into the cockpit. So it's so hard as a driver with so little experience, so little frame of reference to look back on, to know how to keep your head in the game at this stage. And it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on this opening lap, this opening few corners. Will we see some tentative driving, or are people going to go for the heroics?
Yeah, you see all sorts, and Clervaux, the first corner here at Croft, is notoriously tricky with a very deep gravel trap at the outside. Let's hope that we don't have to use any of that. But absolutely, people will react in different ways, and some people will have that, a bit of holding back. Other people will want to push forward, and again, see as we go through the championships today that as the skill levels go up, you'll see different attitudes out there on track and how they approach this weekend. But yeah, like they haven't got a frame of reference, they're learning as they go.
And of course these drivers are fighting for points, paying positions: 25 for the race victory, 23 for second, 22 for the bottom step of the podium, and all the way down the running order. So it's important to be consistent, it's important to score those big results, and also to take advantage if you're strong at this track. If this track talks to you as a driver, it's very important, isn't it, to get a good score on the board now while the opportunity presents.
Every time it counts. They do have a drop score system, so one of their rounds this year they will be able to drop that out of their championship total. That's to allow racers to have a life outside of motorsport, and if there's important other life decisions going on race weekends, if you miss one round it doesn't make any difference to your championship. So we will talk about drop scores, but you can see that they're all going around the tightest corner in motorsport, the final corner, this absolute hairpin that goes. You can see the lead drivers now coming up then onto onto their grid positions, and it was Daniel Neal on pole position alongside Adam Keane. Henry Speaks is in that third place. Istvan Demes is in fourth place. Matthew Kirtland, Harvey Ashmore, Chris Coates. So let's see who's going to make the best of this as all the other drivers will line up on their grid spots. We'll get the green flag at the back of the field, and then we'll watch for the lights. You can see them in the top right of our screen here. Watch for them going on, and as soon as they go out they will be up and running underway for the first 20-minute race. Their only race this weekend for the Caterham Academy White Group. Adrian Flux Insurance sponsors our event.
So here we go then, 26 Caterham Academy cars looking resplendent in the North Yorkshire sunshine as we're about to go racing for the first time this weekend, the first time today in the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White Group, round number 3, the second ever circuit race for these drivers in these cars. We're looking for the green flag at the rear. The final car, number 20, is just lining up into a spot outside of our commentary box window. So in a few moments' time, we will be going racing for the very first time today. Ladies and gentlemen at home, prepare for 20 minutes of pure thoroughbred racing action. The revs are beginning to rise. We are preparing to go, and it's a green flag at the front of the field. The cars steam off the race line like buzzing hornets. 26 Caterham cars for the rundown into the first corner. It's a sharp start at the front of the field. Everybody manages to get off the line nice and clean, and this is the first braking zone, the first pressure point of this lap. Everybody through the first corner just about, and it is Neil that is our race leader, in second position, and a good start from everybody at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely great way off the line. No dramas through turn 1, as I can see, as they're all heading off through the chicane then for the first time. Thread the needle through the chicane, but it is Daniel Neal that leads this group down. Adam Keane, Henry Speaks, Istvan Demes all following along on this. It's a colourful grid that we've got, but it's Andrew Neal in that Daniel Neal in the cyan coloured with his pink and black stripes down the light side. There's the red car there. He's drifted out a little bit wide, hasn't he?
Well, there's a little bit of an incident further back there as well.
Yep, so because a car facing backwards, we'll find the number on that car, but as they head off around through the Jim Clark S's, he will recover number 2, that is Matty Kirtland. So he was on the second row, third row of the grid, so he's got a disappointing first tower event, but we're coming round the sunny in with Neil still leading this pack through. You can see some of the drivers drifting off a little bit wide, and again they'll be learning how to get that car control back in as they develop their skills.
Yeah, absolutely. The cars are at their heaviest, the cars are at their coldest as well at this stage in the race, and sadly that caught out one of our drivers earlier in the running, so hopefully he manages to get back on again without any damage. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, we have still got Daniel Neal is our race leader. We're heading to the hairpin for the very first time on the acceleration now through the final corner, down the start finish straight, and in hot pursuit we can see there Keane just trying to stay within touching distance, apply some pressure, make it difficult for his rival to get a gap, to get any breathing space in this race. As further down the running order, there's a couple of nice little battle packs for the run down into the first corner side by side that we see here now. That is a great move in a T1, but he's going to run out of space into the chicane and just about manages to hold on, does Daniel Neal, for that race lead, but the pressure is being applied slowly but surely.
Keane showing a keen interest in taking that position there into turn 1, so he maintains that second position. It did look like he was right alongside, didn't it? But Daniel Neal had the momentum and managed to hold on. So Keane in that second place. Henry Speaks is in that third place, and Demes was following along in that fourth place. Remember, Demes came in here championship leader, so he'll want to maintain that. As Neil side by side then for Speaks and Keane as they head around Tower this time, and it maintains order again, but it's very keen in that red car to try and get through. There's not really many options up through the Jim Class Hesses, and they head off around the back of the circuit towards Barcroft.
Yeah, Henry Speaks seems to be the man of the moment at this moment in time. Has a little bit more pace in that number 37 machine, third position at this moment in time, but I fear that won't stay that way for much longer because Keane is under massive pressure. But while these two squabble, that allows the opportunity for Neil at the front of the field to start gapping the cars behind, and that's going to be critical. It's only a short race, but over the course of the stint, drivers will be stronger at the beginning than at the end. It's a little bit of a learning experience, as we've said, so whenever Neil has the opportunity, he needs to take it to put pressure behind himself, Keane and Speaks, and Demes as well, for good measure. Now in fourth position, but all over the rear of Speaks ahead, so that's a close fight for second, third and fourth this early stage of the race.
Watch out for Scott Graham as well, making up 4 places on the last time through, so he's made some good progress after qualifying. He comes in here high in the championship standing, so he's made an improvement over his qualifying. But as we see Neil coming down into Clervaux, you can see the little bump as they go over the curb, and then flows now through into the long right-hander at Hawthorne, up towards the chicane where they have to thread the needle at just about 100 miles an hour in these Academy cars. So they thread left and right, so right and then left through there and come down onto the, I think it's the straightest part we have of this track, but it's still got a long left-hand kink as they head down then into Tower Bend. And in the Academy bet we've got a knock-off from about 100, just over 100 miles an hour down to about 50 as they go right through here Tower. And then they'll head up towards the absolutely flat out Jim Clark S's where they flick left and then right, and then they'll come back into our view as we head out towards Barcroft. So as you see them disappearing through the left of the Jim Clark S's, again absolutely flat out for the Academy through this section, and it will continue to be on that until we get to the Sunny Inn section, which is coming up. Here is the entry to Sunny Inn. You can see it's a left-hander, again quite bumpy out there, carrying that about 50 miles an hour through Sunny Inn, increasing that up to about 75 miles an hour by the time they get to Sunny Out. And then they're going to come to the most twisty and complicated part of this track, which is, we call it the complex. And it's the final element of this track and the last overtaking opportunity when we come to the tail end of this race. You can see the leaders coming through here, so Neil leading us through up to the hairpin, the slowest corner in motorsport, tight to the left-hander. We're about 25 miles an hour, and I tell you what, that feels slow when you're in that racing car, but there we go. That is Neil taking us on a full lap of that course, and it's still this front four who lead this Caterham Academy white group. So it's Neil, followed by Keane, then Speaks, and then Demes. Yeah, they've kind of maintained those positions for this lap.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. If you look at the times at the side of the screen as well, very, very close between them. So everybody's running at a similar sort of pace, just feeling each other out at this stage in the race, trying to understand where they're quick, where they're slow in comparison to the rival. But while that's happening, Neil is starting to gap the rest of the field. 1.4 seconds is the current advantage at the front of the field. And Keane, he's under pressure, is Keane, for the last couple of laps, but is starting now to get a little bit of a comfort blanket from Speed. So can he find, or if I'm saying that when he goes on the defensive, because Speed looking to the outside, has he got the run through the corner on the outside's not the optimal line, he manages to hold it, give each other racing room. Well played from both of those drivers. And Keane on the inside, Speaks on the outside, car number 37 versus car number 88. Has Speaks got the run through the left hand, and now he's going to be on the outside for the next section of course. Will that be enough real estate to find his way past? We'll find out in a minute, but this is a ding-dong battle, Chris, for second place so far from these two drivers.
Yeah, you will hear us talking all day about the toe. In fact, Speaks has dropped back there, and he's now under threat from Demes. So something, they went side by side through Jim Clark S, and clearly something happened as they went through Barcroft. But yeah, you will hear us talking about the toe that Caterham's generate, and when one car is following another in the Caterham, the following car can go about 5 to 7 miles an hour quicker. It's a significant. We've got a spin there for. Is that Speaks that's gone off, and he was having a problem before. I wonder whether that is our was the second place driver. So watch out for him if he falls down the chiming order. Neil's still out front. It does look like Keane is now separated and Demes is third. So I think that was Speaks, our third place last time over the line, spinning out in the complex.
Yeah, absolute disaster there for Speaks. As you say, he was running in third position, second position, fourth position, all at the same time, and unfortunately the end result is go say hello to some grass. But hopefully Speaks can get the car back on the racetrack and complete this race, because remember, we're paying points all the way down the order, so it's worth getting back on. It's worth finishing the race if you possibly can. 13 minutes just under left on the clock. But that bit of drama was Keane up in the second, Demes up in the third, and Ashmore in fourth position. A quiet race for Ashmore so far in car number 10, but holding on to a good result so far, but 3.9 seconds adrift of that battle for the bottom step of the podium.
We will see gaps open up and close up. You know, again, we've talked about they're learning their craft. They will make some mistakes. It looks like Neil has minimised those mistakes so far, and he's got a quite comfortable comfortable gap now, a couple of seconds over Keane. Demes just following on behind them. They certainly still will be having the battle towards the end of this race, but Ashmore 3.9 seconds. Let's monitor that and see whether he can bring those gaps down as they head into the latter part of this race. We are 8 minutes in, so we've still got 12 minutes this race to go, and that's plenty of time for more action to develop as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Speak, by the way, he's dropped down at 8th position, so 5 places lost from that off-track incident. Could have been a lot worse. Only half a second behind Hind, actually. So Speak still very much in the conversation for trying to recover as much as possible in the last 12 minutes of this motor race. As Neil now 2.29 seconds to the good at the front of the field from Keane, with Demes in hot pursuit in 3rd position. Ashmore 3.9 seconds. We'll see if that changes when he crosses the line, as Chris mentioned, in a few moments' time. And Graham and Cunningham rounding out our top 6 runners. So we've had a few drivers that are winners and losers in the opening portion of this race, and we said about at the top of the show, Chris, stay out of trouble is the key. I don't think they've listened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the gaps developing in this academy race, and later on we will not have that comfort zone. They will be running nose to tail all the way through this championship season, but Neil is showing that he's got this generally under control right now. But that's the psychology of being out in front and being calm and collected is actually, you'll start hearing noises, you're wondering if it's easy to lose concentration. Like I said, 20 minutes doesn't sound very long, but it absolutely is as they approach this halfway mark of the race. Now, the battle for Keane and Demes is definitely developing, though. They're not going to split up, and it's Keane that holds that right now. But Demes is, remember, he came in as the championship leader. In fact, Adam Keane and Demes were joint leaders in this championship coming into this event. So that battle continues as you'll get these stories throughout the season, and it's great to see them already starting with these two clearly, bringing who's going to get that points lead coming out of this event.
And that's an interesting dynamic, actually, because as you say, there's a point of the championship to think about as well as track position, and Demes looked a little bit detached from the race, from the fight at the front of the field at the start, but the drama for Speaks, that's kind of brought Demes back into the conversation, and now you can see from the body language of car number 55, he's hungry to find a way past Keane in front of him, because yes, track position, yes, further step up the podium, but also it's the championship as well, and we've got to remember it's only a short championship. We're at Alton Park next, then Thruxton, then Snetterton, then Donington Park in September. So every opportunity you've got to score points over your rivals, you need to take that opportunity. And while these two squabble, they've got breathing space to Ashmore behind. So this, for Demes, is absolutely perfect to give him an opportunity to fight forward.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit further back, we saw a bit of an issue for Kirtland, who we spoke about earlier on. He came in here looking good on the grid, but he had an issue and he's lost a couple more places. So there's action all the way throughout, but Speaks he's gone back up into 7th place, so he's made 1 place up on that last lap. He's clearly got the pace to be out front, so you will see him starting to come back through. Let's see whether he can make it all the way up to 4th place. I think that's probably a realistic target for him.
Yeah, good recovery drive so far from Henry Speaks. 7th position in car number 37, 4.13 seconds away from Cunningham ahead. So a bit of work to do, and only 9 minutes and 18 seconds left in which to do it. So this will be fascinating now to see if Henry Speaks has got the pace around this Croft Circuit to close that gap down. One man that's definitely got the pace is our race leader Neil, currently 6 laps in the books, 2.88 seconds to the good from Keane and Demes, with Ashmore, Graham, Cunningham, Speaks, Hyde, Jeeves and Copes rounding out our top 10. McKee a little bit further down, 23rd position, starting to drop away from the pack as well. So McKee trying to find some pace in that car number 65, and again, every lap you do, you learn it a little bit more knowledge is going in the bank that you can use for future rounds. But so far everybody's keeping it fairly clean in this Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White opening race of the weekend, race 3 of the season. And we see a little bit more drama further down the running order. That is the 55 machine of Demes, just showing his nose, Chris, just making his rival know that he's there.
He was definitely having a look then. He was definitely putting the car in a position where he was saying, I might go down here to give it, make sure your driver's looking in, the driver in front is looking in their mirrors. So that's absolutely what he was doing there. It didn't actually come to anything that time, but Henry Speaks on his recovery drive, he has now set the fastest lap of the race, which is a 38.452. The lap record around here is 37.3, so a little bit of time still to find to get towards that lap record, but great to see these two battling away. This is definitely the battle for 2nd place in that podium, as Neil saw his car jump up in the air there as he got the 2nd to 3rd gear, or 3rd to 4th gear change as he's heading off down this not straight, I'm going to call it today, as it's a constant sort of left bend as we then head down towards Tower. A little bit of a gap there though for Keane, so I think he's going to be okay to turn in there, but he was kind of around the other side of the track where Demes seems to have sort of a bit more advantage through into that complex. So as they come through these fast sections, let's see whether he can close that gap up again as they head into the second half of the lap.
Yeah, Adam Keane seems to be the man very much under pressure so far in this race. He's been quite heavily defensive from Demes on the last lap or so. We saw as well coming down into the first corner, a little bit too defensive. Adam Keane needs to be careful of that one. It's a momentum car, this one. If you start covering the inside line, you start being a little bit aggressive, shutting that door, you're going to compromise yourself on corner exit. And Demes will recognise this one from racing so far this season and this weekend and this race. As we see now, Demes on his tippy toes right to the rear of Keane. And has he got alongside? Yes, he has. But will he keep that for the outside line? Not quite as the two cars go side by side. Good driving from both drivers to avoid any kind of contact. And Adam Keane is now in third position.
Demes lined it up the last time, didn't he? He did a little practice and thought, I'm going to give that a go next time. I've got seen a yellow flag down into turn 1, so they're going to have to be a bit careful of that. No overtaking as they head into turn 1. I'm wondering if there's a safety car out on track. Yes, we've got yellow flags everywhere, so there is a safety car out on track. I didn't see or haven't seen, in fact I can see a car. I can see there's a car just on the chicane as they're coming through to that, where the leaders are going to go through that recently. It looks like the car's either just stopped on the outside of that chicane. Marshals are trying to push him off of the curb.
And for Adam Keane, Chris, that was absolutely perfect timing to get the deal done before that safety car line was met, before the yellow flags came out. And,
you mean Demes? It was Demes that moved ahead of Keane, yeah.
Yes, so really, really good timing. And with 6 minutes left, the marshals are good here at Croft. We'll get that car cleared and we'll go racing again. But now the dynamics changed completely, hasn't it? Demes has gone from being the attacker to the defender. And has Keane learnt anything from that bit of battle, and can he apply it in the final few minutes?
With 5 minutes 46, it's going to depend how quickly they clear that car as to whether we are going to get this race back underway. I'm wondering whether that was Monty Hind maybe in that blue car. He has dropped all the way down to the bottom, so I think that was Monty Hind in the blue car with the black stripe there. So our youngest driver in the field, he's not even legally able to drink it at the moment, 17 years old, but he is out there, and he put that sort of high up the grid, so he's had an issue there, and unfortunately he's not going to get to the finish of this race.
Yeah, it's always a shame to see a driver's day finishing early here in the Caterham Academy, and as you say, Hind's car still being tended to by the marshals. No sign of that one moving just yet. Maybe it's locked in gear, or there's some reason why they can't quite clear it as quick as we would like. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes and change left on the clock, as we've seen a snatch vehicle starting to come out now to give them a hand getting that car out of the way so we can safely resume racing. And to echo something that Chris mentioned at the top of the show, and it's always worth repeating in these broadcasts, is a big thank you to our marshals here at Croft and everybody involved in the British club racing scene, doing such fantastic work to keep these cars and drivers under control and on track, and make sure we can go motor racing safely. As we're just looking out the window, Chris, and I think hopefully they can attach it to the back of that truck and get it out of the way.
Yeah, that's another skill for all our drivers in this race. Like I say, only 4 minutes to go, so it might be they don't get very much more running time if they do. Just for those who maybe new to motorsport, don't know how this works, if a car is in a dangerous position where marshals need to put themselves at risk, they will often throw the safety car. The safety car bunches up that fielder so they can have plenty of time to clear away the obstruction, or the car, as the case may be. The safety car has lights on the top of it, which we're looking as drivers, we're looking for those lights, and as soon as those lights go out down the back straight, that will mean and signify that the safety car will be coming in the next lap. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I think they will have to complete this lap at least before that, they're in a position to do that. And it's another skill for the drivers. They're all having to queue up, they're waiting again. You've had all the adrenaline of being full speed racing, and all those gaps that we saw developed, they all evaporate as we come to the safety car. And once we get going again, it is a complete race. There's no reinstating those gaps. All that work that Neil's done to develop that gap, he's now lost, so he will then have to defend in the latter part of this race.
And that is an exceptional point there, Chris. You say it's another skill that these drivers need to learn. They've not been exposed to this kind of situation before, and you well know at home when the pressure's on, when you're doing something, then you have to take a break and come back to it again. It becomes all the more difficult to get yourself back in the right frame of mind. Looking out the commentary box window now, the car is going behind the barrier, so the safety car takes our drivers over the start-finish line. Once again, hopefully we'll be able to go racing. 3 minutes just over left on the clock, so we should have time for a last lap dash or so in this race. And if you're someone like Demes, for example, you just pulled that move, your confidence is high, you're feeling enthusiastic, and suddenly Neil is immediately in front of you. you fancy your chances for a win here, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to be thirsty for that win for sure, and if there's an opportunity, he will take it. There's an element of you want to protect what you've got as well, because don't forget, not only is he going to be able to attack forward, but that Keane, who's just lost out to the position to him, is going to be looking to see if he can recover. But we've got Ashmore now. We remember he was trying to fight back over a 4-second gap, and he's going to be able to put himself right back in the battle with Graham, who had that fantastic opening where he made up 4 places. Speaks already made his way up to 6, so he's made up another couple of places since we saw him drop down the field, and he's clearly a fast car in 6th place, so he's going to be in reach. But we're only going to probably have 1 lap by the time they get this underway, so let's keep an eye whether that safety car light goes out, because it's about now that it would go out. I can't see it flashing on top, so I think they will look at the top of that. Doesn't look like it's flashing, so they will be getting underway, and it will be now up to Neil to become that safety car, and he can basically pace this car, the cars all the way around to the start finish line in whatever speed he would like to do before he then chooses his moment and off he'll go.
And this is an absolute gift for Henry Speaks. We saw him so competitive in the early stage of the race. Little mistake, went off onto the grass, dropped him down at 8th position. He's made his way up to 7th on circuit, 6th position in fact now under the safety car, but all of that gap, all the time lost has gone away. So if you're Henry Speaks, this is a great opportunity to try and come back and recover from that earlier mistake.
So yeah, it's Neil, Demez, Keane, Ashmore, Graham, Speaks, Cunning, and we've got Jeeves, Coates and Ducey who make up that top 10, and behind them we've got Nijar, Pollan, Cowan, Kirtland, James, Myers, Potter and Pinder down there in 17th. So all the way through this now is going to be battles. I think they're going to have, we've got a minute left. If it's going to come into their last lap, this will be the final lap of their race.
Right then, so we thought we had a bit of drama, we thought we were going to be an exciting race, and it has been, but now we've decided to turn the dial up to number 10. The safety car will peel off at the end of this lap, and the drivers will be free to race to the checkered flag for one final time here at the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White. Race number 1, round number 3 of their championship. We've got Neil at the front of the field. He's been competitive all race long, pulled himself a gap, all down to absolutely nothing. So this is a final dash, a final chance to take home the big points and the trophies at the end. There's the safety car down pit lane, accelerating to the green flag, and we are racing once again. Neil immediately covering the line. He's got a good run there. Demes in 2nd position. Keane holding on in a 3rd as well, but Keane actually is the man under pressure further down, because Ashmore, they had a 3.9 second disadvantage. That has been turned on its head, and Ashmore now is the man trying to find his way through the field serenely at the front of the field. Neil holds on comfortably.
Looks like a calm restart there for the front group, at least as they went through, and they're now threading that needle through the chicane out onto, you can see the green flags flying to signify the end of the safety car. A little bit wide there for our 5th place driver there. I think that was Speaks, so yes, he made up another space in that opening lap. Job 1 was to not overtake before the start line. They actually did, and as we see there, Neil still holding on over the number 55 of Demes. 3rd is Keane still. He's got Ashmore right in contention now as they head off through the Jim Clark S's and out to the back of the circuit, and it is Speaks I think behind him in 5th.
It's fantastic stuff for Henry Speaks, trying to make his way through the field as much as possible in these final couple of miles of racing here in the first race of the weekend here at the Caterham Motorsports, featuring Z-Cars and Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Neil currently on the lead, and there we go, Speaks as we speak about him. He's running a little bit wide. In fact, that's car number 10, that's Ashmore. So Ashmore having a little bit of drama, but managing to keep it on the grey stuff, just about in 4th position. Graham tracking behind, trying to find an opportunity, and Speaks holding on as well, all in the same squabble for that bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, here they come round to the final corner then, final lap of this race, and it is Neil who's going to lead them into this hairpin. Any movement from the cars behind doesn't look like it. Looks like Demis is going to take that 2nd place, so Neil taking the win here for his 2nd ever road race, and off he goes into that to win. 25 points for him. Demis in 2nd, and it's going to be Keane over the line. 3rd, Ashwell holds on to that 4th. Speaks makes it all the way back up to 5th with Graham in 6th. Jeeves, Cunning, Coates coming across the line as quick as you can say them, with Juicy in that top 10. So really solid for these the drivers throughout that top 10.
Yeah, a great opening race of the weekend and a beautiful victory. Dealt with absolutely everything he possibly could, and Daniel Neal from Potter's Bar takes the race victory in car number 28. Demes, a great overtake in the end. All the pressure paid off right towards the end. Just managed to get the overtake done before the safety car came out and consolidated and wrapped up the job in 2nd position. So great stuff at the front of the field, and Coates, of course, our bottom step of the podium in 3rd. So well, we had a bit of drama, we had a bit of overtaking, we had a bit of contact, we had a mistake as well. everything you can expect from a Caterham Academy race, Chris.
Absolutely, and yeah, like I said, 20 minutes is like you can pack a lot of action into that, and Daniel Neal will be very pleased to see those points haul. He came 5th place in the opening sprint event, but he had an issue at Cadwell Park, which meant that he only scored a single point. He did get fastest lap, so he's clearly got that pace, and maybe that score will become his drop score as the season develops, so he's going to be right up there in the championship now as well. But Demez and Adam Keane both solidifying their place at the top of this. But yeah, what action from the Academy drivers, and like I say, we had a bit of everything for them that time.
Yeah, and again, learning experience, as we've mentioned many times before, that's another one in the book for these drivers, and you'll see over the course of the season how they get stronger, more confident in their own capabilities. And also an important thing that you'll know all about, Chris, from your time behind the wheel, is you get confidence in the drivers that you're racing against as well, because you don't know who you can trust, who you can go side by side with, and that's something that can only build over time, isn't it?
Yeah, they have to learn all those skills as well, so absolutely they learn them every time they go on track, and as the upgrade process through this Caterham Motorsport ladder, they can, at the end of this year, they can upgrade this Academy car to be a Roadsport, and they will race against the same people again, so you often go through your Caterham ladder with that. But they are going to be heading back to the pits there and to the assembly area, and hopefully Sam will be down there so we can grab some interviews with them post this race. But this is all, again, all new for them, going to the assembly area and all the process and having the podium. But here is confirmation then of the result.
Yep, so Daniel Neal is your race winner after 11 laps of racing from Esteban Demez in 2nd place. Adam Keane, a monster fight with Demez, came out 2nd best in the end, finished 3rd in the bottom step of the podium. Harvey Ashmore, a quiet race but a very effective performance, in position 4, just ahead of Henry Speaks, who's done everything this weekend in this race but still manages to rock up in 5th at the checkered flag. Scott Graham is a 6th place finisher ahead of Norman G, with Patrick Cunningham in 8th, Chris Copes in position 9, and Gautier Duce is our 10th place finisher. Valin Nijar in 11th place finishes just ahead of Matthew Kirtland, with Robert Cohen and Dean Pollan 13th and 14th across the line. By the way, Speaks has the fastest lap of the race as well at 1 minute 38.45, just to strengthen that very, very strong performance from this race.
And it sounds like Sam is down in the Parc Fermé, so she's hopefully going to be able to get some talking to some of our drivers. So we'll hand over down to Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I am with all 3 of them. So first of all, I'm going to come down to Dan. I'll just wait for him to get his helmet off. Yes, please. There he is. That was fun. Well done. Congratulations. 1st place.
Yeah, all went by in a bit of a blur. Obviously, a safety car there.
Yeah, that kind of put. You had a lovely lead until that point, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I think I pulled up a bit of a lead. I think Esteban and Adam were having a great battle behind, and they were holding each other up, so I took advantage. And then sort of safety car, so no. Yeah, just about managed to restart, although I fluffed the gear change, but just about managed to stay in first on the first corner, so not bad. Better than last time out, so that's all good.
Excellent. Well, it's progress, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. I'll move on to Istvan now in 2nd place. Istvan, congratulations! 2nd place, what a great race!
Thank you. Yeah, qualifying was a bit more difficult. Certainly with Danielle, we've got the right colour for all of this stuff, and it was a really tough battle making it up here. So this was great. This was really good fun.
And did you think when the safety car came out, you could have a bit of a chance on Dan?
I had no idea how much time we had left. I had no clue, like whether we're going to have a new lap or whatever. Last lap with Dan was really close, really tough, but he held it, fortunately for him. So yeah, it was a great race. Shout out to Adam and everyone, because this was a great battle with all of them. So yeah, it was amazing.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. I'll move round to Adam now. Sorry, Adam, quick chat. Congratulations on 3rd place. How was the race for you?
Amazing. Dan is so quick. Couldn't get anywhere near him. Absolutely incredible. And then Istvan was just behind me for the whole thing. And then one little mistake and he was gone. So I'm very happy with 3rd. Yeah, that's what I deserved.
Definitely after that battle, yeah.
Yeah, for real. No, it was amazing, yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done. Right, there you go. You've heard from our top 3. And I'll hand back to Paul and Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Great to hear from the drivers as soon as they get out of the cars at the completion of the first race of the weekend, the first race of this broadcast here today at the Croft Circuit. And we've got a little bit of a break coming up now before our racing action resumes. You can see it on your screen there. The Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White is the race that you've just watched, and we're back again at 14:50 for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. And Chris, 310Rs often produce very exciting racing, sir.
Fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and very experienced drivers, a really massive field to get our teeth into. I would say, if you've joined us on the broadcast before, although we have a timetable here, that's the scheduled time, they often run ahead, so don't go too far away from your screen. Make sure you can keep it in earshot, as we'll give you some nice content to sit through this gap, and we'll be back, I'd say about half an hour's time before we get the racing back under action. So we look forward to bringing that, the 7-3-10R Championship.
Fantastic stuff. So everybody, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more racing action very, very soon indeed. From myself, Paul Jeffrey, and from my colleague in the comms box, Mr. Chris Hutchinson. We'll see you all very, very soon.
If Callum can build this Caterham racing car in less than 24 hours, he can race it in a real racing series for the entire season. This is Callum. He's a massive racing fan. He's such a racing nerd, he spent hundreds of hours in his simulator. But this year he gets to live the dream and go and race in the Caterham Academy, a super close racing series for novice drivers. So I'll be coaching Callum to be the fastest driver he can be.
And this build takes a normal customer 40 hours, but Scott's only given me 24. But he's organised me a helper.
I'm your help. I thought I was getting Richard. Richard said he was busy, but it's fine. We've done this before. We've done this before? Yeah, but we've done things before with
on
cars.
cars,
Yeah.
not building a whole car. Within 24 hours, that needs to go on that chassis.
It'd be easy.
This is a massive task we have ahead. We have a chassis, an engine, a gearbox, suspension and roll cage all to put in this car. Then all sorts of bits like the braking system and cooling lines. This is going to be tight, and if Will and I can't get it done, I don't get to race.
I would love to race a Caterham one day. My word, this thing's fun!
So the stakes are extremely high.
I guess we better start the timer.
Yeah.
At precisely 11:41. Go. Oh my god, right. Front suspension. Start with the suspension wishbones. Do you want to get the big parts? I'll get the little parts.
Have they got names? One.
I'm already overwhelmed. Okay, have you got the bits, Will?
Yeah, any moment now.
This is the biggest Lego set ever. Can't get it. Will.
Hello.
I can't get it.
Do you need me?
I think I do.
What are we doing?
Oh, I did a job. That was step one.
Is it done?
It's a bit of step one.
Can we put the wheels on now?
We were just 15 minutes in before we already made our first mistake.
You got the wrong nut?
No.
I feel like that's an Imperial one.
There are a mix?
Yeah, that's an Imperial one.
There are a mix of Imperial and metric nuts on this car?
Yeah. Welcome to the 21st century.
Okay, what I've learned is I should probably read the instruction manual. I can already feel this not going well.
Hello, boys.
It's really hard already.
Is that IKEA furniture?
Also, there is a mix of Imperial and metric bolts in there.
Oh yeah, like all race cars.
Oh really? Is that normal?
It is very normal.
I thought the world was metric now. Well, we've got 3 wishbones on-ish.
You need to get used to this. Changing wishbones.
Oh really? Really? Scott is convinced I'm going to crash a lot. Oh, no! I'm going deep, I've gone deep, I've gone deep, I've gone deep. I have crashed. I'm worried.
There's evidence to suggest.
There is evidence now. We are on page 9 of
10.
186.
You're trusting Will to do the outside wishbones, the ones that are the most heavily loaded up.
That's going to go through my brain. Will built this car.
The thing that steers.
That's going to cost you at least 3 seconds a lap.
Driving it like Will built it.
Yeah.
There's bolts pinging off.
Scott left us alone, and Will and I were really starting to work as a team.
Will, like an ape, pushed past the click.
There was no click. I must be too strong.
That's how you use it. Just to explain what happened, Will was tightening and tightening and tightening, and we were thinking, this is quite a lot of load for 50 Newton meters. It turns out he clicked it and just carried on going past.
Did you hear the click?
No, but I wasn't doing it.
Right, if you're not careful, I'm going to leave things unbolted.
So this Caterham needs to be built perfectly, as I'm going to be racing it in the Academy Championship, which is meant to be the perfect way to get into motorsport. And there's 2 grids of 25 cars and the racing is incredibly close. But one bolt not torqued properly and the crash could be enormous.
Everyone on the grid, including Callum, has never held a race licence before, so everyone is learning at the same time. And as much as I don't like complimenting Callum, he is pretty quick in iRacing, down to the hundreds of hours of racing he's done. So we'll get to see how that helps him when he's racing a real car.
So let me tell you about this car. It's got a 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engine with 125 horsepower. And while that doesn't sound like much, this car weighs just over 500 kilos. So they are very capable race cars. And because they aren't the most aerodynamic cars, the slipstream is enormous, meaning the racing is super close. But what's really cool is that they're road legal, so I get to drive it on the road and even to the races.
Have you used the wrong bolts in something?
Oh no, don't.
This one's incorrect, which is the one we've just been doing up.
Undo the work we've just done.
We were a whole hour into the build and it felt like we were getting absolutely nowhere.
We're on step 2. We're going slow at the moment. I tell you what. Should we speed things up?
Oh, yes. Right, neck it.
Steering rack goes in next, so that's exciting. I've been told don't put it on upside down. That is roughly where it goes.
Oh, you've got a rack.
Nice rack.
Nice rack.
Great rack.
Lovely rack.
Finally, we were getting close to finishing off the front suspension.
This is the first big bit going on. You may do the honours. Turn the page.
Oh, that's satisfying.
So the hubs, the discs, the carriers. You will need one of those.
One of those.
One of these. Right, should we do the other side much quicker?
Yeah. Basically done. Whip the engine in.
We knew we were slow, but we were about to find out exactly how far behind we really were.
How many hours
Okay.
have you been on it?
We're almost 3.
Almost 3.
They're behind.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so we've just been told that we're probably about an hour and a half down from where we should be, so we really need to start getting moving now. So we're going to put the headlights in, and then hopefully that's the front end finished, and then we really need to get a move on. So that's on.
Yeah.
Am I in?
Don't know.
I look in, I feel in, but am I in?
Next, anti-roll bar. We are speeding up, but we're speeding up slowly. Here we go, brake lines. I feel like this is going to be complicated. That goes through there. That goes on there. This goes on here. Oh my God, he's done it. I should explain, Charlie behind the camera has raced a Caterham and you won this series, right?
Yeah, I won the Academy in 2021.
There you go. So he knows what's going on and we don't. It's slow progress. We're definitely falling behind. We need to speed up. So I think the next strategy is going to be divide and conquer. To begin with, we were working better together, but I think now we need to split up and fly through it. Will, do you remember those extra fat nuts? It's radiator time. I'm hopefully just going to slot this straight on. Oh my God, Will, I did a thing.
Is it on?
Will is still doing the brakes.
They're important.
We were 4 hours in and we were starting to pick up the pace before Scott came and ruined it for us.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Why is there a mechanic in your engine bay?
It's quite difficult when you haven't ever done anything like this before. The only thing I've ever built is a racing lawnmower. The only thing he's ever built is a Tamiya RC car and it only turns left.
Right, so I'm going to make a rule because I don't think that you should be having a third person help you. But to get you out of a sticky situation, you can have 3 20-minute sessions with a mechanic.
Should we show you what we've done?
I don't care. You haven't done very much.
Yeah, we're like at least 6 pages on by now.
Brakes are in. we've got things. The thing is, we can't. I would move on to the next step, but that is the next step.
Engine.
Get ready to put the engine in.
By the time you next come down, that hole will be filled.
Annoyingly, I had to use one of our 20-minute tokens straight away.
Hell. I've had up on Callum's brakes.
Because I somehow managed to mangle one of Callum's brake lines.
You don't get free parts as well.
Caterham's version. Will's version.
Seeing as they're quite important, I got one of the Caterham guys to fix it for me.
Scott's new rules had left us a little bit deflated, so I got the big tools out.
We began putting the prop shaft in, which we thought would be really easy. You just sort of pop it through the tunnel there. But it's got a bit wedged in. Apparently I need to persuade it. There you go.
How she blows. Slide in the prop shaft, not absolutely smashing the prop shaft.
We're just putting the diff in, but apparently this is a big job.
Go on then.
Don't worry, I'm all right.
Well, you're not there yet.
Go on then.
More. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. There you go. He's done it.
Ah, lovely.
I'm still good on energy now.
I feel like I'm sort of on the edge, but it's fine. Because it looks like there's progress.
Our pile of parts was starting to look smaller, but we still had some huge bits left to go in.
Not a lot going on here. I thought the engine was going to be in the next time I came down.
Apparently it's best to do the rear end first and then put the engine in.
You're looking very calm considering how much is riding on this, Callum.
No, I'm just... My stress level is stayed high, but my energy level has gone down.
You know that I'm a man of my word. If you don't get it done, you're not racing it. We'll have to give it to somebody else. You're still doing the brake lines.
That's just
yeah, and we'd like to carry on.
Okay. I think one of the important things to remember is that Callum and Will, they're not mechanics. They've been working on the Subaru and working on some of the cars that we've featured on the channel, but they are not professional mechanics. But one of the things about the Caterham Academy is that you can actually build the car yourself, but the amount of time that Caterham recommend you do that in is double what these guys have got. I'm going home now, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to give the guys a call in the morning and see how they're getting on.
Drive shaft is going in. Things are happening. Most important in news, though, is Nando's has been ordered.
Yes, it's imminent.
So we're suddenly full of energy. Go on, spline in. Go on. Ah.
Cut. Oh. Wow, that was the first time. So this is all on, so we can put the disc and the caliper and the pads in, and then
we'll be driving it.
And then that's progress.
Oh. Go on. Go on. Are you okay? Look at him over there. What?
Supervising duties.
Right, that bit's done.
That next page. But we're, what, almost 8 hours in.
The problem is, we're consistently falling behind, but we're going as fast as we can.
Yeah.
To try and catch up again, we decided to use one of our lifelines on a key part of the process, lowering the engine and gearbox into the chassis. With Joe and Dave from Caterham helping us, this was a breeze.
Bit of pressure under there as it get over the radiator. Yeah, come on your feet, and then we need to push down on here to get the pivot to get it in the hole.
Okay.
That's it. Now it starts to come down. Yeah, that's it. Now pull it in. Yeah.
I'm just supervising.
Yeah, more.
Oh God. It all happens very quickly.
Ooh. It's in.
Come back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. To be honest, I'm just doing what I'm told right now. It was definitely a token well spent. We would have not.
No way.
There would be no wrap left on this car.
I'd be covering gearbox fluid.
Yeah, and it would have fallen off the ramp on top of you.
Here comes a rocket.
I is being called. Speak to this man.
Yes, finally.
Oh!
Ow!
Sorry, Dave.
We've used the token for it, but we had to.
Are you two still friends?
We surprisingly are.
But there's still a cock-up in us. There's still a cock-up in us.
Oh, God!
Yeah, that wasn't a good way to word that. Bye.
See you later. Get rid of that man. He's just checking we're not cheating. He is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for us, that took a bit longer than 20 minutes, so we actually used up our last 2 tokens. So from now on, we were on our own.
The next step seemed like an easy one, but little did I know that the seats would soon become my greatest enemy.
Here we go. Oh, that's very light. I like that. I don't know which hole it is. Don't put it in the wrong hole.
I'm in the back hole.
Yeah, that's yeah. You're in the back hole, okay.
You'd think that joke's been said enough all over the world in many videos, but it hasn't, and it won't get old.
Right, I can't see anything.
That's good. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Right, now you've got that. I'm gonna go get the other one.
Oh, the seat?
Yeah.
We've got one bolt in. Right.
If I shove my hands in there.
Visitors
If I shove both hands in there.
Never ever say that to me when I'm laying on the floor.
We've got 3 of the seat bolts in, and the 4th one wants to cross thread.
While Will was working on the seats, I moved on to the next step, the steering. But I had one immediate issue.
Will.
Hello.
Bad news.
What's bad news?
Unless we want the car to steer, we need to take the bolts out.
For the seat?
For the steering column.
I will 100% off myself if we have to do that.
Oh, well, go and do that. Will has just managed to do the seat bolts I said would, well, I said were being an issue. He's just done it. And now we've realised that the steering column has to go, look, let me show you.
Can't you just take a picture of your seat?
It won't fit because of the seat. We're just going to have to do it. We're going to have to do it. Take the seat out.
Right, I'm going to get under the car. If you could just keep lowering it until you hear a crunch.
How far, Will?
No. It was just a joke.
We should explain the detail of all of this matters, because at the end they don't let you just build a car and run it on the road. They have to do basically a super MOT, a super check called an IVA, where they go around and check all of this stuff to make sure you haven't built a death trap. That is a motivating factor. So now we have the intake, the throttle body on, the throttle cable, the steering column is in, it's filled with coolant. Like, all of this is starting to come together. There's little jobs to happen in here now.
Just coming up to halfway, basically, and that's what we've got left. So one of the biggest bits we got left is the roll cage. So yeah, this is quite important. Callum might need this.
Maybe.
In
by year.
And dropping it down and resting it on year.
And that's it. Oh my word, have we just done that? I can't believe let's not celebrate too early. Which of those bits?
We need long ones in there. Do you think
that's gone forever? Hang on.
If that seat has to come out, Callum.
Hold those so I don't drop any more.
We haven't had a conflict, but we may.
Oh no, I need to find this. He's going to kill me. Oh. Oh, he's done it!
Right, good news. Bit more exhaust. Then it's just lots of little bits. Steering wheel, few arches, the wheels. But really, I think these should be next.
Yes.
We were flying through our remaining parts and we were so close to a first startup. Before that, we had to do the important job of bleeding the brakes. And in my delirious state, for some reason, I thought giving Will that job would be a good idea.
Oh no, stop!
Good God.
I'll have to hold her on. Okay,
Did you get a bit excited, Will?
I did, yeah.
So wheels on now.
Yep.
We are right near the end. Does it feel good?
This is good. I am beginning to flag. I feel like I could make a mistake. Maybe wheels isn't my job right now.
Ooh. Oh. First time it's ever had fuel in. That's a good feeling.
This was it. This was the big moment we'd stayed up until the early hours of the morning for, and it meant success in our challenge. Countless coffees, Red Bulls and a Nando's had pushed us to this point, the first startup.
We have 8 hours remaining, and we're starting it.
Yeah, we'll build another one.
That on, then it's a red button, right?
Does it need clutch?
Ah, key. Hang on. What is
You haven't quite figured the Caterham out yet.
There we go. Right, now it should go. Do you want to pull the throttle a little bit? Yeah, come on.
It's not knocking.
No. Oh my God, it's a car. We built this.
It's very early in the morning.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know how to react to it.
No. I'm a bit too delirious to say anything.
Let me speak for delirious, exhausted Callum. It's an absolute dream to be going racing this year against 49 other novice drivers, channeling my inner Scott Mansell and hopefully battling for some good results. I'm going to be taking you along the journey with me through videos on our channel and posts on Instagram too, so make sure to follow us.
Look at that. I think I want to stand back and see it. Oh my God.
That is cool.
That is so
really,
cool.
Really cool.
There are still stuff to do. We still need to set it up. Should we leave that till tomorrow?
We can sleep now.
We can sleep now.
Yeah. Hell. Blimey.
Yes, the car started, but we still needed to see if it would move under its own steam. So we decided to get a few hours of sleep and then come back in the morning to give it a test drive.
2 hours 43 still on the clock. This still counts. Right, here we go. Yes! Come on! Oh, I love these cars. They feel so cool. Even cooler when you built it. So this now needs to go for its super MOT to check over everything okay, so I hope it is. Don't forget, I'm going to be racing it all year, making loads of content on it. I've got Scott as a driver coach, you as an occasional helper. If you want to check out when we put F1 tyres on a Caterham, click that video down there. See you in the next one.
Here I am on the grid for my first ever real life race. Lights on, lights off, here we go. Barry to my right gets an incredible start from P2, car number 79. Manages to launch it off the line much better than I did. I managed in the toe to pull just up alongside for turn 1, a flat out left-hander. We go through there, we jump on board with Barry, and you can see through the right-hander I managed to carry a little bit more speed and take back P1. Here we are in my first race. I've done a lot since sim racing, never done it in real life. And here we are in the Caterham Academy, a novice driver series, so none of us have driven in a real race before. You can see now the slipstream down the back straight from these Caterhams is absolutely ridiculous. Barry manages to pull up, doesn't choose to go for the move, so I managed to cover off the overtake and then get just over the curb there and have a little wobble. You can see I managed to grab that. That added to the first race nerves as we go through here. So Barry follows me through this long right-hander, seems to go on for absolutely ever. And then one of my favourite corners, the gooseneck. You can see through here is a right then a left. I get the tail out a little bit as we go through here down into this 90-degree left-hander. So this race was a real experience for me. For going into this at 25 cars, starting from pole, I managed to qualify really well, and then racing on a circuit for the first time. This car I built with my mate Will, and now here we are racing it down this back straight. You get up to about 100 miles an hour, and you can see there just how big the toe is. The slipstream in these cars, when you're following, you can gain 4, 5, 6, 7 miles an hour on the car in front. But this is where I was gaining time. Through this twisty back section, I managed to pull out a little bit of a lead over Barry and the rest of the pack. You can see here there's a really technical right, then a left. Got to miss those curbs on the inside, then a right again before this hairpin here, you can see. So this circuit is Cadwell Park, and it's twisty and it's technical and it's narrow and it's unforgiving. You can see here Barry in P2 goes in with just a little bit too much speed and the circuit bites back. You can see here there's not much runoff. He managed to get on the outside, loses the rear, luckily doesn't lose the car. Henry manages to get back past. You can see Milo did a similar thing. I'm sure he was just, his mirrors were fogged up and he was just checking what was going on behind. But perfect 360, 10 out of 10 for execution. But here we go. I managed to get round to a couple of back markers, and navigating overtakes through this circuit is really, really difficult. Down into this hairpin, I decide to go for a bit of a lunge. I knew Barry and Henry were creeping up behind. I managed to avoid that car there. Nearly got it a bit wrong. On the horn to let him know I'm coming by and that I was there. You can see Barry navigating the traffic as well. It was something that was a really, really difficult thing to do. Look at this one here. So This car here, Adrian manages to spin it, and I have to pick a side and just avoid it. You can see Henry here behind me has to avoid me. So he loses the rear up the top there, spins over slightly, and I have to choose a side. Luckily, I choose right. Henry had to jump over the curb, illegally overtakes me because he's gone on the grass, but then gives me the position back, fair racing. And so nerves were sky high, adrenaline was sky high, just avoided a shunt and had to get back on the pace and try and pull out a lead again. You can see Henry in the slipstream manages to come up right behind me, pulls out to the left, looks around the outside. I'm going to defend him, make sure I cover the inside, and we manage to just touch a little bit there as I'm defending the position. You can see it from my position here. You can see just creep up the inside and then start to back out. We touch just a little bit, but all fair racing in my book. You can then see the front three are super close together. So Barry, Henry and myself, we're all battling it through here on lap 9 of the race. Only 3 more laps to go. And so we were following each other. It was a really, really tight battle. From my perspective, it didn't look like a ridiculous race, but I had these two in my mirror the whole time. So as we come through this technical hairpin, it was so difficult to get right. I was managing to get a good run, but I knew down that back straight, that was their overtaking opportunity. But here, Henry actually misses a shift from 2nd to 3rd, which means Barry manages to overtake him. And this shows just how close this race was. Look, Barry makes a small mistake and just comes out this corner a little bit slow, which means Nick behind gets the slipstream and comes through. You can see Barry knows it's not worth fighting. He waves him through. I think they're trying to keep up with the lead here. So Barry slots in behind his mate Nick. But if we look here, you can see Nick just makes a small mistake, goes in with a bit too much speed, loses the rear, runs over the grass, which means he comes out with not enough speed, and Barry gets him back here, you can see. So the racing is super close in this series, even in race 1 when none of us have raced before. Again, this corner comes back to bite. Is one of the most difficult on the track and one of the most important to get a run down the straight. Barry comes in a little bit too hot, jumps over the grass, loses a bit of control, and Nick has to narrowly avoid him, just going through that gap he had there. Super close. But I was completely oblivious to this, just seeing it going on in my mirrors, managing to stay focused. I was really, really worried about making the smallest mistake because I knew those 3 would be straight past me. Here we are coming into the 2nd to last corner. I come past Jack, who is a back marker, and come through the final corner, and you can see how much it means. And as I crossed the finish line for my first race, you cannot believe how that felt to become a racing driver and then win a race. You can see I was beeping to my family there up on the corner. But what an incredible first race weekend, from testing on Thursday and Friday, and then coming through to get qualifying, get that nailed pole position, and then my first race. It's such an incredible series. The Caterham Academy, 10 out of 10 would recommend. I had the absolute weekend of my life.
Nearly had him, it was Callum again!
So make sure to drop a follow for race 2, which is next month at Croft. Follow for more of my journey through the Caterham Academy.
With Darren, Darren Pinder, who's taking part in the Caterham Academy White Group. Darren, so tell us about your journey. How have you got to this stage?
Well, I entered the academy initially about 15 years ago, and at the time life was very busy, young children. Then a job in Australia came up, and we took the job in Australia, paid my deposit back to the academy with much reluctance. And now I've got a bit more time on my hands, so 15 years later I've got the time to devote to the academy. I've had a Caterham road car before, which was just fantastic, but I wanted to have a go at racing, so here I am.
Here you are, yes. And you've had qualifying already this morning?
Qualifying already, so racing driver excuses. It's my first qualifying. I didn't do the Cadwell round because we were away on holiday, first world problem. So I was 21st in qualifying, which, you know, it's okay. I didn't go off or make any major mistakes, so I'm pretty happy, really.
Yeah, well, it's good. You know, first qualifying, you've got to be quite happy with that. Yeah, and so having a Caterham on the roads, you're used to the handling of a Caterham. You're used to the, you know, how they feel.
To an extent, but it's nothing like driving them on track. These cars they just require a really delicate touch to get the best out of them. You can't overdrive them. They're all about cornering speed. You know, there's no power in the straight line, so you make a mistake on the entry of a corner, then that's just you done for the next straight. You know, so they're really. I think they're a great car to learn in, from what I've seen so far.
Oh, 100%, yes. And you've got a lovely livery on your car. Thank you. And so easily to spot.
That was chosen by my son. So we're both we're really keen on 1970s race car liveries and Group C race cars in particular. So this is obviously an old Porsche racing colour scheme, but it's come out really nicely. I love my gold wheels too, so that had to go on the car as well. So we're very pleased with how it's come out.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Darren. Watch out for Darren on the race later on, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm here with Monty. Monty's the youngest driver we have in the championship. Well, in fact, out of all the Caterham championships, youngest at 17. Haven't quite taken your driving test on for the road yet, have you?
No, that's next week. That's next week's mission. So focused on this weekend. Yeah, had a great qualifying. Qualified 10th. It's quick out there. Lots of space, which is good. But yeah, just looking forward to the race now. Can't wait.
So what made you choose the Caterham Academy?
Well, we were looking around for things to do, and just the competitiveness and how all the cars are equal, and also just the friendly atmosphere we get here. Everyone's just so kind and friendly and wanted to help, which is great. And you really feel like part of the community as well, which is really nice. Yeah.
It is. That's what everyone loves about the Caterham Academy, the family atmosphere. Everyone can help, you all help each other, and you gain some great friends through doing it. So what's your goal after the Academy?
Roadsport, I think. Carry on in the Caterham ladder, which is great. Keep the car, which is amazing, and just work our way up, see where it goes. Just take it year by year, really. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Wish you all the best for the race.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you.
And this is, again, a lot of this as well is about just keeping your nerves, keeping your composure a little bit, trying to stay, not get too hot under the collar, because it's warm temperatures anyway. Yes, the cars are open cockpit, but you're working hard behind the wheel. There's the temperatures from the cars themselves and the track emanating up into the cockpit. So it's so hard as a driver with so little experience, so little frame of reference to look back on, to know how to keep your head in the game at this stage. And it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on this opening lap, this opening few corners. Will we see some tentative driving, or are people going to go for the heroics?
Yeah, you see all sorts, and Clervo, the first corner here at Croft, is notoriously tricky with a very deep gravel trap at the outside. Let's hope that we don't have to use any of that. But absolutely, people will react in different ways, and some people will have that, a bit of holding back. Other people will want to push forward, and again, we'll see as we go through the championships today that as the skill levels go up, you'll see different attitudes out there on track and how they approach this weekend. But they haven't got a frame of reference. They're learning as they go.
And of course, these drivers are fighting for points, paying positions. 25 for the race victory, 23 for second, 22 for the bottom step of the podium, and all the way down the running order. So it's important to be consistent. It's important to score those big results, and also to take advantage if you're strong at this track. If this track talks to you as a driver, it's very important, isn't it, to get a good score on the board now while the opportunity presents.
Every time it counts. They do have a drop score system, so one of their rounds this year they will be able to drop that out of their championship total. That's to allow racers to have a life outside of motorsport, and if there's important other life decisions going on race weekends, if you miss one round, it doesn't make any difference to your championship. So we will talk about drop scores, but you can see that they're all going around the tightest corner in motorsport, the final corner, this absolute hairpin that goes. You can see the lead drivers now coming up then onto onto their grid positions, and it was Daniel Neal on pole position alongside Adam Keane. Henry Speaks is in that third place. Istvan Demes is in fourth place. Matthew Kirtland, Harvey Ashmore, Chris Coates. So let's see who's going to make the best of this as all the other drivers will line up on their grid spots. We'll get the green flag at the back of the field, and then we'll watch for the lights. You can see them in the top right of our screen here. Watch for them going on, and as soon as they go out, they will be up and running underway for the first 20-minute race. Their only race this weekend for the Caterham Academy White Group. Adrian Flux Insurance sponsors our event.
So here we go then, 26 Caterham Academy cars looking resplendent in the North Yorkshire sunshine as we're about to go racing for the first time this weekend, the first time today in the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White Group, round number 3, the second ever circuit race for these drivers in these cars. We're looking for the green flag at the rear. The final car, number 20, is just lining up into a spot outside of our commentary box window. So in a few moments' time, we will be going racing for the very first time today. Ladies and gentlemen at home, prepare for 20 minutes of pure thoroughbred racing action. The revs are beginning to rise. We are preparing to go, and it's a green flag at the front of the field. The cars steam off the race line like buzzing hornets. 26 Caterham cars for the rundown into the first corner. It's a sharp start at the front of the field. Everybody manages to get off the line nice and clean, and this is the first braking zone, the first pressure point of this lap. Everybody through the first corner just about, and it is Neil that is our race leader in second position, and a good start from everybody at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way off the line. No dramas through turn 1, as I can see, as they're all heading off through the chicane then for the first time. Thread the needle through the chicane, but it is Daniel Neal that leads this group down. Adam Keane, Henry Speaks, Istvan Demes all following along on this. It's a colourful grid that we've got, but it's Andrew Neal in that. Daniel Neal in the cyan coloured with his pink and black stripes down the light side. There's the red car there. He's drifted out a little bit wide, hasn't he?
Well, there's a little bit of an incident further back there as well.
Yep, so because the car facing backwards, we'll find the number on that car, but as they head off round through the Jim Clark S's, he will recover number 2, that is Matty Kirtland. So he was on the second row, third row of the grid, so he's got a disappointing first tower event, but we're coming round the sunny inn with Neil still leading this pack through. You can see some of the drivers drifting off a little bit wide, and again they'll be learning how to get that car control back in as they develop their skills.
Yeah, absolutely. The cars are at their heaviest, the cars are at their coldest as well at this stage in the race, and sadly that caught out one of our drivers earlier in the running, so hopefully he manages to get back on again without any damage. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, we have still got Daniel Neal is our race leader. We're heading to the hairpin for the very first time on the acceleration now through the final corner, down the start finish straight, and in hot pursuit we can see there Keane just trying to stay within touching distance, apply some pressure, make it difficult for his rival to get a gap, to get any breathing space in this race. As further down the running order, there's a couple of nice little battle packs for the run down into the first corner side by side that we see here now. That is a great move in a T1, but he's going to run out of space into the chicane and just about manages to hold on, does Daniel Neal, for that race lead, but the pressure is being applied slowly but surely.
Keane showing a keen interest in taking that position there into turn 1, so he maintains that second position. It did look like he was right alongside, didn't it? But Daniel Neal had the momentum and managed to hold on. So Keane in that second place. Henry Speaks is in that third place, and Demes was following along in that fourth place. Remember, Demes came in here championship leader, so he'll want to maintain that. As Neil side by side then for Speaks and Keane as they head round Tower this time, and it maintains order again, but it's very keen in that red car to try and get through. There's not really many options up through the Jim Class S's, and they head off around the back of the circuit towards Barcroft.
Yeah, Henry Speaks seems to be the man of the moment at this moment in time, has a little bit more pace in that number 37 machine, third position at this moment in time, but I fear that won't stay that way for much longer because Keane is under massive pressure. But while these two squabble, that allows the opportunity for Neil at the front of the field to start gapping the cars behind, and that's going to be critical. It's only a short race, but over the course of the stint, drivers will be stronger at the beginning than at the end. It's a little bit of a learning experience, as we've said, so whenever Neil has the opportunity, he needs to take it to put pressure behind himself, Keane and Speaks, and Demes as well, for good measure. Now in fourth position, but all over the rear as Speaks ahead, so that's a close fight for second, third and fourth this early stage of the race.
Watch out for Scott Graham as well, making up 4 places on the last time through, so he's made some good progress after qualifying. He comes in here high in the championship standing, so he's made an improvement over his qualifying. But as we see Neil coming down into Clervaux, into the little bump as they go over the curb, and then flows now through into the long right-hander at Hawthorne, up towards the chicane where they have to thread the needle at just about 100 miles an hour in these Academy cars. So they thread left and right, so right and then left through there and come down onto the, I think it's the straightest part we have of this track, but it's still got a long left-hand kink as they head down then into Tower Bend. And in the Academy, we've got a knock-off from about 100, just over 100 miles an hour down to about 50 as they go right through here, Tower. And then they'll head up towards the absolutely flat-out Jim Clark S's where they flick left and then right, and then they'll come back into our view as we head out towards Barcroft. So as you see them disappearing through the left of the Jim Clark S's, again, absolutely flat out for the Academy through this section, and it will continue to be on that until we get to the Sunny Inn section, which is coming up. Here is the entry to Sunny Inn. You can see it's a left-hander, again quite bumpy out there, carrying that about 50 miles an hour through Sunny Inn, increasing that up to about 75 miles an hour by the time they get to Sunny Out. And then they're going to come to the most twisty and complicated part of this track, which is, we call it the complex. And it's the final element of this track and the last overtaking opportunity when we come to the tail end of this race. You can see the leaders coming through here, so Neil leading us through up to the hairpin, the slowest corner in motorsport, tight to the left-hander. We're about 25 miles an hour, and I tell you what, that feels slow when you're in that racing car, but there we go. That is Neil taking us on a full lap of that course, and it's still this front four who lead this Caterham Academy white group. So it's Neil, followed by Keane, then Speaks, and then Demes. Yeah, they've kind of maintained those positions for this lap.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And look at the times at the side of the screen as well, very, very close between them. So everybody's running at a similar sort of pace, just feeling each other out at this stage in the race, trying to understand where they're quick, where they're slow in comparison to the rival. But while that's happening, Neil is starting to gap the rest of the field. 1.4 seconds is the current advantage at the front of the field. And Keane, he's under pressure, is Keane, for the last couple of laps, but is starting now to get a little bit of a comfort blanket from Speak. So can he find, or if I'm saying that one, he goes on the defensive, because Speak looking to the outside. Has he got the run through the corner on the outside? Not the optimal line. He manages to hold it, give each other racing room. Well played from both of those drivers. And Keane on the inside, Speaks on the outside. Car number 37 versus car number 88. Has Speaks got the run through the left-hander now? He's going to be on the outside for the next section, of course. Will that be enough real estate to find his way past? We'll find out in a minute. But this is a ding-dong battle, Chris, for second place so far from these two drivers.
Yeah, you will hear us talking all day about the toe. In fact, Speaks has dropped back there, and he's now under threat from Demes. So something, they went side by side through Jim Clark S, and clearly something happened as they went through Barcroft. But yeah, you will hear us talking about the toe that Caterham's generating. When one car is following another in the Caterham, the following car can go about 5 to 7 miles an hour quicker. It's significant. We've got a spin there for, is that Speaks that's gone off, and he was having a problem before. I wonder whether that is our was the second place driver, so watch out for him if he falls down the chiming order. Neil's still out front. It does look like Keane is now separated and Demes is there, so I think that was Speaks, our third place last time over the line, spinning out in the complex.
Yeah, absolute disaster there for Speaks. As you say, he was running in third position, second position, fourth position, all at the same time, and unfortunately the end result is go say hello to some grass. But hopefully Speaks can get the car back on the racetrack and complete this race, because remember, we're paying points all the way down the order, so it's worth getting back on. It's worth finishing the race if you possibly can. 13 minutes just under left on the clock. But that bit of drama was Keane up in the second, Demes up in the third, and Ashmore in fourth position. A quiet race for Ashmore so far in car number 10, but holding on to a good result so far, but 3.9 seconds adrift of that battle for the bottom step of the podium.
We will see gaps open up and close up. You know, again, we've talked about they're learning their craft. They will make some mistakes. It looks like Neil has minimised those mistakes over, and he's got a quite comfortable gap now, a couple of seconds over Keane. Demes just following on behind them. They certainly still will be having the battle towards the end of this race, but Ashmore 3.9 seconds. Let's monitor that and see whether he can bring those gaps down as they head into the latter part of this race. We are 8 minutes in, so we've still got 12 minutes this race to go, and that's plenty of time for more action to develop as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Speak, by the way, he's dropped down at 8th position, so 5 places lost from that off-track incident. Could have been a lot worse. Only half a second behind Hind, actually. So Speak still very much in the conversation for trying to recover as much as possible in the last 12 minutes of this motor race, as Neil now 2.29 seconds to the good at the front of the field from Keane, with Demes in hot pursuit in third position. Ashmore 3.9 seconds. We'll see if that changes when he crosses the line, as Chris mentioned, in a few moments' time. And Graham and Cunningham rounding out our top 6 runners. So we've had a few drivers that are winners and losers in the opening portion of this race, and we said about at the top of the show, Chris, stay out of trouble is the key. I don't think they've listened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the gaps developing in this Academy race, and later on we will not have that comfort zone. They will be running nose to tail all the way through this championship season, but Neil is showing that he's got this generally under control right now. But that's the psychology of being out in front and being calm and collected. Is actually, you'll start hearing noises, you're wondering if it's easy to lose concentration. Like I said, 20 minutes doesn't sound very long, but it absolutely is as they approach this halfway mark of the race. Now, the battle for Keane and Demes is definitely developing, though. They're not going to split up, and it's Keane that holds that right now. But Demes is, remember, he came in as the championship leader. In fact, Adam Keane and Demes were joint leaders in this championship coming into this event. So that battle continues as you'll get these stories throughout the season, and it's great to see them already starting with these two clearly, who's going to get that points lead coming out of this event.
And that's an interesting dynamic actually, because as you say, there's a point of the championship to think about as well as track position. And Demes looked a little bit detached from the race, from the fight at the front of the field at the start, but the drama for Speaks, that's kind of brought Demes back into the conversation. And now you can see from the body language of car number 55, he's hungry to find a way past Keane in front of him, because yes, track position, yes, further step up the podium, but also it's the championship as well. And we've got to remember it's only a short championship. We're Alton Park next, then Thruxton, then Snetterton, then Donington Park in September. So every opportunity you've got to score points over your rivals, you need to take that opportunity. And while these two squabble, they've got breathing space to Ashmore behind. So this, for Demes, is absolutely perfect to give him an opportunity to fight forward.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit further back, we saw a bit of an issue for Kirtland, who we spoke about earlier on. He was, remember, came in here looking good on the grid, but he had an issue and he's lost a couple more places. So there's action all the way throughout, but Speaks he's gone back up into 7th place, so he's made 1 place up on that last lap. He's clearly got the pace to be out front, so you will see him starting to come back through. Let's see whether he can make it all the way up to 4th place. I think that's probably a realistic target for him.
Yeah, good recovery drive so far from Henry Speaks. 7th position in car number 37, 4.13 seconds away from Cunningham ahead. So a bit of work to do, and only 9 minutes and 18 seconds left in which to do it. So this will be fascinating now to see if Henry Speaks has got the pace around this Croft Circuit to close that gap down. One man that's definitely got the pace is our race leader Neil, currently 6 laps in the books, 2.88 seconds to the good from Keane and Demes, with Ashmore, Graham, Cunningham, Speaks, Hyde, Jeeves and Copes rounding out our top 10. McKee a little bit further down, 23rd position, starting to drop away from the pack as well. So McKee trying to find some pace in that car number 65. And again, every lap you do, you learn a little bit more knowledge is going in the bank that you can use for future rounds. But so far everybody's keeping it fairly clean in this Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White opening race of the weekend, race 3 of the season. And we see a little bit more drama further down the running order. That is the 55 machine of Demes, just showing his nose, Chris, just making his rival know that he's there.
He was definitely having a look then. He was definitely putting the car in a position where he was saying, I might go down here to give it, make sure your driver in front is looking in their mirrors. So that's absolutely what he was doing there. It didn't actually come to anything that time, but on Henry Speaks on his recovery drive, he has now set the fastest lap of the race, which is a 38.452. The lap record around here is 37.3, so a little bit of time still to find to get towards that lap record, but great to see these two battling away. This is definitely the battle for 2nd place in that podium, as Neil saw his car jump up in the air there as he got the 2nd to 3rd gear, or 3rd to 4th gear change as he heading off down this not straight, I'm going to call it today, as it's a constant sort of left bend as we then head down towards Tower. A little bit of a gap there though for Keane, so I think he's going to be okay to turn in there, but he was kind of around the other side of the track where Demes seemed to have sort of a bit more advantage through into that complex. So as they come through these fast sections, let's see whether he can close that gap up again as they head into the 2nd half of the lap.
Yeah, Adam Keane seems to be the man very much under pressure so far in this race. He's been quite heavily defensive from Demes on the last lap or so. We saw as well coming down into the first corner, a little bit too defensive. Adam Keane needs to be careful of that one. It's a momentum car, this one. If you start covering the inside line, you start being a little bit aggressive, shutting that door, you're going to compromise yourself on corner exit. And Demes will recognise this one from racing so far this season and this weekend and this race. As we see now, Demes on his tippy toes right to the rear of Keane. And has he got alongside? Yes, he has. But will he keep that for the outside line? Not quite, as the two cars go side by side. Good driving from both drivers to avoid any kind of contact. And Adam Keane is now in 3rd position.
Demes lined it up the last time, didn't he? He did a little practice and thought, I'm going to give that a go next time. I've got seen a yellow flag down into turn 1, so they're going to have to be a bit careful of that. No overtaking as they head into turn 1. I'm wondering if there's a safety car out on track. Yes, we've got yellow flags everywhere, so there is a safety car out on track. I didn't see or haven't seen, in fact I can see a car. I can see there's a car just on the chicane as they're coming through to that, where the leaders are going to go through that recently. It looks like the car's either just stopped on the outside of that chicane. Marshals are trying to push him off of the curb.
And for Adam Keane, Chris, that was absolutely perfect timing to get the deal done before that safety car line was met, before the yellow flags came out. And,
you mean Demes? It was Demes that moved ahead of Keane, yes.
Yes, so really, really good timing. And with 6 minutes left, the marshals are good here at Croft. We'll get that car cleared and we'll go racing again. But now the dynamics changed completely, hasn't it? Demes has gone from being the attacker to the defender. And has Keane learnt anything from that bit of battle, and can he apply it in the final few minutes?
With 5 minutes 46, it's going to depend how quickly they clear that car as to whether we are going to get this race back underway. I'm wondering whether that was Monty Hind maybe in that blue car. He has dropped all the way down to the bottom, so I think that was Monty Hind in the blue car with the black stripe there. So our youngest driver in the field, he's not even legally able to drink it at the moment, 17 years old, but he is out there, and he put that sort of high up the grid, so he's had an issue there, and unfortunately he's not going to get to the finish of this race.
Yeah, it's always a shame to see a driver's day finishing early here in the Caterham Academy, and as you say, Hind's car still being tended to by the marshals. No sign of that one moving just yet. Maybe it's locked in gear, or there's some reason why they can't quite clear it as quick as we would like. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes and change left on the clock, as we've seen a snatch vehicle starting to come out now to give them a hand getting that car out of the way so we can safely resume racing. And to echo something that Chris mentioned at the top of the show, and it's always worth repeating in these broadcasts, is a big thank you to our marshals here at Croft and everybody involved in the British club racing scene, doing such fantastic work to keep these cars and drivers under control and on track, and make sure we can go motor racing safely. As we're just looking out the window, Chris, and I think hopefully they can attach it to the back of that truck and get it out of the way.
Yeah, that's another skill for all our drivers in this race. Like I say, only 4 minutes to go, so it might be they don't get very much more running time if they do. Just for those who maybe new to motorsport, don't know how this works, if a car is in a dangerous position where marshals need to put themselves at risk, they will often throw the safety car. The safety car bunches up that fielder so they can have plenty of time to clear away the obstruction or the car, as the case may be. The safety car has lights on the top of it, which we're looking as drivers, we're looking for those lights, and as soon as those lights go out down the back straight, that will mean and signify that the safety car will be coming in the next lap. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I think they will have to complete this lap at least before that, because they're in a position to do that. And it's another skill for the drivers. They're all having to queue up, they're waiting again. You've had all the adrenaline of being full speed racing, and all those gaps that we saw developed, they all evaporate as we come to the safety car. And once we get going again, it is a complete race. There's no reinstating those gaps. All that work that Neil's done to develop that gap, he's now lost, so he will then have to defend in the latter part of this race.
And that is an exceptional point there, Chris. You say it's another skill that these drivers need to learn. They've not been exposed to this kind of situation before, and you well know at home when the pressure's on, when you're doing something, then you have to take a break and come back to it again. It becomes all the more difficult to get yourself back in the right frame of mind. Looking out the commentary box window now, the car is going behind the barrier, so the safety car takes our drivers over the start-finish line. Once again, hopefully we'll be able to go racing. 3 minutes just over left on the clock, so we should have time for a last lap dash or so in this race. And if you're someone like Demes, for example, you just pulled that move, your confidence is high, you're feeling enthusiastic, and suddenly Neil is immediately in front of you. You fancy your chances for a win here, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to be thirsty for that win, for sure, and if there's an opportunity, he will take it. There's an element of, you want to protect what you've got as well, because don't forget, not only is he going to be able to attack forward, but that Keane, who's just lost out to the position to him, is going to be looking to see if he can recover. But we've got Ashmore now. We remember he was trying to fight back over a 4-second gap, and he's going to be able to put himself right back in the battle with Graham, who had that fantastic opening where he made up four places. Speaks already made his way up to 6, so he's made up another couple of places since we saw him drop down the field, and he's clearly a fast car in 6th place, so he's going to be in reach. But we're only going to probably have 1 lap by the time they get this underway, so let's keep an eye whether that safety car light goes out, because it's about now that it would go out. I can't see it flashing on top, so I think they will. Look at the top of that, doesn't look like it's flashing, so they will be getting underway, and it will be now up to Neil to become that safety car, and he can basically pace this car, the cars all the way around to the start finish line in whatever speed he would like to do before he then chooses his moment and off he'll go.
And this is an absolute gift for Henry Speaks. We saw him so competitive in the early stage of the race. Little mistake, went off onto the grass, dropped him down at 8th position. He's made his way up to 7th on circuit, 6th position in fact now under the safety car. But all of that gap, all of the time lost has gone away. So if you're Henry Speaks, this is a great opportunity to try and come back and recover from that earlier mistake.
So yeah, it's Neil, Demes, Keane, Ashmore, Graham, Speaks, Cunning, and we've got Jeeves, Coates and Ducey who make up that top 10, and behind them we've got Nijar, Pollan, Cowan, Kirtland, James, Myers, Potter and Pinder down there in 17th. So all the way through this now is going to be battles. I think they're going to have, we've got a minute left. If it's going to come into their last lap, this will be the final lap of their race.
right then. So we thought we had a bit of drama, we thought we were going to be an exciting race, and it has been. But now we've decided to turn the dial up to number 10. The safety car will peel off at the end of this lap, and the drivers will be free to race to the checkered flag for one final time here at the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White. Race number 1, round number 3 of their championship. We've got Neil at the front of the field. He's been competitive all race long, pulled himself a gap, all down to absolutely nothing. So this is a final dash, a final chance to take home the big points and the trophies at the end. There's the safety car down pit lane, accelerating to the green flag, and we are racing once again. Neil immediately covering the line. He's got a good run there. Demes in second position. Keane holding on in a third as well, but Keane actually is the man under pressure further down because Ashmore, they had a 3.9 second disadvantage. That has been turned on its head, and Ashmore now is the man trying to find his way through the field serenely at the front of the field. Neil holds on comfortably.
Looks like a calm restart there for the front group at least as they went through, and they're now threading that needle through the chicane out onto, you can see the green flags flying to signify the end of the safety car. A little bit wide there for our 5th place driver there. I think that was Speaks, so yes, he made up another space in that opening lap. Job 1 was to not overtake before the start line. They actually did, and as we see there, Neil still holding on over the number 55 of Demes. Third is Keane still. He's got Ashmore right in contention now as they head off through the Jim Clark S's and out to the back of the circuit. And it is Speaks, I think, behind him in 5th.
It's fantastic stuff for Henry Speaks, trying to make his way through the field as much as possible in these final couple of miles of racing here in the first race of the weekend here at the Caterham Motorsports, featuring Z-Cars and Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Neil currently on the lead, and there we go, Speaks as we speak. Without him, he's running a little bit wide. In fact, that's car number 10, that's Ashmore. So Ashmore having a little bit of drama but managing to keep it on. The grey stuff just about in 4th position. Graham tracking behind, trying to find an opportunity, and Speaks holding on as well, all in the same squabble for that bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, here they come round to the final corner then, final lap of this race, and it is Neil who's going to lead them into this hairpin. Any movement from the cars behind doesn't look like it. Looks like Demes is going to take that 2nd place, so Neil taking the win here for his 2nd ever road race, and off he goes into that win. 25 points for him. Demes in 2nd, and it's going to be Keane over the line. 3rd, Ashwell holds on to that 4th. Speaks makes it all the way back up to 5th with Graham in 6th. Jeeves, Cunning, Coates coming across the line as quick as you can say them, with Juicy in that top 10. So really solid for these the drivers throughout that top 10.
Yeah, a great opening race of the weekend and a beautiful victory. Dealt with absolutely everything he possibly could, and Daniel Neal from Potter's Bar takes the race victory in car number 28. Demes, a great overtake in the end. All the pressure paid off right towards the end. Just managed to get the overtake done before the safety car came out and consolidated and wrapped up the job in 2nd position. So great stuff at the front of the field, and Coates, of course, our bottom step of the podium in 3rd. So well, we had a bit of drama, we had a bit of overtaking, we had a bit of contact, we had a mistake as well. Everything you can expect from a Caterham Academy race, Chris.
Absolutely, and yeah, like I said, 20 minutes is like you can pack a lot of action into that, and Daniel Neal will be very pleased to see those points haul. He came 5th place in the opening sprint event, but he had an issue at Cadwell Park, which meant that he only scored a single point. He did get fastest lap, so he's clearly got that pace, and maybe that score will become his drop score as the season develops. So he's going to be right up there in the championship now as well. But Demes and Adam Keane both solidifying their place at the top of this. But yeah, what action from the academy drivers, and like I say, we had a bit of everything for them that time.
Yeah, and again, learning experience, as we've mentioned many times before, that's another one in the book for these drivers, and you'll see over the course of the season how they get stronger, more confident in their own capabilities. And also an important thing that you'll know all about, Chris, from your time behind the wheel, is you get confidence in the drivers that you're racing against as well, because you don't know who you can trust, who you can go side by side with, and that's something that can only build over time, isn't it?
Yeah, they have to learn all those skills as well, so absolutely they learn them every time they go on track, and as the upgrade process through this Caterham Motorsport ladder, they can, at the end of this year, they can upgrade this academy car to be a Roadsport, and they will race against the same people again, so you often go through your Caterham ladder with that. But they are going to be heading back to the pits there and to the assembly area, and hopefully Sam will be down there so we can grab some interviews with them post this race. But this is all new for
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome back here to the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire as we are preparing for the Z-Cars and the production GTI qualification session. My name is Paul Jeffrey, and once again alongside me for the rest of today I have Chris Hutchinson. Chris, qualification time, some nice cars, and an Audi TT as well for good measure. It's going to be a good one.
Absolutely, and yeah, they'll have been out testing these, over the last maybe 1 to 2 days, but now is the time that it counts. This is where all your testing has to come to fruition to see how the drivers get on.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a championship that is, of course, for the Volkswagen Golf GTI, and of course the Z cars. See, double field here. So the Z cars, the BMW Z4 3 litres, are the main car in this championship. The Golf GTIs supported, and of course we've got a guest driver today, which is Chris Jackson in the Audi TT. So it'll be interesting to see how the TT fares against the fabled Volkswagen Golf, and of course the very powerful 3 litre BMW Z4s. Cars are starting to form around the grid now, so everybody's done their out lap, and the beginning of qualification is starting, and we've seen some good times in practice, Chris, so this one hopefully should be quite a tight grid as the session progresses.
We've got absolutely glorious weather here. There's hardly a breath of wind. We've got the blue skies and just nice fluffy white clouds for these drivers, so heat's going to be their only problem. Tyres can get angry when they get too hot, so I wonder whether they're going to have to cool them off in between sessions, but they've only got 15 minutes to go and set that lap, and that's not many to get under the board, so they really do need to get going. I can see the drivers sort of spreading themselves out across the track as they're getting ready to set their times.
Yeah, so there's 17 cars on the entry list for this event. As we say, it's a multi-class championship, so the Z car, the BMW Z cars, will be a little bit quicker than the production GTI Golfs that you're seeing on your screen now. So, as Chris says quite rightly, it's all going to be about track position, trying to keep a little bit of clean air between yourself and the cars in front in order to set the time that will form the grid for our race a little bit later on this afternoon. At the moment, Sawyer is the only driver that has set a time on the board, but that's not really a representative lap time. So as they start crossing the line, we'll start calling out who is running at the quickest, but expect the BMW to be the more competitive of the cars in overall lap time terms.
Interesting to see whether toe has an effect. We've been watching some Caterham action before, and toe is so important to their form of racing, and even in their qualifying session they look to follow close. But it looks like everyone on this grid likes to be spread out, and that obviously means that you don't get caught out in someone else's issue out on track.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Chris, because this championship is made up of a mix of seasoned, experienced drivers and, of course, rookies as well that are new to the world of motor racing. There's no requirement as such. It's not a feeder series, it's a championship all onto itself. So we have got a mix of drivers here. We've got a driver that's a double champion in the Z-Car series. We've got drivers that are brand new to the championship for the first time out. So again, it's going to be very interesting to see where the pace spread is amongst the field and how focused people are on grid position versus the race later on, because we know that overtaking is very possible here at Croft.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the back of the cars out there, because they will have the novice cross if this is early in their racing career. You don't get rid of that novice cross until you've had 6 signatures on your licence, so 6 complete races out on track, and there's a few novice crosses going around there, but see the start finish straight of this Croft Circuit. You can see how nice the weather and the environment around here, nice and green, ready to welcome these drivers.
Yeah, Croft is, as always, looking absolutely resplendent this weekend, and of course this is the Caterham Motorsport with Z-Cars and Scottish Mini Cooper Cup all weekend long, so make sure you stay tuned in to us on the Bark TV channel, and also of course Caterham Motorsports on YouTube and on Facebook. If you're already with us, thank you very much for joining us as we're going through qualification for this, the production GTI and Z-Cars Championship. A few of the cars have gone round, no one's really setting competitive times at the moment, which suggests to me, Chris, that these are cars that benefit from 2 or 3 laps of warming up.
Yeah, absolutely. When a lot of these will be front-wheel drive, and it does take a long time to get the rears up to the temperature where you can actually really lean on them. There, the novice cross is a good example of that, back of that car. But yeah, it really does take time for the tyres to warm up, and you need that balance in the car before you can really start leaning on it through these high-speed corners that we've got here at Croft. We're looking at Sonny in on the screen right now as the TT there just taking his line through, but leaning on those tyres, and say with the balances out, there's no point pushing. You might as well just keep on warming up those tyres. But I think we are starting to see those times come across the line, and early on, after having put 3 laps, Giddings is showing at the top of that table.
Yeah, Giddings, of course, as we mentioned earlier in the show, is the reigning double champion in the Z-Cars Championship. Won it first time out in 2021, and once again last season in 2022. He's driving the 3 litre BMW Z4, one of the later generations of the BMW cars. So Giddings immediately showing much the same pace that we've seen last time around. And just behind him is Verco in the Volkswagen Golf. So the a differential of 0.6 of a second between BMW and Volkswagen at this moment in time. Dance is the second fastest of the BMWs, fourth in the overall timing screens at this moment in time, with 2.1 seconds away from the provisional pole. But as we said earlier, it's very much a case of positioning yourself ready for a hot lap towards the end of the session, so expect these times to tumble very quickly indeed.
Yeah, we're definitely not seeing anything truly representative yet, and you can see a busy gaggle of cars that we're following around on circuit, and they will be tripping each other up. They're just trying to work their own order out before they can they look to the later laps. But it does look like it's all starting to build, but it's got to build quickly for them, because we're already down to 8 minutes left, and that's not too many laps when you're doing 1 minute sort of 37, 38 second laps. 42, 43 for the sort of Volkswagen Golf near to the rear.
Yeah, absolutely. So car 119 that we're looking at on screen there, that is Danny Jones in the Production GTI classification, the black Volkswagen Golf Mark V, a very, very popular car in the world of national and international motor racing. Going strong after all these years. 25 years ago, in fact, was the original Mark II Golf, one of the most popular club racing cars, and the 2015 was the time when the Mark V was brought into the championship and continues a strong and very successful pedigree in motorsport for the German Mark. But these are the top cars in the field. This is the BMW Z4. As I say, these are 3-litre cars that are racing here today, but of course the class is also open to 1.9s and to the 2.2 litre. But sadly, Chris, we don't have any of those with us today and this weekend.
Using every last bit of the track there. He's been superseded on pole position, but then that's up Z4. He was absolutely using every inch of the track available to him. He then threaded through the chicane and heading now down into Tower. You can see him coming out of Tower here, again using every last bit of that little curve. Remember, track limits apply in qualification as well as they do in the races, so the marshals will be keeping an eye to make sure they stay within the track limits, and he heads off around through the S's.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's so difficult. There's not that many cars on the field, but it very much seems to be that everyone's racing in a little bit of a gaggling qualifying, which potentially could be problematic if the car at the front of the field makes a mistake. With so many rookies in the field, it is always worth following your more experienced rivals just to understand the circuit. There's limited track time in this championship, so every lap you do, every corner you do, every learning that you can take from the session will be powerful for your race prospects later on this afternoon.
See these cars line astern. I also saw some jockeying for position there, so it does suggest that the toe is important. You can see here a car that's letting everyone go through again, so they kind of know that following another car is important. And also we spoke about the temperature of tyres and the temperature ambient we've got here. They might have to control that temperature to actually get that ultimate lap time. So we may see cars put a full lap in, have a cool down lap, and then go for it again.
Yep, absolutely. So 6 minutes 15 seconds left on the clock. It is given to our fastest driver in the BMW Z4, 1 minute 36.708 for Co. Currently in second place in the Volkswagen Golf, 137.341. Dance is the second fastest of the BMW, third overall. He moves up from fourth into third position, 8 tenths and 8.5 tenths even of a second away from the ultimate pace. And Colborne is fourth position, second in the Volkswagen classification at this moment in time with a 39.165 from 16 cars circulated now on track. In Marsh in the VW Golf car number 33, he's just leaving pit lane to begin his qualification session.
Verco doing really well there then to put that GTI car into that second place ahead of other Z4s going around, but it's looking quite even out there, isn't it, as far as the gaps that we've got going through, especially the midfield. There's lots of places to be gained by just gaining a tenth or two here or there, and this technical track offers those opportunities, so those drivers will minimise those errors to maximise their position.
And it's also worth bearing in mind that when we come to do the race, this is a multi-class event, so the race start will be staggered between the two classifications. So the Golf will set off a little later than the BMWs, so you're not going to have too much of a differential in pace when we get the green flag and begin racing. But that's a problem for later on this afternoon, because qualification is still very much in the throw of it at this moment in time, and we've seen that Giddings is still on track. His last lap was his fastest. Can he go quicker again? Fastest in sector 2, so he comes through the final sector now. Can Giddings put the pole position out of reach of his rivals?
Well, he's got about 2, maybe 3 maximum more opportunities. If you do cross the line in qualification, you will get to complete that lap as long as you cross before the checkered flag is shown. So yeah, not too many more opportunities to go, but he is still, like you say, up there, 5/10. So Dance has actually moved forward into that second place. You see he's moved Verco now down into that third place. So Dance coming forward in his BMW Z4 as well.
Yeah, good effort from Dance to get the car into second position on the grid, second in the BMW class. The next fastest of the BMW drivers is not a BMW, it's an Audi. Confusion? Yes, but that's car number 888 of Jackson, the Audi TT, the guest driver for this weekend. currently in 10th position. Apparently Jackson's had plenty of time around this Croft Circuit, so knows his way around the track, but he needs to convert that into overall lap time. And while I was looking on the screen, Jackson drops down to 11th position. In fact, Abbott moves up into 9th in the VW.
Yeah, great effort from Abbott there. He's moved up 5 places on that lap through, so he is 5 places higher now, moving everyone behind him. So Neil Jackson all being moved backwards slightly. Dance moved up that last position. Colborne also making some moves up to 4th place on that grid. So it is the 2 BMW Z4s out front at the moment, and they've got about 6 tenths over the Verco in that first GTI. He's heading by a couple of seconds gap there over to Colborne, so 1.5 seconds he's got the defender. So he's doing, he's really pushed his car out in front of the Mark 5 Golf.
Yeah, a couple of good start performances so far from these drivers. We've only got 3 minutes and change left on the clock, so still a couple of opportunities to move forward. I'm seeing a few green times on the board, but no purples at this moment in time. So a couple of the VW drivers, Hill and Sayer, in 6th and 7th position, are on quick laps, but not quite enough to move them up to the running order. With 2 minutes 55 left on the clock, 1, possibly 2 laps left for the majority of this field. Marsh, who joined qualification later than everybody else, is still in 16th position in car number 33, having yet to set a representative lap time, but we will be seeing that in a few moments' time. He's in the final sector now. So can Marsh lift himself away from the bottom of the field? Yes, he can. 15th position.
Just moves himself ahead of Jones, who's currently at the rear of the field. Sayer moved up a position on that last time through. Like I say, 2 minutes 30, so if you're crossing the line now, you can still just about get 2 more laps in, but you're running out of time for everybody else as they're coming through their laps. Giddings still holding firm at front. Dance is in that 2nd place. Then we've got the first Volkswagen, Verco in 3rd, Colburn comes in 4th at the moment, ahead of Hansen and Sayer.
Yeah, there's a big gap, and you can see there between 3rd all the way down into the lower reaches of the top 10. So there's time to find for Colborne and the likes of Hans and Sayer as well, and Hill in the VWs need some lap time to find if they want to get themselves into contention in the same postcode as Verco, currently the fastest of the GTI runners, holding on the 3rd position and only 6 tenths of a second away from our double champion and current provisional pole sitter Giddings on the front of the field. A little bit further down the order we see a green for Sayer in 6th place, so he's in the 2nd sector at the moment, 40.7, 2.9 for Sayer. Can he make that anything, any improvement as he crosses the line? We'll find out in a few moments' time if he can convert that into a faster time. And there we go, no he doesn't, he stays in 6th position. And exactly what we expected to see, Chris. This is a pretty tight pack in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, if you can make up a half second to a second in the mid-pack, you can be right from the sort of 13th place up to that 3rd place. So real everything to play for. We were just watching Colburn, Verco, as he was going through and doing a good job. I think that is him in that turquoise car. See whether he can make any more progress, but his progress will be in, to the lead of his championship. But yeah, the midfield with Hill, if he can just make up those few tenths, he can move himself up from that midfield 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at Ed Giddings now. This is our provisional pole sitter at this moment in time. Double champion, as we say, in the BMW. In fact, we're going away now from Giddings. There we go. Back onto the BMW again as he's on a push lap. So purple is Dance in sector 1. So Giddings needs to get his skates on a little bit now. Otherwise, he might be under a bit of pressure at the front of the field.
Yeah, so he's got half a second gap at the moment. But yeah, like you say, with a 29.4, that is the fastest we've seen through that first sector. So they can keep that effort going. So Giddings is under threat a little bit as we watch the start-finish straight at the moment. You can see the cars in the background. There it is, our Verco in that turquoise car, leading out down the Tower Straight. And here into Tower Court.
I will say these cars are very well presented actually. It's a lovely looking field of cars, some very bold colour schemes, and I like me a bold colour scheme as I look out of the commentary box window and I've just seen Giddings cross the line. He does not improve at 37.202, which is 4 tenths of a second away from his current provisional pole time. Dance crosses the line as well. Does he move up? No, he does not, so he stays 5 tenths in arrears in 2nd position. Verco is still on the trike as the fastest of our VW Golf contingent. Will he be able to improve on a 37.3? We'll find that out in a few moments' time. Timing screens though, Chris, are all looking green or yellow.
We spoke to see whether Hill could make up for those couple of tenths in the midfield. He did that, and he moved up 3 places, so well done to him. Last lap wonder then into 4th position.
Yep, good time there from Simon Hill, a 4th position overall, 2nd in the VW Golf class. He's crossed the line now, so his day is done. Verco still out on the racetrack, but his 2nd sector is way off the pace, so he's coming down into pit lane, no doubt, and the end of his day. Anybody else looking through the timing screen to see if they're on an improvement? We see Wood in the BMW Z4 down in 13th position, so time to find for Wood, relatively competitive in the 2nd sector, but maybe not quite enough to pull the trigger on a position improvement. Jackson crosses the line in the Audi TT as well, 12 overall in the sole TT in this qualification session for the Z Cars Championship and the production GTI series.
Yeah, great session, nice and controlled by all the drivers. No one seemed to trip each other up too much. We didn't see any issues out there on track, so job done. And like I say, close as you like in the midfield. Looking forward to the race a bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely, something a little bit different in the sea of Caterham races that we've got going this weekend. It is great to see the Z Cars Championship and production GTIs. We've also got the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well to keep our eye out for a little bit later on. But as you say, Chris, qualification now, the checkered flag has waved, the times are in, and the grid is set for our race a little bit later on today.
I think we can sort of get the qualifying session done. We've got one more qualifying session to go before we then get back into the racing again, and that's for the Caterham Motorsport. So they're going to have their opportunities. They've been waiting all day patiently to get their qualification session underway, and in fact they're not racing today. They're the only Caterham Championship that has both. Well, they have both their races tomorrow. There are other championships running 2 races tomorrow, but everyone else has got at least 1 race today. So it will be the Roadsports that are going out for their qualification session next on track. I don't think there's much to clean up, so we probably look forward to that action fairly shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's we need to give credit where credit's due to the Z Cars and Production TK Couplings GTI Championship drivers for being a very clean session there, very fast session, no real dramas out on the racetrack. So as you say, not a great deal to clean up. We'll bring the cars back down in the pit lane. They're just coming through the final hairpin now and entering pit entry. So once they're out of the way, the marshals have assessed the conditions, recognised the fact the circuit is safe to continue. We'll move forwards and onwards into the next qualification session. But that was entertaining. They sound really nice, those cars.
Yeah, and the TT out there on its own, you could definitely tell when he was going by. The noise of that TT as it went by was distinctly different from the other cars, and the Z4s obviously sound different from the GTIs, and so they're all sorts of sight sounds and experiences as you go through.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race tomorrow, later on today, so very much one to look forward to. But we're going to turn our attention now to the next session that we've got out on the racetrack, and that will be the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship qualification, which is a short 20-minute session to set the grid for, as Chris said, the races tomorrow afternoon. And again, we see this in Caterham competition throughout the world in any class that you look at, Chris, but this one's going to be another very, very closely fought fight session, isn't it?
Absolutely. So this is the Caterham Roadsports. It's the 2nd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. You can see the timetable that we've been following. You can see the next race is due on at 2:50ish, but I think we're running ahead at least by a quarter of an hour, if not more, for the 310R. So this is the qualification session for the Roadsports. 2nd step of the ladder. They would have been Academy last year, so they were part of the 2 separate Academy grids that we run, and then we combine them all together. They upgrade their car very slightly, and they effectively strap new tyres on it, and that gives them about an extra 2 seconds of lap time for them as they move into this road sport season. We combine, I can see them coming out onto track, so they're actually starting their session. They combine the 2 grids into one, so it's the first time they'll be racing some of these other the drivers in the grid, and we get to see who out of the 2 Academy groups can upgrade best and take their step up. The car dynamics with the new tyre is a significant change in how the car behaves, and a lot of drivers suddenly come alive when they put these tyres on. We run for the Academy a dedicated Academy tyre, but this one is a sort of more, it's still a road tyre, but it's more race focused. These cars maintain their road legal status, so you'll still see lights, you'll see number plates on all these cars, you'll see they've got a windscreen wipers, all those things. You can drive these on the road, and many of our drivers do, but yeah, these are starting to get that little bit more race experience under their belts, and we'll see that as they go through. Ben Timmons comes in as a championship leader, ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh, and we said that, like I said, drivers come alive on these new tyres, and Lionel Tolmarsh sort of has been progressing all the way through his Academy season now to get into the Roadsport, and he took his first win last time out, and everyone was particularly pleased for him to see that progressing. He's in 2nd place in that championship. queuing is another driver we should keep an eye out for on timing screens, but we'll also see some closer times than I think we saw in the Academy race earlier on, because these drivers have a little bit more experience, and therefore some of those mistakes that we see and some of the lines they've got more nailed in, and they've been here 2 days testing, so they've got plenty of experience now on this Croft track, which will be the first time they have raced on this track.
So Chris, as a driver, talk to me a little bit about the experience of driving these cars. So as we say, these are an upgraded Caterham Academy cars, some new tyres, a few little bits here and there, but from a driver's point of view, obviously new tyres will more than likely give you more grip, but how does the dynamic of the car change? What do you have to bring to the table in something like this that maybe you didn't need to rely on back in Caterham Academy days?
The Academy car is designed to, the tyre that it runs on is designed to have several layers of grip in it. It has its sort of its first layer, which it gives up, and essentially you can slide and balance the car really nicely in the Academy car. These tyres become a little bit more, they've got more grip on offer, but it does mean that the sort of the edge of adhesion is slightly more sharp. So when we talk about being on the edge of adhesion, if you go over it, then it will start sliding around a little bit too much, and it will slow your lap time down. So as a driver, you're looking just to sort of maximise that balance of the car. They have a rear anti-roll bar this year, so that's another part that they add from the Academy, and it means that the rear end of the car is also a lot stiffer than it is. You'll see the Academy car leans quite a lot in the corners, and the Roadsport is a lot more sort of stiffer, so we're always heading at each step of the ladder that we go up, the car becomes stiffer as it goes, and this Roadsport is that first step. But yes, it's more about, as much as anything, what you learn through your Academy is how to race, and when you get to Roadsport, whilst the car dynamics are different, the tyres give you that extra two grips, and you've got to manage that grip level a little bit better. It's actually the racing that you see. They have 2 races per race weekend rather than just the single one, so their experience goes quite high. We've got a red flag out on track, so it does mean that there's probably a car stopped somewhere. I can't see it out my window right now, but we will keep an eye out. But there are red flags, so they will be returned to the pit lane. The timer will stop for this qualifying session, so they're 5 minutes or so into this session. There is the number 70. Is that Simon Sabin? I think it is, in the 70 car, so that's not a good start for his qualification session. I spoke to him briefly this morning, and he was looking forward to the session out there on track, but yeah, not the way he would have wanted that start. Can't see any particular issues on the car, so maybe just had a mechanical or something.
Well, it's interesting, Chris, because as you were saying, explaining a little bit more about the championship and the cars, and you were talking about the racecraft in particular, it was interesting to me to see that during this qualification session we got a lot of gaggles of cars together, squabbling for position, trying to find track position, but also the all-important slipstream that you spoke about in the previous session as well.
It's worth 7, maybe 10 miles an hour if the wind's in the right direction. There's not much wind here today, so probably let's say 5 to 7 miles an hour. And that is a significant chunk of your qualification time. So no matter how good your lap is, if you haven't had a toe in it, it could well be, oh yeah, it looks like you might well have clipped one of the tyre stacks. It looks like the tyre retaining. So
you'd know about that one if you clipped, so that's quite a hit.
As the marshal says, thanks so much to all our marshals again, but normally that is over by the chicane, but I can't actually see where that would have been. So I think it's out of Clervaux, maybe into turn 2 that he's clipped that. Yeah, and they are heavy. They normally you'd lose a wheel, so he did very well to not have that happen to him. They're having to roll it quite significant proportion or different back to get it into its correct position. But yeah, no matter how good your lap is, if someone's got a mediocre lap and got a toe, it's part of the skill of a Caterham driver is to work out how do you manage that, manage that situation.
And there's also the danger element there as well, that you want the toe from the car in front, but if the car in front makes a mistake or it's not ultimately as quick as you are, there's the balancing act, isn't there, of the 7/10 plus or minus that you may gain versus what you're losing in the corners. And these are momentum cars. It's very important to keep the minimum speeds up as well, and that's the kind of thing, that's not a skill per se, that's something that you learn over time, isn't it?
You learn, and you learn your drivers that are around you, so you're constantly identifying who is it in front of me, are they likely to make a mistake? If they are, how much further behind do I need to be so that I can still catch up with them without having to overtake? Because of course, if you catch up too quickly and you have to make an overtake, then that will impact your lap more than it would have done the gain that you've made, so you also have to have a good distance from that car in front.
And is it right to say that these drivers don't have pit-to-car communication, so it's not like you can have an explanation from an engineer or a spotter or something like that saying the guy in front's on a fast or a slow lap, etc. It's all down to you in the cockpit, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to make your mind up, and you know, in the higher championships where you have team support, they might be able to give you a pit board to tell you some information, but they certainly have no two-way communication with the drivers at all. Not allowed in this club motorsport arena. So it's up to you to be aware of the cars around you, aware of roughly how your session feels and what the laps felt like. But like I say, knowing the drivers around you and sort of working with that it's a skill to learn, and it's something that you build up. And as the higher steps of the ladder, where they've already done their qualifying sessions this morning, but you can be sure that they are fully monitoring who's ahead of them and also who's behind, because you don't want to give your competitors a nice tow to give them the advantage.
And that's exactly why Caterham Motorsports and the whole pyramid of cars are such an incredible tool for drivers to learn in a great progression up through the very, very beginning of your racing career all the way up to an end position. So the UK Championship is an end goal in its own way, isn't it? It's not a stepping stone or something else. That's where many drivers go and spend their entirety of their career, because of the racing, the track time, the great circuits that we visit, the camaraderie amongst the drivers and teams, and of course the pleasure of driving a car such as this on the absolute limit. So it's great that all these different facets of a race driver's skill are tested and exposed and developed throughout the course of their time in the pyramid.
Really tightly controlled set of regulations as well, which is really important for making sure that everything is an even playing field. The cars are so tightly bunched, it's because the cars are identical, and by regulation they are tested to make sure they are identical. There's all the engines are sealed, all the major components are sealed, so that people can't do anything to have an advantage in their car. It is all down to the driver, it's all down to the skill, and that's it's exciting for drivers that actually it does all come down to managing, knowing that knowledge of what do I do in qualifying, what do I do in the race, can really benefit you.
Yeah, and it's exciting for us in the commentary box and the folks at home as well. This is pure thoroughbred motor racing. There's no electronic gimmickry, there's no DRS zones and little flaps that make you go faster. Nothing but you, the car, the racetrack, and the skill involved in pedalling as quickly as you can against your rivals around the track. And speaking of said around the trackness, I hear in my ears that we're only a few more moments away now from resuming the session. You can see the snatch vehicle at the end of pit lane just coming back into position again. Everybody's lining up at the end of pit road. The red lights are on, which signifies the circuit is closed, but very, very shortly they will go green and we will be able to finish this qualification session. And it's a good job, Chris, that we're running ahead of time, because this is the danger of events like this one. It's very, very quickly for the timetable to run away with it. So.
Yeah, that's why the BARC do run ahead of schedule as much as they can to make sure that we can allow for these sessions. We're running to a tight curfew as well at the end of the day, so we have to make sure that everything does happen in time. Roadsport's running a lap record around here of a 1 minute 34.0 set by Andrew Murgatroyd, and at the moment the only lap time that we got was from Ryan Wilby, 1:36, so plenty of time to be found out there. Conditions, like I say, quite hot to set ultimate lap times. You generally want a little bit cooler to make sure that the engines have got nice cold air and the tyres aren't angry. But let's keep an eye out on that 1:34.076 and see whether anyone can get close to it. Lap records can only be set in the race, but you can see the cars are now back on track, and it looks like Sol Rogers leading them around through the chicane for the first time.
So we stopped the clocks at 16 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. The red flag was a pause in proceedings. We're now back again exactly the same timing that we ran on before, so the drivers aren't losing any time on circuit for this qualification session. It's a 20-minute qualification session, of course, and this will set the grid for the race a little later on the weekend. So if you had a momentary pause, they've not really learnt anything, have they, from that first session? They've not been out there long enough, so there's nothing they can take away into this second portion, so to speak.
What they have done is had a lap around the track, which gives them a nice indication of how the overall grip levels have changed since they were out in testing. Yesterday was a bit drizzly and miserly, so this is the first time it's been a sort of bone dry track everywhere, so they will still be learning. Some of them won't have got a full session out yesterday for whatever reason, one reason or another, so there will be some still learning that track, and every lap then is absolutely vital. See them all flowing through the Sunny Inn complex here with 15 minutes to go. Names to look out for, definitely Ben Timmons, Lionel Tolmarsh. We see whether he can continue in his efforts. Tom McEwing, White Group champion from last year, so he is got a thoroughbred. He knows how to pedal these cars already, and he's made a good transition into the road sports, and himself Timmins and McEwing are all up there fighting with Wilby as well, and Kennelly for those opening positions. So there are plenty of names we need to look out for, but at the moment it's still that Ryan Wilby time sits atop but obviously now they're just starting their next full flying lap.
And interestingly, exactly as we saw in the first portion before the red flag, the cars are coming back out in gaggles again. So again, they're trying to use that slipstream that Chris so clearly explained earlier on, but there's a risk factor involved in that one as well. So who's going to roll the dice and get the advantage? Who's going to come out with a net disadvantage? You can see now these two cars close together, almost going onto a defensive line, lets the car past the 65, gets that clean air. So he'll be frustrated that he's not got the slipstream. In fact, runs a little bit wide on corner exit, but there's no real dramas there. But that's the problem, isn't it? That's the balancing act, Chris, that you want the slipstream, but you also want the clean air. What do you win, when do you lose? And that backfired quite significantly, actually, for Solomon Rogers, because he's now pushing a hole through the hair for his rival.
And that's all part of the tactics. You don't want to be at the lead group of any of these gaggles, so there will be people hanging around, but you've got to make sure you don't run out of time. You can't back away from every single lap, otherwise you're never going to get that qualification lap. So it really is a bit of a chess game to make, to work out what needs to happen. But yeah, Sol is currently leading that, and it looks like he's going to continue this lap to get that one in the bank, but we may well see him therefore bail out and move to the back of it. There's number 3, Ed Cozzi, who's also right up there normally in the standings. So where does he live? He's 11th place at the moment, so he's had a 5th place and about a 7th place, so it's consistent results, but I know that will be looking to see whether he can move further forward this time through. As we see some first competitive laps coming through then, so Sol Rogers, we were watching, has put himself into 2nd place for now. Tolmarsh finds himself well, he was in 5th, but it's all changing now because Emson's dropped himself to the top of that list. So Emson, then Lawrence McEwing, we talked about him, he's jumped up to the top, and we're starting to see more representative lap times now.
Yeah, so this is the first real circle through the cert track for a representative lap time. For the majority of these drivers, we expect these to move up and down the running order significantly over the next 10, 15, 20, it's next 10 minutes or so, as once again we see a little bit of jockeying for position on the racetrack, allowing the driver through to have a clean run through the second portion of the lap to pick up the slipstream for yourself, and that is Sol Rogers again, just playing the tactical game nice and smart as we go through the S's, avoided the barrier on the inside, nicely done this time. You don't want to plant some more of those in the Caterham, or it will be the end of your day very, very quickly indeed. And I expect this session's going to ramp up in pace as the session runs on, as more rubber's laid down, although the temperature's gradually rising. The drivers are starting to get more acclimatised with what they're doing, starting to find their track position, and the lap times will tumble. Yeah,
we're already starting to see the kind of names we expect to see at the top there. So McEwing, Wilby and Lawrence taking those top steps, and we'll see some others that we would more normally expect to see up there. We were watching Robert Lowe, who was fighting with Sol Rogers, and Sol Rogers dropped back, but Robert Lowe, husband of Ida, who did the Academy last year, so it's his turn to take to the motorsport ladder, and he's doing a great job in that 13th place in the championship, and currently sitting, where is he, he's 18th place on the qualification so far, so that jockeying's definitely not helped him out, but we're going to see the normal bouncing around of times. Ballard is the big winner around this time. Ballard's moved up 13 places into 3rd. He comes into here in 7th place in the championship with a 6th place as his best result so far this season.
Good lap time there from Zach Lower as well, moved up 9 positions into 6th overall in car number 33, so Lower, good improvement there, 1.225 seconds away from the provisional pole position. We've got 2 seconds covering the top 12 drivers, but again, expect that to condense significantly as the session wraps up to its conclusion, as everybody's now starting to get their eye in, setting good laps. And Chris, on this one, is this car, are these tyres good to do multiple quick laps, or do you need to do a fast and a slow? How does that work?
Absolutely, push from the start and don't stop until the checker flag's shown. They will take the 20 minutes and they will go with it. They can get tired and angry, but you've just got to maximise the number of laps to maximise your chances of a lap. So there's no reason to back away from the lap other than to get into the tow, and we've seen that down the straights. Last time we were looking at the straight, plenty of cars were sort of dropping to the right hand side and pulling out of the stream, just letting the cars go through. Cozzi was left out front and with no tow, but he looked like he was going to continue that battle. He's finding himself down in 13th, so he's still got a lot of improvement to do to find his pace back to where we're expecting, but you can see that they're all running absolutely line astern. Looks like a race, doesn't it? But remember, this is qualifying, this is not a race. And there's Robert Lowe again, taking around the tightest corner in UK motorsport, taking about 27 miles an hour probably in these road sports.
And down in third position, Ballard has set an incredible opening sector, a 28.992, a little bit slower in sector 2 and sector 3, but showing some prodigious pace in the number 72 machine. He's dropped down to 5th overall, but if he can replicate sector 1 pace around the remainder of the lap, then expect to see him moving forward as Lawrence jumps up 3 positions into 3rd place on the provisional grid, just under 0.6 of a second away from the provisional pole position with the fastest final sector time. So we're seeing pockets of pace from some drivers at different parts of the racetrack, but no one really quite managed to hang it together for an entire lap at this moment in time.
Yep, so I think we're still going to see time improvements, but McEwing has set that best time at 35.0, about a second down on our lap record, which we'll see whether that can go when they race tomorrow. Timmins again just 2/10 behind in second place. Harvey Lawrence, another one of our young drivers, put himself up into that 3rd place. He recovered a few positions back from where Wilby Boyle and Ballard had sort of demoted him. But yeah, they're still yet more time to find, and I would predict maybe even another half second before the time is up. Still got plenty of time on this qualifying session.
Yep, last time around as well, car number 28 Bryant moved up 16 places into the top 10, so he's provisionally 9th on the grid at this moment in time, so a good progression there from Bryant into 28. We've got a couple of drivers that seem to be on relatively quick laps at the moment. Ballard once again, sector 1, fastest of all at 28.946, so not quite as fast as last time around, but he hemorrhages time in sector 2, a couple of tenths away from the ultimate pace. So Ballard, he's got what he needs in the first sector. He's just stringing it together. The car's not talking to him in the twisties in the middle.
Well, it could actually be that if he's quick through the first sector, it might just be he's too close to the car in front when he starts the lap. It means he gets all the tow given to him in that first sector, and then it's got nowhere to go but to follow the car in front. So again, the tactics of that, whether he can complete that lap and get through the technical end of this lap, I'd say that tow management is not just about getting one, it's about how far behind do you want to sit before catching up. See them all going down as a kind of one long straight. There's number 23, I think that is. Who is that that's spun out? Fine, that looks like Cross on my timing screen. So he recovers back though onto the circuit. That's just into this final section here, into the final hairpin, just to our right of our commentary box, as we see these colourful grid of cars disappearing over the horizon. Remember, these are road legal cars, so they've got their windscreens, they've got all their number plates, so the requirement they do run with them. You can't actually take them off. It's all part of the being fair. Everything is equal.
It seems like Barry Cross is continuing in the session, so he's not come down pit lane, so there was no damage. He's never too concerned about the state of the tyres either, is Barry Cross, and he continues. So quick look where he is on the timing screens at this moment in time. He's down in 24th position, so work to do to move himself up the running order for Barry Cross, as currently McEwing is still our provisional pole sitter, 0.003 of a second ahead. In fact, as I'm saying that one, Timmins moves up into 2nd position from Ballard, who moves up to the 3rd, and Lawrence was 2nd, now 4th.
Yeah, Tolmarsh briefly snuck up into 2nd place there, but the clerk of the course has disallowed that lap time for track limits. So remember, they must stay within the limits of the grey tarmac, and they can use the curbing, but they can't go beyond any curbing that's out there. And so anytime they are breaking those lines where there is no curbing, they can be called for track limits. So Tolmarsh, we said about his progression through and how he took his first win last time out. Well, he's going to be disappointed at the moment that he finds himself in 17th, having just had a 2nd place position that's been given away.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, that's part of the driver's mental makeup, isn't it? Especially at this young stage in their career. It's how do you recover from that one. He'll be aware, I'm sure, that he went outside of track limits. He'll be expecting that lap time to be deleted, and it's just a case of have a mental reset, go back out there, do it again, but just give yourself a little bit more wiggle room to the outside line of the racetrack. Stay on the grey stuff, and if that's the case, then Tolmarsh will very quickly be moving up from that 17th position he currently finds himself in.
Yeah, the briefing in the morning where the clerk of the course comes and talks to the driver, tells him what's expected, and he highlights exactly where he's looking at track limits and where they are enforced, more rigorously than others, so places they should watch out for, and especially out the back of the track, which we don't have visibility on our cameras, but nevertheless that is where he may well have picked up that limits infringement.
Yep, so we've got 5 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. We've still got McEwing is the man on provisional pole position from Timmins, Boyle, Lawrence, Ballard, and in 6th place is Little John. For half a tenth of a second cover our top 6 drivers. We've seen the lap time starting to tumble now. We've got 2 drivers very close in proximity to each other as they cross. The timing being that is car number 65, that is Sol Rogers, that we've seen a lot of in this session so far, but he's currently down in 7th place. Rogers not quite fast enough to improve his overall lap. In fact, he does improve his lap time, but not his track position. 1 minute 35.499, 480 tenths of a second away from what is currently our provisional pole sitter McEwen at the front of the field.
The big winner that time through though was Cozzy. He'd moved himself up into 4th place, so I think he was up 16 places from where he was before.
Oh, nice.
So that's a nice jump for him. Like I said, he does expect to be up near the front of that grid, very competitive racer, and he will be happy at the moment with that 4th place. As we're watching Ben Timmins in the purple machine there going out into the back part of this track. Here are the in-park S's. They sweep left and right and they'll take the next right of Barcroft and then into Sunny. But Ben Timmins in that purple machine, expect to see him in that race, and currently sitting in 2nd place on our grid. The bright green machine of McEwen is our current pole position sitter. He hasn't improved his time for a little while now, and you would expect to see some improvement. So whether he's trying to position himself or whether he's kind of happy with that lap, he's certainly positioning in that pole position at the moment. But I'd say with only 99 thousandths of a second back to Timmins, he'll want to see it move forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think McEwen last time around 38.721, so a good 2 or 3 seconds away from what has been his fastest lap of the session so far. So no doubt a little bit of a case of trying to negotiate your way around it, because lap time disallowed the track limits that we're seeing on that time in screen.
Got a red flag being shown as well. Something down at the end of the track at turn 1. I can't see that car. I can see a car facing me in the gravel down at turn 1, so he's just a little bit of a over exuberant in turn 1, and there's a deep gravel trap there, really easy to get beached. And with only 3 minutes 50, who knows whether in fact they're showing the checkered flag to the drivers in the pit lane, so that will be qualification session over for the Roadsports. So we can call that. There is a car. Is that Tom McEwen in the green machine in turn 1? Has he met the barrier? That will be a disaster for his championship if he's got a problem. They have got all night to fix it. Caterham will look after. You can see the black marks leading to the scene of the accident. Caterham will look after all these Roadsport cars and get them back out on track. But it seems like it might be Tom McEwen in the green car, turn 1. I can see the digger going to rescue him out of turn 1.
And that's a shame for McEwen, because as you say, set the fastest time very early in the session, struggled to really replicate that kind of pace. The last time he crossed the line was a 36.8, so 1.8 seconds away from his ultimate quickest time, and then of course exit stage left into the gravel. And for Cozzy, a real shame as well there, the time disallowed, so down to 18th position he will start. No right to reply with the checkered flag having been waved, so he can't go again and set a quicker time, so real disappointment there for Edward Cozzy. But the flip side of that one is exciting for us, because then we've got a very, very fast driver very far down the field who will be looking to make his way up through the running order over the course of the 2 races tomorrow. But with the checkered flag waved, that is the end of our qualification session, and McEwen is the man that ends the day by a hair's breadth in pole position ahead of Timmins, with Boyle in 3rd and Lawrence qualifying and crossing the line 4th position. And we've got what, 0.6 of a second covering the top 9 drivers.
Yeah, well, typical Caterham action, we would say there. Great for them all. A couple of sort of red flags in this session, so not as tidy as the GTIs that we saw earlier, but it looks like Tom McEwen's car's being cleared, so we will have to switch our focus again. McEwen and Timmins and Boyle setting that pace, but we're getting back to racing now. So the next out on track will be I believe it's the 310R Championship. So that is the 4th step of the ladder. Remember, the Roadsport session that we just watched is qualifying that we've just seen for the 2nd step of the Motorsport ladder. So these another 2 years at least experience, but a lot of the drivers stay in the 310R Championships for multiple years, or even come back to it after having done other championships. So these are big grids of very experienced drivers, and we're back to racing action.
Absolutely, and again, that's a beautiful thing, isn't it, about the world of Caterham racing. You can make the progression if that's how you wish to go, or if, with the exception of the Caterham Academy, where it's a once in and out, you can go back and drive any different class of car, whatever suits you, suits your budget, suits your driving style, suits your whole way of going motor racing. And you can see on your screens now, this is our provisional timetable for the weekend, and the next race will be the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. It's saying 14:50 on the timing screen, but we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so that will be happening much sooner than that one. So don't go anywhere if you're watching at home, because we will be going racing for the 2nd time today. And as we've said, the Caterham 7 310R Championship is an incredibly competitive series, so expect this one to be a thrill a minute. So, the Caterham 7 310R Championship is coming up next. Please don't go anywhere if you're watching us on social media, on the Caterham social media channels. Thank you very much. Please do give us a like and subscribe for more. Same for the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel if you're watching online. Thank you for being with us. Hit that notification and subscribe button, because there's plenty more racing over the course of 2023 and beyond for you to enjoy. And if you're watching, of course, on the Bark TV, thank you very much for being with us today. My name's Paul Jeffrey, alongside me is Chris Hutchinson, and we'll be your hosts for the rest of today, where we've got a wealth of outstandingly exciting racing to look forward to bringing to your screens.
We've got an interview with Taylor O'Flanagan, which we lined up from earlier on, so let's bring that to you now.
Here with Taylor O'Flanagan just before his race. So Taylor, how was today?
Not the best, a little bit further down than we like to be, but we've got a good few races throughout the weekend to make up. So yeah, just try and get off the line around turn 1 and then onwards to the front of the grid, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. So you've been up here testing for a few days, but the weather's been quite different to what it is today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the hottest it's been today. We've had quite good weather, a little bit of rain, but generally pretty good. But it's very hot today, so it'll be interesting to see how the tyres fare. Be trying to look after them as much as possible.
Yes, and your usual competitor has put it on pole, doesn't he? You can do it, Taylor. You can get up there.
Yeah, I'll be coming after him.
We'll be looking out for you coming through the field. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the race. Thank you. Right, I'm just going to move round to Alan. Alan's just getting his kit on. Actually, I'll let him get his helmet on and everything. But while I'm waiting, I might just have a quick word with Jack Sales, who's qualified 6th today. How was qualifying out there for you, Jack?
Yeah, it was good. I kind of I'm saving my new tyres for a bit later in the weekend, so I thought I'd give old rubber a go. So managed to not completely mess it up and whatnot. So yeah, it was good. It's good.
It's still a lovely big grid as well, isn't it? So you're in 6th place, so you hopefully won't get caught up in anything.
Fingers crossed. That's the hope. That's the hope.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jack. There we go. I think Alan's not quite ready yet, so we'll have a word with Harry Cook, who is just a little bit
Okay, so we lost sound there, but thank you very much for your little wander around and talk to some of the drivers before the race. And here we are for the Motril Caterham 7 310R Championship. The front row of the grid is made up from Hugo Bush and David Yates in 2nd place. Row 2 is Lars Alexander Hoffman, just ahead of car number 9, Harry Cook. On the 3rd row of the grid, Jack Sales leads the 310s, who are ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. And in row 4, Harry Landay and Philip Bianchi. Row 5, 9th and 10th on the grid, Chris Fraser, car number 10, and Graham McDonald, car number 19, round out our top 10 drivers. And as we head to the second half of the grid, we can see 11th position is that of Darryl Cresswell from Wesley Payne in 12th. 13th, Ryan Lovett from Ben Lopez Appleton in position 14. Row 8, position number 15, car number 53 is Tim Steele. Car number 98, James Hall, lines up alongside him. Heading down to row 9, Jeff Price is just ahead of Steve Metcalf in car number 16. Row 10, 19th position is Harry Eyre, ahead of Alan Curtis, car number 33, and 20th on our grid. In 21st position we have got Michael Curley, just ahead of Pete Wales, car number 52. Row 12, Ryan Munsey ahead of Robert Bullen, with Kevin Cooper and Paul Herndon lining up on row 13. And the final row 14 of the grid is John Cox, with Alan Cooper, car number 71, lining up in last position.
Alan Cooper well out of position there. He had an issue in qualifying, had to pull off. They did have to red flag their qualifying as they head off onto their green flag lap then. But yeah, Alan Cooper, he's not had a luck-filled start to his season. But nevertheless, we will see him coming flying through this field, a jumbo field as ever. But it's Hugo Bush in the grey car with the orange roll cage who heads that. DPR Motorsport heads Matt Blythe car with David Yates. A fantastic result for him in second place. I know he'll be pleased. He goes quickly round this Croft Circuit, and clearly that is where he needs to be. In third place, I think that was Hoffman off on that third position. Hoffman coming off of a triple win last time. These cars do 3 20-minute races as a course of their race weekend. That's new for them this year, and also this year they are running on the new ZZR tyres, so lap records are likely to tumble. Current lap record is a 1 minute 30.479, but expect to see that be chipped away by maybe as much as 2 seconds depending on conditions today. So there was a lap record trophy up for grabs, no doubt, over the course of this race weekend as well. David Yates there in that blue and black machine following the grey and red. We've got Lars Hoffman in the red and white machine, Motul sponsored car. We've got a Motul sponsored championship as well, so he kind of matches nicely there. And then we've behind him Harry Cook, always up there with Alan Cooper. Jack Sales following along from him. Pedro Flanagan is in the yellow machine, the reigning 270R champion. So he's stepped up into the 310 and he's inserted himself nicely at the front of this grid. And Hugo Bush was one of his competitors last year, so Hugo up there with the best of them, putting it on pole position. So Taylor would like to be right up there with his friends, and following Taylor we also got Harry Landy in the green machine. So plenty of action. 310R championship, plenty of experience out there. And like I say, some of these drivers, including Jack Sales has even done the 420R, been on the podium in the championship for that. But he's come back to the 310R as he loves it so much, as does Graham McDonald as well, so good to see him back out there qualifying in 11th place today as they come around the final corner then to perform up on the grid.
Yep, so here we go once again. We're going to go racing at Croft in just a few moments' time. The cars are lining up on the grid, 2x2 formation. As always, a standing start. As always in this championship, everybody's had a sight of lab, everybody's got a little bit of understanding of what is underneath them as we head into another 20-minute race. Some returning names, some new names to the championship, some past masters joining this field. You've got everything, all the ingredients you need for a sterling race. And Chris, this field is stacked with cars, isn't it? It's going to be such a difficult job all the way at the back of the grid to try and make your way through.
It is going to be a game of chess out there, and like I say, we expect to see them nose to tail throughout this whole entire field. We're certainly looking to see a 100-wheel Caterham for the first couple of laps at least. Lars Hoffman, can he continue that winning streak? He had 3 wins at Alton Park. Can he continue that here into Croft? Can Hugo Bush take onto the top step? He's got a couple of second place in there as well, so we are really getting up there. The last few cars are going to get themselves lined up in this grid. We'll look for that green flag at the back of the field. Before then, we'll go for the lights, which you can see top right of your screen, and they'll have a delay of about 5 seconds before those lights go off, and then we'll get underway in this first of 3 races for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. The 5-second board is given.
Here we go then, the green flag at the back of the field to signify that everything is clean, everything is clear. The revs begin to rise, the lights will go out in a few moments time, and there we go. It's a good start at the front of the field. There's a good getaway from the first 2, 3, 4 rows of the grid. A little bit of squabbling further down the running order as we run in Clervaux for the first time. On the outside we have got Hugo Bush. Has he maintained a position? Yes, he does.
David Yates took that lead actually going around that, so he was on the outside of the grid. He's gone in front of Hugo Bush there in the grey and orange machine. In third place we've still got Hoffman, then we've got Cook following on behind them as they thread the needle through this. So a great start from David Yates out in front, but does he want to be out in front? We're coming down this not straight. Hugo Bush jinking to the outside as they go down to Tower for the first time.
Yep, good spot there. Did not notice that was Yates there. Now he's on the defensive as Bush looks to the outside. Was there enough room to get past? No, there is not. Slots back in again, looks to the inside, tries to get the tyre to turn through the corner. Meanwhile, a little bit further down the running order, the 2 cars side by side as we run into the chicane. They're going to have to form back into single formations. Everybody's desperate for that slipstream. Everybody's desperate for a little bit of a draft from the car in front, trying to find space, jockeying for position. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 100,000 cars all line astern as we head down to the second part of the lap.
So it's Hugo Bush in the lead over David Yates in that second place. So they have reversed the positions. Hoffman follows on really closely. Then Taylor O'Flanagan making up good positions in that yellow machine off the line. Following him, we've also got Jack Sales, who's lost out a little bit in that early. He made some early positions, but he's dropped back again. And it's Harry Cook in the middle of them. But there is Hugo Bush in the number 22 DPR car. Following him is David Yates in the blue machine. Hoffman in that red machine as they head round tightest corner in British Motorsport. 30 mile an hour probably in these 310R machines as they look to complete their first lap. And it's going to be Hugo Bush then over the line to set that to opening lap. And he started on pole position and maintains it as they flow on through into the turn 1 and Clervaux.
Yeah, good start there for O'Flanagan as well. Moved up 2 positions into 4th currently on the racetrack at this moment in time as they cross the line for the very first time. McDonald as well, another mover and shaker into 7th place. 3 positions to the good over the course of this first lap as everybody's starting now to settle down into their rhythm a little bit. And as we said at the top of this broadcast, they are all nose to tail from back to front of this grid. One small mistake, one slightly off track moment as we see somebody running a little bit deep there. Can't quite see the number on the car, but at the rear of the field we've got somebody grass tracking. One small mistake though, Chris, and you're going to be losing not 1 but 5 places.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a battle to be had about not falling out the train, so we'll call this the train of cars. If you actually get shuffled out of the order or pushed to the side, you risk losing multiple places as other cars then look to benefit from you being pushed out. So it really is a game of working out where do you balance that speed. Do you want to be aggressive and risk being moved out of that chain of cars, or do you want to just sit and let this race develop a little bit? You can see there's no real gaps appearing just yet as this field. There's that one gap there. It looks like maybe Ryan Lovett there has just got a bit of gap to make up as they head into the complex then, and this tight end to the lap. When you're running nose to tail again, it's so tempting to dive up the inside, but really they need to be cautious. Jack Sales is looking to make a move on Harry Cook there up the inside of that and looked like he was going to make that happen. And Hugo Bush though does serenely take that lap 2, still ahead of David Yates and Hoffman out front.
Yeah, Yates now sees an opportunity, gets a slipstream from the long start finish straight down into the chicane at the first corner. Will Yates have enough of an overlap? Yes, he does. Looks to the inside, doesn't quite find enough room to run, and that's Bush just about holding on to the race lead. Yates in the blue car in second position. Looks very, very similar colour scheme on our screen, so apologies for my slight confusion there as they ran down in Clervaux, but it's just about still as you were at the front of the field.
As the light streams into this commentary box from these fabulous conditions we've got here at Croft, it is quite tricky sometimes to see what cars are coming at you. You can see this whole field. There's still a little few gaps right at the rear now as we saw some grass tracking, and that's going to happen, but the front of that field still Bush holding on. Actually, he's done a very good job to hold on for at least a couple of laps as they head off round the Jim Clark S's, and looking now to go into the Barcroft end of the lap. Jeff Price just going through our screen as the exit is Ryan Lovett moving on through. Alan Cooper making some good progress up then from his side right at the back of that grid. He's made another couple of places last time, and I think when I saw him there he was even further forward. But David Yates now leads, so the last time we saw them it was Hugo Bush. It's David Yates leading Hoffman, and then Bush is now pushed down to 3rd place, so it's all changed. O'Flanagan looking around the outside of Hugo Bush there to go into the complex, and he's going to make a move up, so Hugo Bush is going to have lost 3 places on that last lap.
And it's just like a NASCAR race, isn't it? Once you get out of the little pack, you find yourself hung out to dry, and that's exactly what has happened to Bush there. He found himself outside of that little battle pack and has dropped all the way down to 4th. He'll not be too concerned at this stage. There's 15 minutes left in the race, and he knows he's got the pace of the car. Immediately, he's on the charge now, trying to find a way past O'Flanagan as our 2 race leaders look side by side, but not quite enough of an overlap in the braking zone. O'Flanagan has held on to position as well in 4th place, so Bush can't quite find his way past just yet. But this is exactly what we've come to expect from Caterham Racing, swapping positions. If you don't make the move, if you're not committed to the move first time, you're very likely to start eking your way backwards in the pack as a stream of cars are hungry for your track position. As once again at the front of the field we've got another charge for the race lead side by side, and there we go, that is job done for car number 70. Hoffman holds on to position just about. No, Flanagan now to the outside.
We've got Flanagan on the grass, and it's thrown up all the dust there, so he's going the typical example of getting shoveled out the line and then losing out all that momentum. Jack Sales making most of that, moving up into 4th place. Lucky to only lose that single position. You could see that developing. He was on the edge of that car and he was sort of slightly offline, and it just pushed him into that dirt. Lucky that the wet weather we had yesterday has dried up, but Hoffman takes that lead. Remember, he's off that triple win from Alton Park.
Yeah, great stuff from Hoffer at the front of the field, though. Flanagan loses one position but stays very firmly in the conversation of the fight of the cars around him as well, so nothing really too badly lost at this stage in the race. At the front of the field, still Yates in second position. I believe there is car number 17 that we're looking at of Hoffman as our race leader. Yates still holding on to second position. Bush now back up in a third and fancying his chances of resuming that fight from a couple of laps ago. The only difference here, Chris, is Hoffman has decided to run away with things at the front and snuck in front of the pair of them.
That gap is going to be eaten up again by the time they get round to the end of the straight. The tow will be sufficient to pull him through and out as they all the field do go across, but Hoffman does cross the line that first phase ahead of Yates and Bush. Sails up into that fourth and looking good and defensive there. A little bit of a gap, like we said, back to Yates, but wait until the end of Tower and that will have evaporated. Jack Sails pulling along Hugo Bush. Taylor O'Flanagan has now found himself in that fifth with Harry Cook behind. Landy looking like he's fighting with, might have been, let's have a look where he was, probably Fraser, I think actually he was fighting with at that point. But yeah, Jack Sails is now into that third place, so he has demoted Hugo Bush out into that fourth place. Jack Sails making good progress, remember, in that Tier accountancy car. Very experienced racer that's come back to live in this 310R Championship, really enjoying it.
The Hugo Bush is having a bit of a yo-yo race at the moment, isn't he? Make one, lose one, make one, lose one. Currently down into fourth position as Sails sneaks his way up to the bottom step of the podium. 12 minutes, 50 seconds left to run. There's still plenty of racing left to do as Hoffman continues serenely on at the front of the field. Yates now been looking to take the opportunity to start to close away that gap. Try and put a bit of fresh air between himself and the rest of the field, but look how close they are on the grid. Fresh air will be a thing of dreams, but not reality for Yates at this moment in time, as immediately he's under pressure into the hairpin, but manages to get the optimal line, gets the run off of the corner. But will the slipstream effect be big enough to allow the rest of the field to have a charge down into T1?
Yates is clearly having to look in his mirror a little bit more than he's looking out front at the moment, and it's Sails who's looking to put the pressure on as they head into turn one. Hoffman's clearly got a really quick car because he is able to hold off the chasing pack at the moment, but Yates does defend off into turn one this time through. Jack Sails in that third place. We've seen him moving just step by step up through the order, and is he going to be in second place by the time we get to Tower? It's looking quite likely at the moment. The rest of this field really kind of clinging on to the speed that Hoffman's injected into the front of this field, and some little gaps now appearing. Cresswell just pulling a sort of a gap up behind him to love it, but it's Hoffman still in the lead of Yates. Jack Sails does stay in that third place. It's Hugo Bush, then Taylor O'Flanagan following on. They head into this absolutely flat out section through Jim Clark S's.
And this is absolutely sensational to see. For somebody who's new into the world of Caterham like myself, it's incredibly difficult to remember the colour schemes while they're all swapping and changing positions, but this is pure motor racing, fighting for position, nothing asked, nothing given, and the fight at the front of the field has been fantastic, currently headed by Hoffman from Yates, Sails and Bush, and O'Flanagan just a little bit further behind, courtesy of that off-track incident that we saw a few laps ago, but still very much in the fight for these podium positions.
Yeah, I think I saw Alan Cooper, we were watching and monitoring from the back of the field. He was up there, but I'm not sure whether his transponder's working, because I can't see him in the list right now, and certainly if it was him, he's made some significant progress. But yeah, it's still Hoffman, just to seem to have that sort of couple of tenths, but it's Jack Sails now in that second place. He said he's moved at one place forward each time. Does he have the pace in his car to actually to threaten Hoffman? And I think at the moment he's looking like he's going to come have a look at down the inside. I think that'll be a faint move, and he'll slip back into line, knowing that he's got the long straight as Hugo Bush and Taylor Flanagan go side by side a little bit back as they come around this long right-hander at Hawthorne. They're threading the needle. Taylor Flanagan's been left out to dry on the left there. Hugo Bush looks like he's going to make that place up, and Taylor Flanagan will be lucky to get back in line.
Yeah, Hoffman looks like he's struggling a little bit for lap time now compared to the very start of the race, and Sails is the man that's leading the chasing pack behind, as we're seeing at the top end of the circuit. A couple of cars running side by side, but everybody gets through that section of corners, and there is the 35 of Sails saying, thank you very much, I will take that race lead. Hoffman demoted to second position. Yates thinking, this looks like an interesting fight, I'll buy into that one if the opportunity presents itself, but it does not. There are too many Caterhams on too small a piece of tarmac, so Hoffman holds on a second position, immediately trying to retaliate from Sails, but not quite close enough at this stage in the race. And Sails is now our new race leader, sideways through the corner, holding on to the car in spectacular fashion. A race lead and sideways, that's a crowd pleasing move.
As well as the new tyres that they've got, they also in this race series have a limited slip differential, which allows them to have a little bit of power over oversteer, and Jack Sails amply demonstrating that round a really fast sunny in. So you're coming from about 107 to 8 miles an hour down to about 50 miles an hour to get through Sunny, so a lot of killing of that speed, and it just kicked the rear end out. Hoffman now is the car who's looking threatening, isn't he, with Jack Sells. The front three did break away briefly, and there was a gap back where the kerfuffle between O'Flanagan and Bush sort of gave them a gap, but it is still Jack Sells leading this field, and he has done the ideal thing of just moving up one step at a time, and he is still leading this race.
It does make me wonder. I was suggesting that Hoffman seemed to be a little bit short of pace over the last couple of laps, whether that's strategic to drop back in a second position, to take the risk of the overtake away and look to rebuild and retake that lead, because the car seems to be back on its tippy toes again now for Hoffman, as he's back very firmly in the slipstream of Sales in front of him.
Bush has fallen right back there into about 6th or 7th place, so I'm not sure what happened to Hugo Bush that last time through, but Taylor O'Flanagan is free out in front. Hoffman retakes the lead as they head into Tower. Yates in that 3rd place, but Taylor O'Flanagan's now in the yellow car alone, so whether they had a bit of a touch out through the chicane that time, but at the moment Bush is going to have all to do. I can see on my 13th place is where Alan Cooper came across the line last time, and from the back of the grid, that's no mean feat.
Yeah, that's a sensational start to this race for Cooper. 8 minutes 15 seconds left on the clock. Can he do anything to move himself further up the running order? A fastest lap last time around, 1 minute 30.73 as well for Cooper. So he's got the pace, he's got the bravery, he's got the racecraft as well to make his way, to side his way through this field, losing as little time as possible to those cars in front of him. But Hoffman currently the race leader from Sales and Yates. Sales looks to the outside into the hairpin. That's going to be more for the cutback to get the run onto the start finish straight, to give him the run for the long drive now down into Clervaux, the first turn through the chicane. Then he'll follow through, try and stay in the slipstream, try and pressurise Hoffman in front, show him in the mirrors, making sure he knows that he's there to make Hoffman concentrate more on defending and on forward progression. It doesn't quite work on this occasion. It's still Sales now as Yates for company.
A couple of times now this front three though, I mean O'Flanagan's trying to cling on there, but a couple of times this front three have managed to break that little gap, and it just definitely shows that they've got the pace in their cars, and they're looking more like they'd also want to protect their podium from the O'Flanagan threat that's coming from behind. But Hugo Bush is sort of still in that gap land, so he's got a lot of work to do to try and get back to the front. Whether 7 minutes is enough, we see Jack Sales again take that lead as they head into Tower. There's a couple of really good overtaking opportunities. We see it into Tower and we see it into Turn 1, so they're the two key ones for this championship.
Yep, so Sales back in race lead again, although Hoffman was suspiciously slow in a straight line, that line there. Maybe wonder if he's backing out a little bit there, Chris.
I didn't see Hoffman on that last shot through, whether he's still there. Oh no, he is definitely. He's just tucked away behind Jack Sales. That is not a normal place to overtake into Sunny in, so he did well to hold on to that car. Yeah, he isn't gone, but it does mean that Taylor O'Flanagan now is right on the tail of David Yates. Hugo Bush has got, like I say, work to do following that triple car of McDonald, Cook and Bush is running sort of in that little gap behind.
Yeah, so this has been a fantastic race. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock at this moment in time. Sales is still our race leader. Hoffman still in second position. Yates and O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan very firmly dialed himself back into this little battle pack as well. Dropped away down in 5th position for a short period of time, but tyres have cleaned up. Confidence returns, and the bright yellow machine is firmly in this fight now for the race victory. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th cross the line as one, and then you've got a steaming pack of cars all looking for the same piece of tarmac behind, as yet Sales pulls out a small advantage, but that won't last.
Yeah, you saw from the academy where it spread out earlier on, the majority of this field are still well within sight of each other down the main straights, and they are very much there having their own battles each way. Jack Sales broken that little bit of a gap there back to Hoffman. If Hoffman has to defend from Yates, that could be a chance for Jack Sales to break away in his white and green machinery there, but Hoffman is able to hold off from David Yates. David Yates is struggling a little bit in straight line speed, I'd say, compared to the others on this straight. He's not able to make that move forward, but O'Flanagan's looking threatening there, and he'll want those podium positions, especially as his 270R companions are sort of sat behind him at the moment. Hugo Bush has made it past a couple of those cars, but he's still got a gap in front of him to make up.
This is a great opportunity for O'Flanagan now, as these cars are starting to squabble in front. This is the opportunity to wait for an incident, wait for a bit of drama, wait for a move or a little deft look to the inside, and then O'Flanagan can strike when the opportunity presents itself. He's running a little bit wide onto the grass, once again on Sunny out, but just about stays on the racetrack now as he's following through Yates. 3rd position. 2nd position is Hoffman that you're looking at on your screen. He's now back in the fight again from Sales. So Sales not as quick in the final sector as he is at the beginning of the lap, and this opens an opportunity for Hoffman now to start to get re-enthused about this fight at the front of the field. 4 minutes 37 seconds left on the Caterham 310R Championship, and it is Sales from Hoffman, from Yates from O'Flanagan, separated by absolutely nothing at the front of the field.
And the rest of the field all fighting over exactly the same bit of tarmac a little bit further down as well. There is Hugo Bush following along it will be Cook in front of him, so he is making good progress back through after whatever dramas he saw, and it looks like Harry Landy behind him. Could be Graham McDonald in the green car actually, but Jack Sales is now showing a clean pair of heels to Hoffman, who is under threat from Yates again as they head down into Tower. Yates is seeing whether he can force it down the inside. He's late on the brakes, but he's not going to have enough to do it this time. Again, it takes a lot of patience to back out of a move there, knowing that the dive bomb actually will cost you more than it's going to save you at this point. Taylor Flanagan still trying to cling on as they disappear out the back end of the track again.
Yeah, clever bit of driving there from David Yates, as you say, recognise that the deal's not really going to be on at this stage in the race. It's better to drop back and live to fight another day. So clever from David Yates, he's still very firmly glued to the rear of Hoffman ahead, as you see. A little bit of a squirrely moment there from Yates, but gets it all under control. No harm, no foul. And there is O'Flanagan in the yellow Canary car behind again, just keeping a watching brief, not really involving himself in the fight. He's more watching, waiting, learning, see if an opportunity presents itself in the final 2 or 3 laps of this race.
We're into the absolute key moments of Caterham race, the last 3 minutes or so, 3 minutes of the race. Absolutely key. It's where do you want to be when you start the last lap? Where do you want to be when you start the last corners of the last lap? It really is a game of chess out there. And like I say, O'Flanagan could happily be just watching that and seeing what happens. It does look like Cook and Bush are going to be a little bit too far back and McDonald to actually figure on that podium. But we've got at least a couple more laps in the bank to go. But Bush is still trying to push forward, and he's dragging Graham McDonald with him as well. Harry Landy is also in the mix, but a little bit further back. But here we go, Jack Sales then leading them again down the straight, then Hoffman in that second place. Yates and O'Flanagan sort of settled into their kind of positions now, and it's about who's going to get those podiums, who's going to be taking that biggest podium position home.
Yeah, exactly. It's all a mental game now. It's about applying pressure where you can, trying to force your rival into making a mistake, and Hoffman is the man that's very much in charge at this moment in time. Second position, applying all the pressure he can on Sales, gapping Yates a little. In fact, as I say that, O'Flanagan now starting to get very, very interested into the rear of Yates' car, so showed his nose to the inside on corner exit, got enough overlap, not quite to get the deal done, and now Yates is very firmly under pressure from the bright yellow number 11 of O'Flanagan. It's a good run through the corner, firmly in the slipstream now. He'll be looking to fill the mirrors of the car ahead, trying to pressure Yates into a mistake, trying to pressure him into a little bit of late braking. Looks to the outside, does O'Flanagan, but the outside is not the optimal position to be at that stage of the racetrack. Can he hold on to get the inside into the hairpin? Yes, he can. Late on the brakes, get the car into the apex, runs it a little bit deep as well. That opens the door again for Yates to look on the comeback, and Yates now, I think, Chris, is going to get this one done on the run down into the first corner.
Really tight whether they're going to get another lap out of this as well. The time normally runs out of 0. They're 1 minute 30 laps, so theoretically they've got another lap after this, but let's keep an eye out for the checkered flag in case they put it out a couple of seconds early. But Jack Sales is going to be leading currently into this. The battle between O'Flanagan and Yates really did scupper their chances of winning this race. There's too much of a gap there really to make up, so I think it is going to be between Sales and Hoffman to the end of this race.
Yeah, but O'Flanagan holds on to that third position, so he didn't quite get the deal done, did Yates, for the run down into T1. So O'Flanagan now is the one on the defensive. Can he apply the same amount of tenacity that he showed when he was the attacker in the defence? We're racing now at the front of the field again, so Sales and Hoffman starting to close up to each other, but as you say, 52 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be tight whether we get another lap in or whether this will be deal done for this first race.
Yeah, we should build this up as if it's going to be a checkered flag. I can't see whether there's a last lap board being shown, but certainly it looks like we're going to be close as they cross the line. They only crossed it with a few seconds to spare. There's a bit of a wheel arch left in the middle of the road there. That's quite a normal thing, but Jack Sales currently leads as they head round with that 30 seconds. He's ahead of Hoffman. Is that going to be the win for Jack Sales, or is Hoffman going to make it 4 from 4? As we see Jack Sales there, Hoffman following on the little gap there, Ben back to Taylor O'Flanagan, and we've got David Yates behind them. Let's have a look to see whether this is the last lap.
Yep, so Hoffman now into the chicane, trying to find a way past, not close enough to get alongside the front of Sales. Sales accelerating now off the final corner. He's gone to the inside wall to see if he receives a checkered flag, or if there's going to be one more to go as he crosses the line. There is a one final lap of this race, so Hoffman has one last opportunity to get the deal done. In second position, he drops back for the run into the first corner. He's going to try and get the slipstream as we run down the back straight to give himself one final opportunity, one last throw of the dice. So Flanagan behind as well, clinging onto that third position. Yates desperate to make inroads with the cars ahead.
Jack Sales just set the fastest lap and a new lap record to boot in clean air out front. She's clearly got a lot of speed there. We've got Harry Cook out onto the grass. Hugo Bush is therefore going to make that move up. Jack Sales would have been desperate to see that checkered flag the last time through, but at the moment he is showing a clean pair of heels to Hoffman, who's just clinging on there, but it looks like Jack Sales has absolutely got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, as soon as he got into the race lead, did Jack Sales, he immediately looked comfortable at the front of the pack. It opened up a little bit more of a freedom in his driving, a little bit smoother behind the wheel. The car looks nice and stable. Sales looks like he's born to lead one of these races, and at this moment in time, he's doing the business at the front of the field, and Hoffman just doesn't have enough of an answer.
We've still got those tight corners to go at the end here, and Hoffman's not out of the running. He's right there, but whether Sales has got the momentum at the moment, it looks like it's Sales. Remember, has raced in the 420R Championship and won the third place in that championship trophy. A really experienced racer, started with me back in 2013, and he looks like he's got enough of a gap. Is Hoffman going to try for a last dive up the inside? He does show his nose, but actually Sales has got that covered off, so it does look like it's going to be Sales across the line first.
Yeah, very sensible driving there from Sales, not to defend, and there we go, accelerating for the final time. The checkered flag is about to wave, and there is a race victory for Sales, commanding at the front of the field. Lars Hoffman in second position. O'Flanagan in the bright yellow machine just holds on for the bottom step of the podium from Yates, and a very frustrated Bush is fifth position after a mighty fight up and down the running order, and Cook crosses the line in sixth place. And Chris, you told me off air that this is going to be a cracker. You know your stuff, don't you? You know, you weren't wrong. That was great.
They never disappoint, the 310Rs. They're great, and much more racing like this to come all the way through the rest of this day. It only gets better from here. But Jack Sales will be absolutely delighted with that win. So he's ruined Hoffman's winning streak, but Hoffman, I think, is going to be pretty pleased with second place there as well. Flanagan, great to be in that third place. Sales started sixth on the grid, and we just saw him one step at a time move up through the field. And remember, the finishing order of this race determines the starting order of their next race, which will be a little later on. I think it's in tomorrow. They have their two races to conclude their event here at Croft.
I must admit, I was very impressed by Jack Sales and the racing intelligence he showed. Not being too aggressive with the move, just slowly making his positions up, making the pass when it was comfortable, and then as soon as he got into the lead, he was like a man reborn. He was just no mistakes, smooth and perfect. Really, really good drive from Jack Sales there for sure.
And a lap record to boot. We'll see whether that survives the rest of this weekend, because obviously they've got another two chances to move that bar further forward. And they're only just breaking through the old lap record. I was expecting to see some of those faster times, but when we see racing like that, it's really difficult to get a clear and consistent lap with a bit of toe, which is kind of what you need. But you can see them all coming around then, and they'll filter back into Park Fairview. Hopefully we'll be able to get some chatting with the drivers, but we have got more Caterham action straight away with the Caterham 270R, so that's the third step of the motorsport ladder, and they're up next, so we'll have to balance off our interviewing with the next race as well.
Yeah, but Chris, I just wanted, before we do get into the next race, I just want to ask you, as a driver yourself, many years experience in the world of Caterhams, just how buzzing are you when you get out of one of these races and someone throws a microphone in your face? How much is it you and how much is adrenaline talking?
It's nearly all adrenaline, but my goodness, it's a great feeling, and you take it. Here's the confirmation then of that result.
Yep, so Jack Sales is our race winner after 14 laps from 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffman. Taylor O'Flanagan, great drive in the bright yellow car, crosses the line in third position at the checkered flag, just ahead of David Yates in fourth. Hugo Bush had more than his fair share of drama, but eventually crosses the line in fifth position, just ahead of Harry Cook. Graham McDonald, seventh at the checkered flag, ahead of a rather quiet Harry Landy in eighth place. Ben Lopez Appleton in position 9, and rounding out the top 10 is Alan Cooper. Philip Bianchi is 11th position from Wesley Payne. Dowell Cresswell crosses the line and takes 13 at the flag, with Ryan Lovett in 14th position.
Yeah, looks like we are going to have some interviews down with our drivers, so let's throw down to Sam.
And what a great race that was. Absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to move in and speak to Jack Sales once he gets out of the car. Must be very hot in there. He's having some photos. Oh, Jack, fantastic. Saving those tyres was, for later, but you can go on old tyres easily, can't you?
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. Yeah, no, brilliant. Like, just had some good pace in the car, and it was actually quite relaxing being out front. Apart from, so my dad's had to stay home because my granddad's not very well, and he's never missed a race meeting, and I didn't do that catch up on the bonnet. And from lap 1, I saw the thing flapping around. I thought, oh no, the first race meeting that I've done without my dad, and I forgot to do something. Thankfully it stayed on.
Well, your relaxing driving got you fastest lap and potentially a new lap record.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Double whammy, brilliant. Hi, Dad and Grandad.
Oh, well done, Jack. Right, move on to Lars next. Lars, congratulations on second place, third to second, so it's great. Obviously, you were leading for quite a bit of that race. It was going really well, wasn't it?
Yeah, actually, leading. It's a good feeling. Yeah, see what happened in the next race.
Definitely. Nice and hot out there for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Right, let's move on to Taylor. Taylor, nice to see you back on the podium. Well done. That was a great race, great battle, and you made your way through.
Yeah. Had to try and turn on a little bit more in that race and just drive a bit more to the limit to get to the front. But yeah, now we're starting a good place tomorrow, and hopefully a couple more steps on the podium tomorrow. But yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely super happy with that.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you very much. There we go. You've heard from our top three. Back to you, Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much, Sam. Great to hear from the drivers as always. And now our next race, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, are on formation lap to the grid. So we're about to go racing almost immediately straight after.
Okay, we recorded some interviews with these drivers a little bit earlier, so yeah, we can throw to those interviews while they go through onto their formation laps.
I'm here with Stephen Lancaster. Stephen, how's your weekend going so far?
Testing was good. Quality was less good. I'd hoped to be a bit higher up, but I'm just going to have to try and pick it up on the way around. So aiming for top 10, hopefully sort of, I don't know, P7, P8 would be amazing. But yeah, it'll be a fight in this company to stay in the top 10, I think. That's how it is.
That's your aim. Well, it's a good aim, and you know what, you can only hope to keep up there and keep out of trouble.
That's it. I've just got to go steady, look after the tyres because the temperature's picked right up now, and they will go off. I could sort of feel it at the tail end of quali, they were just starting to fade, so yeah, that's priority really. Yeah, and just stay clean, finish the race, that's all I can do.
And don't forget to enjoy yourself.
I'll enjoy myself, I'll definitely enjoy it, and I'll definitely be ready for a beer afterwards, so yeah.
On this lovely sunny day, why not?
Nothing better.
Well, thank you very much, wish you all the best.
No worries,
thank you. I'm here with Alan Venters just before his race in the 270R Championship. How's qualifying been for you this weekend?
Yeah, it went okay. I made a bit of a mistake on my best lap at the hairpin, so I maybe would have been a couple of places up, but I'm still happy where I am. I haven't done that much racing in the last couple of years, so getting back into it, quite happy. Been sort of in top 10 there. Happy with that.
What's been your racing history so far?
Well, I did Academy in 2018 and Roadsport in 2019, and then unfortunately with COVID and my business, it sort of affected my finances, so I had to take a step back and done a little bit of racing over the last 2 or 3 years, but not really much, just the odd race here and there, particularly when the series were up at Knockhill. I managed to get to that one, so yeah, so hopefully trying to get, if not a full season, most of a full season this year, so just try to get myself back into it.
Still following the actual Caterham ladder, which is good.
Yeah. I wanted to try and do a full season of 270 before thinking about going up to 310. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this today.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Great to see here from the drivers before we go racing, and the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship begins. Its formation lap of the grid is headed by Charlie Lower on provisional pole position from Freddie Cheddix in second place. The second row of the grid, Mark Kendall, is in third, just ahead of James Cook in position 4. David Rook is fifth on the grid, just ahead of Theo Thito in sixth position. Gareth Lucas is seventh, and in 8th place Alex Vincent, and then rounding out the top 10 is Alan Venters and Matt Larby in 9th and 10th position. In 11th we've got Stephen Lancaster just ahead of Ruti Patke, and then in 13th place Mark Jones, and Chris Arithmedis is 14th on the grid. Position 15, Giles Perry just ahead of Peter Mott in 16th place, and then 17th on the grid Joe Priddy from Louise Deason in 18. 19 is Alan Bateman, and the last driver, car number 20, the final driver on the grid, is Andy Fowler.
Excited to see how they go on. It's Charlie Lower, Freddie Chillis, Mark Kendall, James Cook. We saw those four absolutely no detail throughout the last race at Alton Park, throughout the whole race weekend. And are we going to see them back? They're joined by David Rook So the Rook and Cook show is back on this weekend with him back in that 5th place. Theo Theato injecting himself up to the 6th. Got a great result for him. Then we got a DPR, Gareth Lucas, Alex Vincent, Alan Venters, Matt Larby, who we saw absolutely in the lead battle. And it's good to see him. He did end up in the barriers upside down at the end of Alton Park, but all fine, and his car's back on the grid. We're coming around to see whether Matt Larby can make progress from 10th place. He'll certainly want to be doing that. But Charlie Lower, Freddie Chiddicks, they've been the class of the field. They come in first and second in the championship. Mark Kendall doing a great result in that 3rd position in the championship, and you can see him there in the green car. So we have quad lock car of Charlie Lower on the pole position on the right hand side. You've got the black car with the red nose of Freddie Chiddicks, Mark Kendall in the green car, and then James Cook with the Welsh flag festooned across his car. He's in 4th, and then there's the red car of David Rook. They're the ones to look out for. Let's see how much progress we can make behind for some of those drivers who are out of position after qualifying.
So there you see it on your screen, the Forces Motorsport charity, Mission Motorsport, and this is, of course, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 to 70R Championship, and we are about to go racing once again. Another 20-minute festival of motorsport is heading your way, and from pole position, can Charlie Lower get the jump for the run down into T1, or will Freddie Chiddicks or Mark Kendall find their way past when the green flag waves at the back of the field? The marshals are checking, all is above board, the lights will be going out in a few moments time, so let us get ready for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship here from the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire. The green flag is about to wave, and we are go for motor racing once again. A good start as always at the front of the field, everybody off the line nice and safely for the run down into the first corner. 1, 2, 3 cars wide into T1. Will everybody make it through the first 8 pace? Yes, just about they do. And at the front of the field is car number 21, Charlie Lower, who is that early race leader.
Freddie Chiddicks actually made a slightly better start off the line, but it was Charlie Lower who was back on the inside there. That's why the pole position's on the right side of the track. A little bit wide for Kendall there as he bumps over it, but he's lost a position out there to Rook, who's following on from Cook as they head on down then the Tower Straight and seeing if anyone can make a move in these early positions. It's looking like Freddie Chiddicks around the outside there, so he had a head of steam down the straight there, overtook from Charlie Lower, who's finds himself in that 2nd place now with Cook and Brook following along there, with Kendall losing out on that lap so far.
Yeah, great move there by Chiddicks to get the race lead early in this race. Around the outside, very, very brave, very committed and trusting of his rivals out on the racetrack, but that one's worked out very nicely indeed. Thank you very much indeed at the front of the field. A couple of stragglers running through the field towards the back as well, so a bit of drama unseen off camera affecting some of the lower order of this 20-car field, which is inevitable on a circuit like Croft. It's a very tight track, very difficult. The accordion effect has a big impact on this field, but meanwhile at the front of the field it looks like Lower now is trying to find his way back past again. So Chiddicks got that race lead, but it's not a comfortable race lead at this moment in time, as Lower shows the nose to the inside, doesn't have a real opportunity to find a way fast, but he can hopefully get the run coming out of the hairpin, and now there's not 1, not 2, but 3 cars squabbling for an early race lead.
Yeah, they know that it's not important to come out through that corner in the lead. It's about where you go into turn 1, and they are absolutely nose to tail. Chiddicks leads Lower for this early lap, but Lower's going around the outside. So the quad lock moves in front of the Boss sponsored car, and in that 3rd place we've still got Cook over the line, with Rook following him in their normal order of things, and see whether Rook can actually get in front of Cook. And then certainly Alton Park, you got the red car there, found himself a little bit further down the order and will want to move himself up. Kendall, though, struggling to keep up in these early stages and just following more behind them. We've got Gareth Lucas in the kind of lime and green and turquoise colour car, quite a standout car, and he's fighting alongside Theo Theato, who's new in for this weekend. He wasn't with us at Alton Park, but there goes Hugo Bush in the lead ahead of Charlie Lower, and it's Cook and Rook followed by Kendall.
So plenty of changing at the front of the field, as we come to expect. Maybe that's not going to stay that way for much longer, as we see a bit of a battle pack forming now. 4 cars broke away from the chasing pack, so it's very close at the front of the field, very close in the middle of the pack, and then we've got 1 or 2, 3 cars just having inconvenienced themselves at the start of the race, just struggling to stay up with the rest of the field. Car number 66 is our race leader at this moment in time, Freddie Chiddicks at the front of the field from Lower and Cook behind.
Well, it looks like he is making places up, but keep an eye out for whether the number 73 blue car with black trim, see whether he is going to make his way forward. He's a bit despondent after attempting to qualify. It's not where he wants to be after a great Alton Park, where he's jumped up from the academy last year straight up into the 270R, so he skipped out Roadsports entirely. He wanted to be with Team Support, and it is Charlie Lower though who's in front as we come across the line this time through, and he's got a little bit of a gap now over Chiddicks, who's having to defend heavily from Cook, who's right in his slipstream, and this front pack, there's a few little gaps appearing. They will all come back together again. But yeah, 0.76 of a second is no insignificant in the Caterham, but it is Chiddick who remains in that second place ahead of Cook and Rook and then Kendall.
Yeah, so lower, that's the opportunity he needs now, isn't it, to try and bridge the gap a little bit, try and get himself a bit of fresh air between himself and Chiddick behind, as Cook, Rook and Kendall are all as one at this moment in time. Somebody running a little bit slow to the outside of the racetrack as well there. Didn't quite catch who that was on the screen, but we'll keep our eye for any big movers and shakers in the overall running order. Theato holding on to 6th position as well, so another position made for Theato, currently in 6th place, and the victim to that one was Lucas, who drops down into 10th position.
Yeah, Theato doing some good racing early on in his orange sort of McCat sponsored car, but this is the lead with Chiddick now back in front, so that little gap that was 0.76 of a second over the line has evaporated as they head down into Tower that time. That is Gareth Lucas following on behind Theato, and just behind them we've got Vincent as well, so Vincent doing a great job. They head into the complex then again for the third time.
So this is going to be very much a case of swapping around at the front of the field from one lap, one corner even, some might say, to the next. But at this moment in time it is lower that is the man that holds the advantage. Car number 66 is Chiddick, that you see just behind. Dropped a little bit further away than he's been on the previous lap, coming out of the hairpin, so not quite close enough to affect an overtake, as a snake of cars behind all weaving their way through. And I think Kendall is in an attacking position as well, coming down into the first corner. Will he have enough of an overlap to get alongside? No, I don't think he does at this stage, but that, Chris, is quite a tasty little gap for lower at the front of the field. It's not lower, it's higher than he needs.
Though, yeah, he is got a little, like I say, he'll be a little bit comfortable going through these corners, just able to concentrate on his marks rather than have to completely drive in his mirrors. And these front two now have used that speed, and it is actually David Rook who's pushed into that third place, so he did make up a position over Cook that time through, but those squabbles that have caused that change of position have let these two get away, and these two have serious speed and they will know how to work together. They've been racing together for a number of years now, and regularly nose to tail, as we see them now swapping positions every time. They're used to each other, and they'll know that at this stage, with 14 minutes of the race to go, the more they can consolidate that gap, the better.
And that's a big thing that you mentioned there, and we spoke about this earlier in the day. They know each other, they know the trust that they have in each other, what to expect from each other's behaviours, and more importantly, as you've just said there, they'll know that they're both wise enough to recognise this as an opportunity. Don't squabble, we've got 14 minutes to go, let's build the comfort blanket to the pack behind, and then we can go hammer and tongs. And that is something that you only get from experience, and that's the difference, isn't it? One of the differences, one of the many differences in this championship compared to the earlier races that we've seen today. These are altogether more rounded and experienced drivers.
So this is the third step of the motorsport ladder. So with 310s we just watched, so one step above this again, that extra level of performance. But these guys have been racing now for at least 3 race seasons, and you can see this is an absolute squabble here. And it looks like the Gareth Lucas and sort of area of the car. So that's going to be Lancaster, Larby trying to make his way through, but still stuck in that 10th place. Theato in this group as well. So they're absolutely flying through. Now the lead two have got slightly ahead of them, but they are going to be battling for the final step of that podium. Kendall has lost out the most, and he's sort of now having to defend from Theato in the orange car, but is now Cook back ahead of Rook, so they have swapped once more. But all of that jinking and jiving is meaning that the lead two are still pulling away.
And this is why, ladies and gents, we like motor racing, because these cars are all separated by absolutely nothing, as we see in the number 15 under pressure there. So that's a little bit of a move.
We've got a spin both about Theato and Kendall have spun, and they're sideways on into Tower. That's not ideal, and that's going to cost them. I didn't see exactly what caused that, but they were sideways in Tower. That's not suboptimal, we'll call that.
Yeah, I like suboptimal. That's one of my favourite terms as well. But good work from both of them to keep the car running, to get it back on the racetrack and avoid any need for safety cars or yellow flag intervention. So bit of drama there as we get sideways action as well for good measure. That is the 15 of James Cook, just holding the car on the absolute edge of adhesion is James Cook of Rook, just behind him, trying to use that as an opportunity to find a way past. Pressure is starting to mount now on Cook, and that's beginning to show a little bit in his driving, and this will encourage Rook, this will encourage him. He's got an opportunity now to step a bit further away, to put the pedal down and to get a bit of a gap from the 15 behind.
We talked about track temperature, and there, as you see the rear end of these cars start waggling around more, that is often a sign that the balance of the car is changing as the temperature of the tyres goes up. And we saw it in the 310R race a little bit earlier, and we're seeing it even more with this 270. Compared to the 310, they've got a slightly less power, but not by much. They don't have the limited slip diff as Lancaster there. It looks like he's up the inside of, let's see who he was fighting with, Patke, I think that's Rod Patke, who had horrible qualifying, testing where one of his wheels departed his car as the upright failed, and but he's back in there. He's found himself fully into the 6th place at the moment, doing a great job, and he's also another driver that's come up from the academy. So what a way to get academy 1 year straight up into the 270s, and that's no mean feat.
Yeah, absolutely, bravery personified there. We're seeing once again David Rook having himself a ding-dong battle with car number 15 of James Cook, and they're swapping places. So this has basically been this is a little bit of a strategic game now, Chris, isn't it? If they swap in places, you think, oh great, let's get excited, it's an overtake. But actually, that's going to change again 4 or 5 corners down the line. This is lining yourself up, isn't it, for the last few minutes of the race, rather than necessarily being all about the here and now. It's more about looking a bit further forward down the road.
You can see what the front two have done. They've worked together over the last number of laps, and they haven't been fighting. They've been swapping every now and again to leapfrog each other. That's the quickest way you can drive a Caterham, is a pair and then leapfrog each other. They've just been working together because they've got, they know the race doesn't start until the last 5 minutes. So at the moment they will work together, and it's up to Rook and Cook to see whether they want to work together, to see whether they can catch back up. There's a little bit of a gap there generated by Charlie Lowe. He fired it out the hairpin that time through, but at the moment they've got a decision to make. Do I want to fight all this race, or do I want to just sit down, calm down, let the tyres ease off, and there's Packy and Lancaster again side by side as they're going through into turn 1. But there he is, Charlie Lowe. Nice little comfortable gap there. I'd say if I was driving in Lowe's car, I'd be pretty happy to see that the fact they can open these gaps up pretty easily.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really good performance from both of these front drivers, in particular Lowe in the race lead, having a very, very strong run so far as well. A bit further down the running order, we've got Lucas moving up 8th position at the expense of Larbe, so they're 7th and 8th place at this moment in time. So good driving further down the running order as well. So Lowe is our race leader from Chiddick, from Cook, from Rook, from Patcake, from Lancaster, Lucas, Larbe, Jones and Vincent are the top 10, and they're separated pretty much by the same amount of gap it took me to say it, which is next to nothing.
And there goes Larbe in 8th place. So he has made a couple of places up, but not the progress that maybe he'd want to. But it's good to see him running on all 4 wheels the right way up this time through. Yeah, Theato after that spin has ended up in 17th place on our timing screen, so not great for him, and it may be losing a few more places over and above, but we saw them both spinning down, and finding himself deep in the field in 17th. So not great for him after a great start, but Lowe still in the front, and it is Rook ahead of Cook still in that battle for second. For battle for third.
And that's the kind of difficult thing, isn't it, Chris, in a championship like this, when the field is so close. One small mistake, or in the case of Theato, quite a large one facing the wrong direction, you can't recover in a decent position. You're so far removed from the action, then you drop so far down physically, and also the real estate that you lose to your rivals around. When cars are separated by 0.3 of a second, you can't make up a 10-second deficit in a 15-minute, 20-minute race. It's just too tight.
That's right, especially slightly later in the race. Obviously the gaps have started to develop. It's hard to sort of leapfrog those gaps. We did see Alan Cooper earlier on make it from the back of the field right up to the sort of top 10 area, which is kind of what you think. Now that's only happens because he started from the rear and he's got all that opportunity to make his way forward. But Packy now has moved ahead of Lancaster solidly into that 5th place. So Lancaster then is that Gareth Lucas car. Here's Kendall and how he got back. So he's actually fighting his way nicely back through. He was 14th across the line last time, but that looks like he's made up at least 3 more positions since we last saw that. So good fight back from Kendall after he was also facing the wrong one.
So we've got 8 minutes left on the clock, and Lowe is still our race leader from Chiddick. Now, I think, Chris, is roughly the pull the pin sort of time, isn't it, for the likes of Lowe and Chiddick. They've played the game, they've built themselves a nice, relatively comfortable 4-second gap. Now's the time to start thinking about who's going to be the one that takes that checkered flag.
Certainly every lap you're going to be looking to see what the other drivers are doing. What a great sight that is as they sweep around Sunny out as they head off down up towards the complex. But yeah, you're looking at where your strengths are and where the other driver's strengths are. You don't have to worry about the people behind them, or the gap's too big. They're not going to come across it unless some sort of mistake happens. So you've got to work out, if I cross the line in first, do I cross the line next time in first, or have I lost that position? So you're always looking to see where you're gaining and losing it. If I was Charlie Lowe, I'd be quite happy at the moment to see the gap that I can, like I said last time, that I can generate. So I think Chiddick's might even be happy to sit there and take that second place. You can see that gap is definitely bigger than you would manage it naturally. So for Chiddick's is struggling to cling on to Charlie Lowe today.
Yep, and lap time wise they're separated by absolutely nothing as well. So the advantage Lowe has built He's managing to maintain, courtesy of the overall pace and lap speed of that race leading number 21 car. So good times at the moment in time for Lower, and the Rook and Cook fight a little bit further on was getting spicy coming into the first corner as well. We've moved away from that one, so we'll keep our eye on that one again in the second. And Wham Bam, thank you very much, race director. Here we are again as we see car number 45 of Rook still holding the advantage, but gets a little bit wide on corner 8, so it has to correct the car, manages to keep it within track limits, but that's going to compromise him in terms of outright speed. This is an opportunity now for Cook to find a way through as well, and this is going to be a massive fight to the checkered flag, I think, Chris.
Yeah, so it's come back to the lead group here, and that gap that we saw is evaporated. I can see Charlie Lower trying to throw. You'll see Charlie Lower weaving on the straight and actually just try and throw the toe off, but Freddie Chicks is wise to that. He just followed every move, managed to swallow up that gap that had appeared. So it is now absolutely nose to tail once more here with Lower and Chiddick. So this battle is going to go right down to the line. Like you say, still got 6 minutes, so that's going to feel like quite a long time for these cars. And I can again see that Freddie's rear end of the car there was waggling as he went through the hairpin, which is again a sign that he's struggling with the rear end grip of that car.
And it's very interesting. It was just 2 laps ago, maybe even a lap and a half ago, we're saying that Lower looks like he has this quite comfortably in the bag. Lap times suggest that he's got an advantage over Chiddick, that he's more controlling than anything, and immediately Chiddick starts to just accelerate a little bit harder, just turn a little bit earlier, just get to the corner a little bit faster, and then bang, straight back in contention again. And this is all the strategy thing, isn't it? If you're the likes of Chiddick, don't stress your car when you don't need to. You can afford a second gap if you can bring that gap back in again. It looks like Chiddick has the pace underneath him at this stage in the race, so Lower not quite as comfortable as we suggested he would be just a few laps ago, and 5 minutes left on the clock. This is going to be all the way to the final lap, final corner.
Absolutely, yep. So, yep, still 5 minutes though. They've got to maintain, a bit of calmness there. See whether he could go round. I wonder whether Charlie Lowe is trying to encourage him out front. You do occasionally see cat and mouse games where, we will force it. That is Rutledge Backey, so we've seen him fighting for that 5th place, and it looks like he's spun. His car's not moving at the moment. I'm not sure exactly where that was, but that is the 5th place driver now lost out. So after all that hard work against Lancaster to break a gap, he is now stuck facing the wrong way. Let's see whether that car can recover back, and we don't have to have a safety car, which would be a bit disastrous at this last 4 minutes of this race. I don't think we'd get that going again. It is Lower again around these technical twisties, and especially out the hairpin. He seems to just be able to gap Chiddick, and Chiddick needs that toe to grab back that time down the long straights.
It does make you wonder if there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on from Lower here, and he's just allowing Chiddick to get close enough just to compromise him in the middle of the corner, to then get on the power a little bit earlier and artificially build that gap a little bit. It's age-old racecraft. It's as old as when man first raced one car against another. Rather than you go faster, make the guy that's chasing you go slower.
So we call it backing up in the corner. Once your car is on the apex, there's nowhere else the other car
I'm trying to be diplomatic
can call it, but yeah, it's absolutely a tactic, especially as you go up through the ladder. You'll see that used to fire yourself out the corner, and you're right, it could well be being used in this level, but it is Rook's been quite consistently in that 3rd place for the last few laps, and Cook is going to be looking in his mirror to see whether Lancaster is catching up, but Rook is got solid in that red car in that 3rd place. Can Cook do anything in this last 3.5 minutes?
Looking at the lap times, last time around they were separated by less than half a tenth of a second in terms of overall lap time, so they're very much dictating each other's pace in the course of this race. It makes one wonder, is Cook just keeping his power to drive for the final few opportunities over this Croft Circuit lap, or is it purely a case of Rook has the mark of his rival? I don't think so at this moment in time. I think there's more stories to be told from the car, the green car of Cook in 4th position, and with 3 minutes and 7 seconds left to go, they're going to be told very soon indeed.
Yeah, we've probably got at least 2 more laps to get out of this, so time to really now start. What have you learned over the first 18 minutes of this race, and where do you want to do it? So we now see Chiddick out front. Again, was that a deliberate move to move Chiddick to the front to find out whether he can tow back past him by the time they get to the line? He'll certainly be assessing that. You can see him jinking out that toe. His car's definitely fast out of that hairpin. Has he crossed the line though in that lead? I think he found out from that side through, if he's 2nd place coming out that hairpin, he is not going to make it past Chiddick. So he's got that little bit of knowledge now to take away into the final closing laps, that actually, no, I need to be ahead coming into that final corner.
And that just goes to show you the level that these drivers are operating at, doesn't it? That they've got the mental capacity, the foresight to test these kind of things while travelling. Let's not forget 100 plus miles an hour while racing on a very difficult technical racetrack against drivers who are their equal at the very least on the track. Very, very intelligent stuff indeed from Lower and Chiddick there, and That's going to be vital. That's going to be vital knowledge for Lower. But the problem is, there's 2 minutes left to go, and he's going to get past.
Yeah, I think this is probably the penultimate lap. He won't be worried about that, given that he's got a couple of straights to deal with that at the moment. So he'll be still sitting quite happily in that second place. And from what I've seen so far, unless Chiddick has played an absolute blinder as far as sandbagging just a little bit, I think Lower has got the faster car of the two of them. So let's see whether he can manage that situation, or whether Chiddick has thrown an absolute blinder and is now going to pull away.
Yeah, there's a little bit of traffic further up the road, but I don't think that's going to interfere with our race leaders. This stage, the last lap and a bit still to go, and Chiddick is still holding on. Car number 66, Chiddick is our race leader from Lower, but these two have been swapping left and right all the way through the race. Is there more stories to go? Probably is, because Lower immediately has retaken that position. So we saw him look into the hairpin on the exit of the last corner to see what the launch is like. As Chiddick's got a better launch out the corner, the traffic gets out of the way. Thank you very much indeed. This is going to be a final lap for Ding Dong.
Absolutely showing the last lap board, and Charlie Lowe has actually now had that nice toe from the back marker, who did move nicely out of the way, and Chiddick is not going to get through on this last lap, so that's going to really scupper Chiddick into this final section. I think that is going to hand this victory then to Lowe. That will be, again, managing the traffic there, working out exactly where you're going to hit it, and sometimes there's a bit of luck involved in that, but at the moment Chiddick has got too much of a gap to pull back, and Lowe will be happy to see that, as that back marker then comes through just ahead of Rook, who's still ahead of Cook. So Lancaster doesn't look like he's going to be involved in that. So I predict that Lower has probably got this sewn up, but Chiddick has shown how quick he is around this back part of the track. Can he make that little gap up?
Yeah, if you're looking at that one as Chiddick, you're going to be furious about that situation. If you're Charlie Lower, he'll be like going to the car boot sale, buying a teapot for 20p and finding out it's worth 10 grand on Antiques Roadshow. That was a good bit of traffic management, and that's given him a very healthy advantage. Thank you very much. Coming into this final lap, so we were setting up for a ding dong in the final few corners. Sadly, the sting has gone out of that tail just a little bit. Chiddick he's found the nitros button. Is there nitros in these, Chris?
Absolutely on the dust there, as he absolutely maximised this, and he has closed that whole gap up. Is there an opportunity to make a last minute dash? He's closed the gap. Is there enough? Charlie Lower knows that he's going to have to defend for his life around here.
Yeah, that's absolutely unbelievable. Freddie Chiddick has just from nowhere found so much pace, but not quite enough as Charlie Lower accelerates through the final corner, sees the checkered flag, and arm will be waved out of the cockpit, and that is a victory for Charlie Lower here from Freddie Chiddick in second position all the way through the race. That was an incredible fight. Cook at the line takes third position just ahead of Rook, Lancaster and Lucas. So we said it was going to be a last lap fight, Chris, but it wasn't for the win. It was actually the third and fourth that was defined on the final few corners.
Yeah, just a few thousands between them there as they went over that line, and Lancaster that quiet fifth after the fight with Patke ended with Patke spinning out there, Lucas in that sixth place. But what a fight for the lead. It was really to and fro, and Chiddick did very well, even with the toe, to catch up that such a significant gap, and Lower would have been very aware of him in that last corner.
Yeah, that's actually a Herculean effort from Chiddick. I would have guaranteed he would have been well out of striking distance on that final lap, courtesy of the drama with Palmer going a lap down. But where Chiddick's found that extra pace from, I have absolutely no idea. More to the point, why did he not unleash that earlier in the race? Because that would have been a domination.
Yeah, unfortunately it is about the toe there, and if you're further behind you get to benefit more from that toe, and it would have been a very quick lap, but it's actually Charlie Lower that takes that fastest lap with a 1:33. Extra point for fastest lap in these races, so it's important in the championship to get those. Charlie Lowe will be happy that he's got that in the bag, and you can see the drivers waving at the marshals saying thank you, going side by side and saying what a great race they've had. So they've enjoyed that themselves out there today.
And that brings me on to a question next to Chris. I want to ask you as a man with experience in the paddock. I'm going to have to stop referring to it as experience, sorry, it's making me sound too old, but these guys obviously want to win. They've got sponsors, they put in money in, they're running in teams, etc. But also they come here for a good motor racing, and although Chiddick's finished second, how much will he have enjoyed that fight, even though he didn't come out on top?
I reckon we're going to find out maybe in an interview in a little bit, and he will be a little bit frustrated that he can do it, but I think he'll also realise that he was clinging on today, and Charlie Lowe really did show him a clean pair of heels. So yeah, though he will be sore that he couldn't take that win, but equally, like you say, he's had a lot of fun, and they've got to do it 2 more times tomorrow.
Yeah, very lucky people indeed. It's a great championship. Is the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R category. Hope everybody at home very much enjoyed, as much as we did anyway, watching that sensational race. As I say, in a few moments time we will be speaking to a few of the drivers, but don't go anywhere, because next up is Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, which is bound to be exciting. But here is our finishing order for the 270s. It is Charlie Lowe, as you saw, from Freddie Chiddicks at the front of the field. James Cook rounds out the podium places just ahead of David Rook. Race long battle for 3rd and 4th position. Stephen Lancaster is 5th ahead of Gareth Lucas, with Mark Jones finishing in 7th place just ahead of Alex Vincent. Matt Larvey had a good recovery drive up to 9th position at the end just ahead of Alan Venters, with Peter Mott in position 11. Mark Kendall is 12th. Theo Theato 13th position despite his bit of drama, and Joe Priddy is 14th at the checkered flag. And I believe we're going to go down the pit lane and have a word with some of our drivers on. In fact, just hold on to that thought for a moment. We will be having a word, but not quite just yet, as there's a few bits of celebrations and getting ready and prepared at this moment in time. But Chris, obviously you're very well aware of this championship of the drivers. Anybody there made a standout performance for this race this season by your review?
It was good to see Rook right back up there after the last time through. So yeah, Rook is to be back up there. He had a disappointing Alton Park, and to see Gareth Lucas fighting up there. There's no absolute standouts there, kind of the expected names, but like I say, the Cook and Rook show is something we enjoy over the years, so it's going to be good. I think we are slowly and nearly getting ready to hear from our drivers, so we'll keep going that. So yeah, we can go down to Sam them in Parc Ferme, so let's hand down and let's hear our drivers.
Another fantastic race for the 270 boys. So I'm going to move over to Charlie. Congratulations, Charlie, on the win. You let Freddie get in there, didn't you, just to take the lead for a short while?
Yeah, incredible. Freddie does such a good job. He was always on me. There was never a moment where I could just relax and be in front. But yeah, he's had very limited testing as well, and yesterday was raining, so he's stuck to it so well. So yeah, he done really good.
But you converted the pole into a race win, which is just fantastic for the championship. But you and Freddie had your own little race, didn't you? You were quite ahead of the others.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the others dropped off to, but I saw Cookie got a podium, which is absolutely amazing, and he's super fast. And the rest of them, Mark Kendall and David Rook, they all could have been on this podium. So yeah, it was a super good race.
Well, congratulations, well done. Cheers. Right, I'm going to find, here he is, Freddie. Congratulations, Freddie. You kept Charlie on his toes then the entire race, didn't you?
That was the idea. Stay behind him as close as I could. Let him know I was there. Hopefully he made a mistake, but he didn't. Another brilliant race. Just a bit annoying about that last lap and that back marker in the way, but hopefully we have a couple more races like that tomorrow. So really good. Nice one to see James and Charlie on the podium as well.
Thank you, Freddie. Well done. And well done. 3rd place, congratulations.
Thank
You held off the rest of the pack, didn't you? You were keeping them at bay behind you.
It was very, very tricky, but they were me and David were battling through for 3rd and 4th, and the rest of them were catching up. We weren't really helping each other out, but I think something happened behind us, so we managed to get a gap in the end. So yeah,
made it onto a podium. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Right, there we go. That's our top 3. I'll head back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you, Sam. So we're now going to get into some Scottish Mini Cooper Cup action. They're just pulling onto the grid for their before their green flag lap, and we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on today. In fact, let's go through the grid now to line out. So row 1, we've got Jamie Blake ahead of Craig Blake, and then Rich Fleet is in that 3rd place. We've got clear row 3 as we have the gap now back to the 2nd class. Chad Little is ahead of Ollie Mortimer. We've got Ian Munro then ahead of Jason Valentine. Sorry. And let's see, where are we going? We have Jack Irvine is next up on row 6 ahead of Robbie Dalgleish. Michael Weddle starts at row 7 alongside Finn Mackey. And then we've got Morgan Root ahead of Jack Barnett. And Ewan Robertson ahead of Martin on the row 9, and then row 10 we've got Foster alongside Taylor. That concludes that grid, but we did catch up with some of our drivers a little bit earlier on, and hopefully we can take a look at listen to those interviews and see how they were ahead of going into this race.
Welcome down to the paddock. Almost time for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup to get underway, and I'm surrounded by 2 Blakes, Jamie Blake and Craig Blake. Now a bit of family rivalry, I think, also starting 1-2 on the grid as well. That's coming to the middle. Calm down, lads, calm down. Let's not have any fights going on here. Jamie, how was it out there?
It was good. Car was struggling a bit at the end of it, but we got a good few laps in first, and
came in and cooled it down for a bit and one more fast lap and set pole. So
it is hot, so maybe overheating might be a concern?
yeah, the brakes were getting pretty hot just in that, and I think we've done like 9 laps, so a 20-minute race is going to be hard work for us and the cars. Yeah, so.
There you go, Craig. He's just giving away that late stages in the race might be your opportunity.
Well, historically, I've got a demon start on me, so should we try it up round the outside at Clairvaux? We'll see. Touring car style.
Something goes wrong at turn 1. I don't want to be around at your house for dinner tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it, guys? Thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck out there.
So here we go then, we are on track for the Mini Championship. We're about to go races, green flag as always, we'll be going down onto the grid and then we will do a standing start. And this is one of the races I've been looking forward to a great deal this weekend. Minis always produce absolutely incredible racing, and of course the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup will be no exception. These cars are 1600cc. They are separated by absolutely nothing, and they know how to get their elbows out in racing. So this is going to be another fantastic battle throughout the course of the field. I'm just going to get my timing screen up to have a look where our grid positions are, and we will be going racing in a few moments' time as they're circulating around the track. Jamie Blake is our man on pole position ahead of Craig Blake, and the times separated by just over 1/10 of a second in the front of the field, which shows you exactly how tight this grid is going to be. And there you see the time screen. Jamie Blake on pole position, car number 95. Craig Blake in position 2. Rick Flett is 3rd on the grid, and then in 4th position we've got Chad Little. In position 5 is Ollie Mortimer, and in 6th place is Ian Monroe. 7th on the grid, Jason Ballantyne. Just ahead of Jack Irvine in 8th position. 9th place is Robert Dalgleish, and in 10th place is Michael Weddell. Starting 11th on the grid is Finn Mache, and 12th Morgan Root. In position 13th, Jack Barnett. In 14th place, Ewan Robertson. In position 15th, Martin Mastunga, and in 16th, Ross Foster. 17th and final position on the grid goes to David Taylor in the Mini Cooper. So the 3 Cooper S's at the front of the field, and the Coopers from 4th position down to 17th place make up the remainder of our grid. So as is the procedure here at Croft, the cars are lining up on their grid. They'll find their marks on the spot. The flag at the back of the field will wave green when we get ready to go racing, and then the lights will go out. I don't know if you can hear that on the broadcast. I can certainly hear it here in the commentary box, but these cars make a beautiful rasping noise. Front wheel drive, of course, 1600cc, incredibly lightweight, incredibly stiff suspension. Known throughout the world for exceptional handling is the Mini Cooper and the Mini Cooper S, and they produce some incredible racing. So I'm looking forward to this one starting. The final cars are just lining up on the grid now, so the green flag will be waved in a few moments' time, and we are about to go racing in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Do not go anywhere, do not adjust your television sets. This is going to be fantastic. The Bracton car at the back of the field lines up into position. That is car number 28, of course, to David Taylor. The flag is about to wave to say we are green and we are good to go motor racing, so keep an eye on the lights at the top of your screen. And here we go, we are going for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here at Croft. There's a good start from pole position from Jamie Blake, just ahead of Craig Blake. In 2nd place, 3rd position is Richard Flett, just holding on 2 positions. So the 3 Cooper S's break away as expected at the front of the field. The rest of the grid are fighting for position through the opening corners, but at the moment in time it is Jamie Blake who's our race leader from Craig Blake and Richard Flett, 1, 2 and 3 in the Cooper S's, and the Coopers all make up positions 4 down to 17 behind.
3 seconds of lap difference between the front 3 in their class compared to the rest of the field, so we're looking to break those gaps with everyone else following on behind after that gap. So looking to Chad Little, see whether he can hold on. Ollie Mortimer coming down to the tower this time, but Blake currently leads the 97 car ahead of the 95 Blake, the other Blake, so the double Blake Square.
and lights are ablaze as well by from Craig, so he's showing his intentions immediately at the start of the field. He wants to get past the car, and in the commentary box the smell of burning clutches wafting through here. That normally, if it's a road car, means you're looking for a very expensive start in the garage, but for a race car it's all part and parcel of what it takes to go racing.
Absolutely, yeah, like I say, the sights and smells of motorsport, and for the crowds out there on the banks, they can those nice smells of what a club smells like, but it's working hard as this pack of cars coming through, heading into the complex this time. Oh, a little bit of grass track in there for someone a little bit further back through the field. It's going to be tough to get back to the track. Hopefully making any contact with the barriers, but the two Blakes continue their passage out front as they head into this tight hairpin. This left hand 180-degree bend to take them back onto the start-finish straight.
Same car, same team, of course, very similar setup between the two Blake machines, so it's going to be a case of the differentiator will be the nut behind the wheel is the one that will dictate who finds their way past at this moment in time. Craig is the attacker and the defender is Jamie at the front of the grid. A little bit further down the running order, Little is our race leader in terms of the Coopers, just ahead of Mortimer and Irvine, so that's 1, 2 and 3 in the Cooper field car, number 25, number 70 and number 65. Looking at my window, car 122 comes down pit lane. That is Jason Valentine. So Valentine looking like he's in some kind of stride. The car stationary is moving again now, but he's not gone to a box. And also car number 28 as well. So that is David Taylor down pit road. So two cars already taking themselves very much out of contention in the early running of this race.
Blake just moving there, a little bit of a gap ahead of Craig Blake. Maybe a little mistake with partly through the chicane that time. Richard Fleet looks like he's fully hooked onto the back of Craig's car there as they head through the Jim Clark S's, and this following pack of cars is headed by the number 25, I think that is, of Chad Little.
Yeah, great racing so far. The drivers just becoming accustomed to the Croft Circuit, of course, and just getting used to conditions that they've got presented to themselves. It's no point going too hard too soon in this championship, because just like we've seen in the preceding races for the Caterhams, slipstream is a big deal in these cars. These are momentum cars, front wheel driven, and of course if you brake too early, you brake away too early, or you push your tyres and car too hard too soon, you can very quickly find yourself in a world of difficulty. So everybody just settling down now, and look at that gap for Jamie Blake. He's really got the pedal to the metal in his opening few laps.
Yeah, in Caterham racing we wouldn't consider that a gap, but when we get to tin tops those gaps can develop and they're hard to pull back, because the slipstream in these cars is definitely not as powerful as it is in a Caterham car that we've been watching for the majority of the afternoon. So a nice little comfortable gap, and this front three just fighting it out for their podium as they head round Hawthorne and thread that needle through chicane, making sure you're not hitting those tyre barriers which are sat there to protect the edge of the course, and they safely navigate and heading around the straight towards Tower once more.
Moving down into the Mini Cooper class, it is a change for a race lead there as well, so that's fourth and fifth position on the racetrack, but first and second in class. Mortimer has now taken the lead from Little, with Irvine still holding on to third position, just ahead of Munro behind. So Mortimer now our new race leader in the Cooper S class, car number 70. Going to keep your eye on that one on screen to see exactly how that one goes on. Good start from Ollie Mortimer and good opening few corners. Does Little have enough pace to find his way back past the game? We'll find that one out in a few moments time.
Just needs a little bit more pace, doesn't he, at the moment? He's lost that one space, but Irvine he's going to have to protect from behind as well, so he's has to look in front as well as behind. As we see this lead trio just spreading out a little bit now, but it looked like it was an absolute nose to tail for the second and third, but now they have split apart very slightly.
Yeah, Craig just doesn't quite have the pace at the moment, despite the lights ablaze at the front of the car, which signifies normally somebody that's on the attack. Craig just doesn't seem to have quite the final edge of speed as Jamie ahead, maybe 1 or 2 tenths of a second at most per lap, but with fields this close in tin top touring cars, 1 or 2 tenths of a second can very quickly lead to multiple seconds of deficit. So Craig will have to be careful from flat behind as well. The threat is ever present there of the third and final of the Cooper S cars, but these are starting to spread out a little bit. But down in the Cooper class, things are getting very spicy indeed as I look out of my window and I've got 15,000 cars separated by nothing more than enthusiasm.
Yeah, Mortimer back into that wiggle little car at the back there. Yeah, it's a slow recovering back to the field, but yeah, another position. Well, Munro gets back ahead of Irvine, who's lost the place out that time through. So Mortimer is still ahead of Little, and it's Munro Irvine now is the new order, with Dalglish following behind them.
Yeah, great drama here. So Munro, as you say, still the race leader, 6 tenths of a second ahead of Little, and Munro in third. Irvine dropping the position down to fourth position. Dalglish in fifth, Weddell in sixth, Maché in seventh, and Root in 8th position. But let's have a look now. This is car number 70 that we're looking at. That is our race leader, our class leader, Ollie Mortimer, in a silver and blue machine. There is Little behind in the all-white livery Cooper. So Little earlier was the leader in classification, but now down in the 2nd position. The question is, does he have what it takes to get back in contention with Mortimer once again? At this stage, Chris, it looks very much like he's closing to the rear of the number 70 car ahead.
Absolutely, and 3 laps in, the cars will have their tyres fully up to temperature now, and they'll really start to be able to lean on these minis, and these things. The balance will be sort of at where they wanted it. At the beginning of these races, it can be really difficult to keep that rear end fully in line with the tyres. The back taking longer to warm up, but it's Blake squared out front still as they go back onto the bottom here, but Mortimer still holding that ahead of Little, who's looking like he's threatening coming onto this the start of their 5th lap.
And of course, these cars being front-wheel drive, a little bit more difficult to overtake, some might say, than you can get with a rear-wheel drive machine. The turn circles a little bit more dramatic, it's a bit more cautious because the front wheels are what powers the car. So when you can have acceleration, oversteer or torque steer as we tend to call it, which means there's a little bit more of a challenge to get the car rotated into the corner, a little more of a challenge to get the front end of the car to do exactly what you want it to do. And Mini Coopers are renowned for suffering from torque steer, so the drivers have to be a little bit more balanced, a little bit more cautious when making an overtaking manoeuvre than perhaps what we see in other classes over the course of today, and that could well be playing into the mind of drivers such as Little. You've got to be more committed, haven't you, Chris, when you make a pass on one of these?
Absolutely, you've got to really dive the nose onto, get the full grips onto the front, but like you say, you're asking your front tyres to do an awful lot to carry all the braking force, and then you've got to transition that braking force into turning force and get around the middle of the corner. They can show a good example of that balance as the car just sort of gently ebbs and flows as it went through Tower that time through. But yeah, you really, as a driver, you want to get back on that throttle, but if you get back on that throttle and you haven't got the rotation sorted, then you're going to be heading off the exit like we saw a bit earlier on from one of our tracks. Another car going side by side there as the exit through the Jim Clark exit.
And conversely, of course, like you say, if you get on that throttle too early and you're asking too much of the tyres, you're burning the tyres away faster than you would be normally. You're going to suffer later on into the stint as well as immediately on corner exit as well. So it really is a technical challenge, and the move that we saw there was Robbie Dalgleish just losing a position to Weddell, I think it was, not quite sure actually, but Dalgleish definitely with the red car dropping down the order by a position of 1 at the front of the field. 3/10 of a second now between Jamie and Chris Blake, 97 and 95 still leading, with Flett touching base in 3rd position just behind in the Cooper S classification.
Yeah, it looked like that gap had been extended between Jamie and Craig, but Craig is now absolutely right up the tail of Jamie, so whether his car balance is now coming towards him at the tail end of this race, the whole front of this field, this front 3 of the Cooper S's are right back together again as they head into the middle part of their race. 10 minutes still to go, so still plenty of action set to come, and this one looks like it's warming up.
I'm getting a little bit of a theme from our commentary this week, that we're saying, oh yeah, so-and-so's in a comfortable position at the front of the field, looks now, and then next time we flash to them, they're all over like a cheap suit, the rival behind, and that's exactly what's happening here. Jamie Blake at the front of the field, looked comfortable, commanding even, some might say, at the start of this race, but now slowly but surely Craig and Flett behind are starting to close back down again. The question is now, has Jamie asked too much too soon with his car? Has he put the car under too much stress at the early parts of the race and is now vulnerable to Craig and Flett behind? And 10 minutes 33 seconds left on the clock, these ambient temperatures, this kind of car, that's a big ask for any driver to keep the pace up.
Yeah, maybe it was just a mistake, or like you say, so the tyres slightly going off in comparison, the balance of the cars working in the favour of the cars following. But whatever it was that's caused this to close up, it's exciting for us to watch that, and Craig there looking like he is getting ready to try and line one up. It's going to probably be a few more corners before they're in the position to be able to do that, but he's definitely lining one up, and Flett, like you say, is just watching brief at the moment. Can he do anything late on to see whether he can move forward from that 3rd place?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one to definitely keep an eye on, as is the battle in the Cooper class, as well as currently Jamie Blake ahead of Craig Blake, ahead of Flett behind in 3rd position. That is, of course, Rich Flett in the number 40 car. So this is a fight that goes on and on. Mortimer just about holding on by very little from Little in 1st and 2nd in the Cooper class. Exactly the same lap time, in fact, on the last lap, and Munro just a couple of thousandths in arrears as well. So the top three in the Cooper S Club there, we see sideways action as Minis, only Minis are capable of doing. That is Mortimer on a ragged edge in the front of that pack.
Now they've got the temperature in those rear tyres, they can really start flinging it around with the confidence it's not going to swap ends, and you saw Mortimer doing a brilliant example of how you can fling these cars into that turn 1 Clervo and hang on to it as they come through the exit. So following on from him, Little, and it's still Munro. So those three have been kind of consistent in that lead of this the Mini Cooper class, and it's still holding on there, and see whether they can do more spectacular racing. We want to see more of that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is brilliant between these two drivers, with Munro just kind of keeping a watching brief in the background, but Little is driving very, very well. Is Chad Little at this moment in time, early leader of class, now in second position, but Mortimer under massive amounts of pressure. That all-white car seems to be just a little bit more confident at this stage in the race, is able to place it a little bit more accurately towards the 8th pace run, a teeny bit closer to those tyre stacks as well, which suggests there's more confidence behind the wheel of Little's number 25 than there is of our race leader Mortimer. But as one famous commentator once said, catching's one thing, overtaking is an entirely different proposition. At this moment in time, Mortimer is the one with the track advantage.
Yeah, and Mortimer, yeah, exactly. Track advantage counts for an awful lot, especially around Croft, where the overtaking opportunities are tricky. That's rely a little bit on whether you have a mistake from the driver in front, a little bit of a rear loose end there from Blake out front, and yeah, that was showing that they really are on the raggedy edge. And as soon as he got a bit of that dust, his rear end really did want to swap ends on him, but it's still holding on at the moment to that lead.
Yep, Jamie Blake just about holding on in the Cooper S class from Craig Blake behind, and then Flett just a few yards further afield. Rich Flett in third position. But at this moment in time, Jamie Blake does not look comfortable at the front of the field. 7 minutes and 40 seconds left to hold on. So there's still a few laps left to go for our race leaders in the Cooper S class. Mortimer is first, the second is Little in the Cooper class, and Munro's now visibly closer to those lead two cars than we saw a couple of laps before, and Irvine and Dalgleish also glued together further down the running order. In fact, Dalgleish looking to the inside of Irvine, but he's got the line covered, does Irvine, so he should be alright on corner exit, and Dalgleish will have to think again of another way to liberate that fourth place from Irvine ahead. But this has been a real fight for position further down the running order at the top of the Cooper class.
Definitely to and fro, there's definitely sort of mini battles going on in between all these, and then as the gaps develop and then evaporate again as quickly as they did. But it's still Mortimer holding on, but he's only just got that little gap over Little, and Little definitely is the one with the car attitude that says I want to be passed on track, and while Munro's been watching on, I wonder whether he's doing that in clever watch and brief and just waiting for those guys to wear out their tyres.
Yep, absolutely, and a bit of drama as well with Irvine and Dalgleish down. We'll talk about that in a moment, but look how close Munro is now in the bright yellow car. So Munro was detached from this fight for pretty much the duration of this race, but now this is where it starts to matter, the final few moments of the race, because at the end of the day, where you are at any stage is irrelevant. It's where you are when you cross the line and take the checkered flag. On Munro, a fire has been lit underneath the yellow car at this moment in time, and he's really finding pace. He's going to dig around the back of the sofa. He's found himself some lap time, but now can he execute that into an overtaking manoeuvre? Shows his nose to the inside. That's more about trying to pressure Little ahead than actual genuine attempts at overtaking. Nice and smooth. Keep the car tight, get on the gas nice and early, go through the chicane, get as close to you can as the tyre stack, straight line that chicane as much as possible, and Munro is doing everything he can to fill the mirrors of the white car ahead.
Yep, close as you like, nose to tail, but still no way through at the moment. He had a quick look down the inside, didn't he, at turn 1. We see also Little seeing whether he could make their move down the tower there. It is going to come down to a late last minute break, but I think it's going to also come down to they're almost pushing each other as they go up to the Jim Clark S's, but it really are going to have to try and do something special on the brakes to get through. There's no massive braking zones around here at Croft, so it's really tricky to get that done.
Yeah, it's going to be, I dare say it's going to be a case of give a little love tap to the car ahead to try and unsettle them off the racing line would be the optimal way to find a way past. But look at this now, 3 cars all nose to tail, separated by absolutely nothing. This could be any one of these 3 drivers' trophy to take home when this checkered flag waves in just over 5 minutes time. The Cooper class has proven once again to be another absolute classic out on racetrack, and Mortimer pretty much from the start of this race has been the man in the race lead, but he does not look comfortable. Little had a taste of race lead earlier on, fancies that one back again, and Munro doesn't know whether he's coming or going, whether it's Tuesday or Pancake Sunday, because he has got cars in front of his windscreen every way he looks. this is danger zone now, Chris, isn't it, for all of these drivers?
Absolutely, we're coming to the closing stages of this race, but in the battle at the front of the Mini Cooper S's, Blake, Jamie is still there with Craig, and they've kind of pushed Follett back a little bit now. A little bit, yeah, back a little bit. Someone's gone into the pits there, which obviously not is out of character in these kind of races. They're not trying to go into the pits, but it is the two Blakes out in front with a bit of a gap.
Yep, so Jamie's still leading Craig at this moment in time. Fleck still a few tenths of a second in arrears as well, just watching what's happening, how this one's unfolding. And we've seen it before in these races so far this weekend. Often it comes down to the final couple of laps, and we're very much in that territory now as these drivers are sort of circulating in and around a 1 minute 37 second lap time for the Cooper S's at front, more around the 1 minute 42 for the Coopers behind. So we're in the last couple of 3 laps territory now, and if you're going to make a move, the smart money is making that move sooner rather than later. And if you're the likes of Ollie Mortimer in the front of the Cooper class, you're going to be well aware that that rival behind you, there we go, there is Ollie Mortimer at the front of the field. You're going to have eyes like dustbin lids looking at those rear view mirrors.
Still under Flett on that lap, but he's lost 4.5 seconds, and we heard him going by with what sounded a rough exhaust, so I don't know if he's had an off-track experience, but anyway, Mortimer still heads this trio ahead of Little and Munro, and he's going to be driving in his mirrors just as much. You saw him have to defend into this hairpin. There's always a last-minute dive as they cox the inside wheel there as they head round one of the tightest corners in motorsport and head down the start-finish straight. A little bit of a gap developed that time through, so he obviously nailed it through the hairpin that time through and didn't have a little bit of trouble to keeping up.
And I think this is exactly what this is exactly what Munro has been waiting for, isn't it? Let these two settle each other out, sort each other out, and then when an opportunity presents itself, that's when he can go for the attack. 2 minutes 35 seconds left on the clock. The race is winding down to its conclusion, so Munro will fancy his chances. He's had about 17 minutes watching exactly where these cars ahead are strong and where they're weak compared to him. He's had chance to assess, to contemplate and to make a decision. The question is now, can Munro deliver before this checkered flag waves?
Yeah, that is the question of this race, and like I say, I think if he could have been ahead already, he would have been, and there's a little bit of a gap there now. Little is definitely pushing Munro as they head out there, but they've just not got that opportunity. There's not been a single time where they've actually been able to force the issue. At the moment they've had to capitulate and sort of sink back into line, and it's not long before the next one, is it Dalglish is there ready to pick up the pieces if they try for a move and it doesn't work out.
And the Cooper S's have just gone past our commentary box, and you're absolutely right, Chris. I think Flett's car does sound like it's got a few decibels louder than it was at the start of the race, so no doubt there's some kind of strife that car has been under as our two race leaders, the Blakes ×2, are pretty much nose to tail as we've seen for the entirety of the race. So that's a question that still needs an answer attaching to it come the checkered flag, and there are our two race leaders on the screen. We can still see Fleck through our commentary box window, but now significantly further adrift, so obviously he's carrying a problem, hopefully for him, to the checkered flag and see the end of the race. But Jamie and Craig fighting tooth and nail, and the production class, the Cooper class in first, second and third also still separated by absolutely nothing, heading into what should be near enough the final stages, the sunsetting of this race.
Yeah, mistake there by Jamie Blake. He went wide and Sonny in, and it looks like he's just about held enough momentum as you go into the complex, but that's going to give Craig a really good incentive to try and push on even more, with clearly pressuring him into mistakes now as they come into the complex then with 42 seconds to go. So this will be their penultimate, the conclusion of their penultimate lap, going into their last.
Yeah, Craig Blake having to attack Jamie Blake ahead. Jamie defensive into the hairpin, but that'll compromise. Look how much lock he needs to apply to get out and onto the accelerator through that hairpin. So that's a suboptimal, to say the least, launch out of the corner. That gives Craig an opportunity, but Craig wasn't particularly sharp on corner exit either, so there's no overlap really. He can't get the car alongside. He shows his nose to the inside, but that's more about marking intention. And Jamie runs a little bit deep into the chicane. That's compromising him all the way through the corner. In fact, Craig, if anything, had to get out of the throttle. That pushes him wide, and I think that will be the move that seals this race victory and second position at the top of the field.
And I just watched Fleck go down the start-finish race. He's definitely having car problems. That car does not sound good. It's stuttering and spluttering just a touch. So, like you say, it looks like Jamie's maybe got that in the bank now ahead of Craig behind him. Unless stranger things have happened, and we saw in the earlier Caterham races you can catch up, but at the moment that gap looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little mistake unfortunately takes the sting out of the tail of this victory for the race lead in the Cooper S, which is the top class here at the Scottish Mini Cooper Championship. But down in the Cooper category, so same cars but not the S, a little bit slower, a little bit older models, but still absolutely incredible racing. It is Mortimer from Munro with Little now third position and Dalgleish in fourth. Irvine dropping down to fifth place. So there's been a little bit of rubbing, kissing, hugging and handshaking further down the running order, and sadly Irvine is the one that misses out most from that one, dropping to fifth position as we head into the final few corners.
Yeah, it does look like again, like Paul, Jamie's going to make that. He's going to be heading a Blake as they come down into the start-finish straight and take the checkered flag this time, I believe. Let's just check that we are going to see that checkered flag, and there it is presented to them. So it is. There's a couple of back markers going through, but there is Jamie taking that over Craig.
Yeah, so two trophies for the Blake family. Jamie's with number 1 attached to it, Craig with number 2. Will Flett make it to the checkered flag with that hobbled number 14? We'll find out in a few moments' time. You'll be able to hear it. It's like an old tank driving past at this moment in time, and there is Flett just about to cross the line. He'll be grateful to see that checkered flag in third position and the back end of the Cooper S class. Now the attention turns to this little ding-dong fight in the Cooper category. It is Mortimer that's still our race leader. Munro's managed to find his way up into second position, so the number 23 has done great work in the final few moments of this race. He takes second position in the category, and Little holding on just about as we come through the final couple of corners. Will Little hold on for third position, but there is your man Mortimer, soaked up the pressure like a sponge and takes the victory for his spoils.
Yeah, really, the Little still fighting as they come out to us. He's going to find nowhere to go, and is that going to give Munro a little position to able to get back past him? It looks like it is going to be Mortimer going across the line. Does take that, and it's Dalgleish that comes up into that second place in category with Little behind him. So Munro finding him fourth. So it all changed at the end of that race.
And we did say, didn't we, it's all going to come down to the final lap, arguably even the final few corners, and that's exactly what we saw in the Cooper classification. And that, folks, is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Never, ever, ever fails to produce an exceptional race, and this race would be no exception to that rule at all. Last few drivers are coming over the line to complete their 20-minute race as well, and a couple of retirements, a couple of drivers out after the first lap, which is a real shame, which is Ballantyre and Taylor. Both came to an early bath in this race, but overall, Chris, that was very nice indeed, thank you very much.
Yeah, nose to tail stuff from the minis, and as they put on their great show, and a different character of racing, isn't it, in these tin tops compared to the Caterhams and stuff that we've been watching so far today. In that, yeah, much easier to overtake in a Caterham with the powerful toe that you get. These guys have to balance it and sort of minimise all their mistakes and be accurate and wait for their tyres to come in before they really start pushing, and we saw that for well presented there by all the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Great driving for everybody concerned, and variety, as they say, is the spice of life. So a bit of a change of pace for the Mini Coopers, but your programming will resume in a few moments with some Caterham racing. It's the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group in a few moments' time. But we are going to talk to a couple of drivers down the paddock before we do that one. And while I have your attention, folks, so thank you all for joining us on this broadcast today. Make sure that you do give a like and a follow on the Caterham Motorsport social media channels, and if you're watching us on the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel, do give us a subscribe and hit that notification bell for future broadcasts. And if you're watching us on Bark TV, thank you very much. It's great to have you with us, as this is our Scottish Mini Cooper Cup final standings. In the Cooper S category, it is Jamie from Craig Blake at the front of the field, and Rich Flett just about hugging the car to the line and getting in third and final position. In the Cooper class, Ollie Mortimer was your race winner from a very aggressive on the final few laps Robbie Dalgleish, who sneaks in to second position just ahead of Chad Little, with Ian Munro rounding out the top four. Jack Irvine is fifth. Michael Weddell finished in sixth place. Morgan Root got seventh position. Martin Wishtunga was in eighth place. Ewan Robertson finished in ninth, and sadly Ross Foster and Jack Bennett both had to retire from the race, and Craig Blake is our fastest lap winner with a 1 minute 36.77 second lap. So a ding-dong race as expected. The cars are heading down pit lane now. The drivers will park up in Parc Fermé, of course, get out, pass their helmets on to their team members, and I'm sure that we'll have Sam down there somewhere to wave a microphone in the face of someone that really doesn't want a microphone waving in their face, just wants a bottle of water, but such is the price you pay as a professional race car driver.
Yeah, it'll be Ian down there, I think, ready to receive these drivers. Is Ian, hopefully he'll be ready to talk to those drivers down there. Let's see whether we've got him. But yeah, as you can see, the rest of the field going down into the Parc Fermé area. So cars are getting close. So let's go down to Ian then in Parc Fermé.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. The cars took a little bit of time to get down here, but here they are now. And of course, Jamie Blake there and Craig Blake going Toto brothers, don't forget. But top three, 1, 2, 3 in the S-Class as they finished. We are waiting for some drivers as well. Let's have a quick chat with Ian Munro over here. Ian, you look roasty toasty. How was it out there?
It was good actually. Yeah, car was going well. Thought I had second at the end there, but I tried a really bad run out of in the back corners there and lost a couple of places at the end. Probably third would have been fair. Second was probably hard on Chad. So it went a wee bit wrong in the last lap, but I mean overall the car's good and it seems quick. So
I was going to say racing is racing at the end of the day. You take what you get, don't you? The plan for race 2 then, you obviously learnt a lot from that one.
I don't know if I did.
You said it.
Just try again. Just try again.
Try again. Ian, thanks very much for talking to us. Let's just keep going down, shall we? A couple of extra drivers knocking around if we can. We don't actually have the Blakes, I'm afraid, but we've got Morgan Root here. Let's have a quick chat with Morgan. Morgan, how was it out there?
It's good. Long race, quite hard work.
Yeah.
In this temperature, but yeah, it was a good race.
Temperature's okay out there with the car, no danger of overheating or anything?
No, it doesn't seem to be overheating or getting anywhere close, but it's just hard work with driving for that long.
Fantastic, thanks for talking to us. Best of, congratulations out there too. Let's just grab a quick word with two chaps looking very cool, looking very hot as well. How was it?
Sweating, roasting hot.
Fun though, it's good to be out there.
Yeah, great track.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for talking to us. We'll let you crack on. Like I said, unfortunately, we don't actually have the top three here, but it was full of excitement, wasn't it? Jamie Blake getting the win. We must give a shout out to Ollie Mortimer as well in the number 70 for picking up the win outside of the Cooper S-Class as well. Right, who fancies a little bit more Caterham Motorsport coming up? I'm going to hand over to your commentators to take you through the action. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Ian. Much appreciated. And now it is time for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group, which is another race that's bound to be very exciting indeed. And here's your grid. Barry Thompson is the man on pole position. Car number 79 shares the front row of the grid with Jonathan Emery in position 2. Callum McIntyre, number 61, is third, just ahead of Nick Hyton. Number 78, Paul Goldstein, lines up at the front of row 3 of the grid. Django Jones is the partner alongside him. Barry Hanif is on row 4 ahead of Arif Hanif in bottom of row 4. Row 5, Henry Morris is car number 5, and Megan Bruce is 10th on the grid and the back of row number 5. As we head down to 11th position on the grid, it is Franco Hoffman just ahead of Shirez Ramzan in 12th position. 13th is Ollie Brown ahead of Tim Payne, car number 26. Row 8, Andrew Porter and Jack English will be sharing that row just ahead of row 9. Neil Bell and Bryce Joyce, car number 73. Row number 10, Anthony Nichols and Orlando Morris, cars number 6 and number 21 and 19th and 20 on this Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green grid. And there is the next row of the grid. Avara, come on, row number 11, Andrew Miles, 16, car number 14, Shadid Sikadi, Kevin Pinto, car number 53 on row 12 from Anne Hall, and row number 13, last but by no means least, Ruben Hunter in car number 75, rounds out our competitors that are about to take part in this Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green race here at the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire under the beautiful northern sunshine.
Yeah, I think we actually had a chance to catch up with a couple of these drivers before they headed onto their grid, and maybe we can catch up with those interviews as they go around for their green flag lap.
So I'm down in the assembly area with the Academy Green Group about to go out for their race. So I'm here with Barry Hanif. Hello Barry, how's your racing journey been so far this year?
It has been absolutely phenomenal. This is the second proper race of the season and it's just been unbelievable. Unbelievable, yeah.
So how did you get on in Cadwell?
I came 6th, so I'm doing okay. I'm hoping to beat that today. Qualified 7th, and my brother across there, he's 8th, so it's got to be neck and neck.
That must be quite interesting racing your brother.
We started qualifying at Cadwell together as well, so should be fun.
Definitely, we'll look out for you two then, causing trouble.
always causing trouble.
Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best of the race, and yeah, good luck. We'll see you later. So now I'm here with Barry's brother, Arif Hanif. So, brothers racing the academy. That must be a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun and a lot of competitiveness as well. To be honest, we're pretty close on time, so it was pretty interesting at qualifying. I was faster than him yesterday in testing, but he has just nipped me to 7th today.
So starting, you one behind the other or next to each other on the grid?
Well, we're right next to each other, so I'm hoping that I've got the better line. But yeah, it'll be an interesting start.
Oh, it must be nice racing your brother though, because you can help each other as well. Or is it not like that?
It's not like that, no. Well, we plan to make it like that, but when we're out on track, it becomes very competitive. To be honest, he's the competitive one.
Well, thank you for talking to us. I wish you all the best and enjoy it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. Having a quick word with our drivers before they headed out onto the formation lap for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group race, the second of the Caterham Academy races that we have had over the course of this weekend. Today, Saturday, at the Croft Circuit. My name is Paul Jeffrey. Alongside me is Chris Hutchinson. We'll be calling the action today. And Chris, this one's got all the hallmarks of being another very, very entertaining race indeed.
Yep, we've already seen one of the academy groups. Remember, they're completely independent grids. We've got so many people who want to join the academy, we can't put them all on one grid. So this is the green group's turn for their 20-minute race they've got this race weekend. And resplendent, they all look out there. Remember, this is a championship of complete amateurs. They cannot have held a race licence before starting this season. This is their third round in. They've done a Kerber sprint event. That's just them against the clock. And they've also had a race at Cadwell Park. And coming into this, Callum McIntyre, who's in third place on our grid today, but he comes in here with after 2 wins, the win at the sprint and at Cadwell Park. So he's on a head of steam. But it's Barry Thompson who took the second place and the fastest lap at Cadwell Park. He's going to be looking to see what he can do. He's a little bit further. He's on pole position today with Jonathan Emery alongside of him, and then there comes the McIntyre in that third place. So top 3 in the championship, our top 3 on the grid here for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Green Group race.
And McIntyre has a lot of work to do if he wants to convert third in the grid into his third race victory of the season. There he is in the minty coloured car that you see on the left hand side of your screen, already angling the car on the grid in an aggressive stance, so he fancies his chances against Emery and Thompson for the run down into the first corner. It's a standing start, of course, in this championship, as we've seen all season long and all weekend long here at Croft. And again, reactions, how heavy you are on the right foot and how brave you are into T1 are going to make all the difference, Chris.
Yeah, we might see some squealing tyres here as people get those revs slightly wrong, but everyone's lining up. It's a skill in itself to find your spot on the grid, and you can see drivers trying to work out it. Once all the marshals have disappeared, it is surprisingly difficult to find out where you belong on this track, and they're just sorting themselves out now into the correct order, so hopefully they'll be all lined up. And remember, if they don't start in the correct place, they will get a 10-second penalty, so it is important to get this right. We saw some penalties at Alton Park for that very reason from across all the championship, but here we go. It looks like they're very nearly now all a line astern, ready for this 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy Green Group.
Yeah, we had a bit of a kerfuffle in the middle of the pack, trying to line up on the spots, but that does seem, as you say, to have been hopefully sorted now. There are our 3 main protagonists in this race, 21, 6, R14 and 16. Keep your eye out for those 4 cars as we go green. The green flag at the back of the field has been waved and we are racing, and that is a terrible, terrible start at the front of the field, but hopefully everybody makes it through and avoids all the traffic as we run down now into the first corner for the very first time. 3 wide in second, third and fourth position, but that goes down to 2 drivers now. The yellow car on the inside just about manages to avoid contact with the rear of the driver ahead, and we have got quite a bit of drama further down the running order, but a couple of lock breaks, but everybody makes it through the first complex of corners nice and safely, which is great to see as we see everybody now steaming through sector 1. And We saw a few cars a little bit slow off the line there, Chris, and this is going to be, you can't afford that kind of mistake at this level.
Callum McIntyre, our championship leader, third place on the grid. I think he's finding himself in about 7th or 8th different place as we head off round, maybe recovering back a couple of places there, and just ahead of him, Barry Thompson. So again, not a great start for him off that line. A lot of wheel spin there, easy to do in these Caterham Academy cars as the rear end of the car. Remember, we're on these dedicated Caterham Academy tyres that don't give as much grip as the highest race levels that we've got here today. So they do need to manage that. But again, this is only their second time ever doing that, so it's not surprising they get it wrong. But it looks like Goldstein has actually moved himself nicely up from 5th place, and I think he's running maybe in 3rd place at the moment. So good start. You know, for everyone who loses out at the start, there's someone else who's gaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's Jonathan Emery that's the man that's gained the most as the race leader at this moment in time. We'll find out when he comes in vision, and we can check the number on the side of the car number 43 that we see there. So that is Jonathan Emery, is our race leader. We see the yellow car on the defensive end of the hairpin. Number 2, that's going to cost big time on the run out of the corner. So will he manage to maintain that position? Car number 12, that is Paul Goldstein that we spoke about earlier. He was up into 3rd position, but he's coming under big pressure for the run down into the first corner now. Will he maintain hold of that position? We'll find out. There's a couple of locking brakes as well down into the first sector, but everybody is just about survived again. And this one, Chris, already everybody seems much more aggressive than we saw in the white group at the start of the day.
They've already watched the white group and seen how they've got on, but let's go the order as they crossed across the line there. So it was Emery in the lead ahead of Heighton, and then Goldstein making those 2 places up into 3rd place. Thompson losing out 3 places, McIntyre losing out 2 places off the line there. Hanif, we spoke to the Hanif brothers, and it's ahead at the moment, the number 2 car ahead of Jones, Hoffman, and then Morris. The other Hanif, he's down in 10th place currently at the moment, so 3 places down.
We've got a little spinner further down the running order as well. They didn't catch the number on the side of the car, but they've managed to recover back onto the track again, which is good news. So that will avoid a yellow flag and any kind of safety car intervention, I think, unless anybody else was involved out of shot. But that is exactly what we've seen. A little bit more aggression, a little bit more drama further down the running order in this green event, but everybody's just about surviving, and Emery is the man that is currently at the front of the field from Heighton. Goldstein we saw under a little bit of pressure earlier on as well, but I think Goldstein is just about hung on to that 3rd place at this moment in time. Yes, there he is on screen in the yellow car.
It's a very distinctive gold wrapped car. It doesn't show up quite so well on the cameras, but it is absolutely shining and resplendent in the sun. There's McIntyre trying to fight his way back through the overdrive, our media partner this year, and he's in that 4th place currently, looking to see whether he can get back on par with Goldstein. Thompson following along. In fact, he's lost that place to McIntyre on that lap, so Thompson follows McIntyre. Then it's Arif and Hanif ahead of Jones and Hoffman.
Yep, so plenty of exciting racing so far that we've had, and we're only a couple of laps into this race, and Emery and Heighton currently lead the way. Where are our earlier race leader or qualified at the front of the field drivers? They had an absolute nightmare start. Barry Thompson being pole position down into 5th position, and Callum McIntyre was 3rd on the grid, sorry. He down into 4th position on the racetrack. So we know both of those drivers have plenty of pace, but do they have enough to start to leverage that into a move up the field? 15 minutes, 51 seconds to go, we'll find out.
I'm seeing yellow flags around the track, and on my timing screen we're seeing a safety car, so whether there's a car stuck somewhere around the track that we haven't seen yet, but we've got a safety car, so they will all batch up. That does look like a rather damaged car there of Andrew Porter, so 17 there. Looking a little bit damaged, doesn't look like he's going to get going, so they need to bunch everyone up. That looks like it's on the Sunny Inn, so down the south side. There's another car involved over there as well, so they've clearly had it coming together, and it does look like that front of that car is not moving anywhere. They will have to regroup, get these cars off the track, and then we'll get going again. 15 minutes still. The clock will keep timing down as this safety car process completes, and it will depend how long it takes to get them onto the back of a low loader before they can then get the race back up and running again.
One could say that 2 cars went in and none came out. So unfortunately 2 cars stranded on the racetrack. Looks like the end of their day as well. Certainly in a very difficult corner. Often it requires more than a fair share of cooperation from your rivals if you want to make a pass. And looking out the back of the commentary window, you can see a little bit of blue smoke floating over in the distance. Whether that's courtesy of that drama or something entirely unrelated, I'm not quite sure, but real shame to see the end of the day for Porter there, and whomever it was that he made contact with. Could be Joyce, looking at a similar sort of position on the racetrack. But the end result is, as we say, it is now safety car conditions. The time will keep ticking down. You can see it at the top left hand corner of your screen, 14 minutes 25 seconds. There is a snatch vehicle on the racetrack going faster than a van's ever really travelled at, actually. That's quite a good little trot they've got going on there. So the race will tick down. Let's hope we can get it cleared nice and quickly, and then these guys and girls can get back on with the business of racing in the Caterham Academy Adrian Flux Insurance Dream Group.
It's all learning, isn't it? They've just been through, by the time they reach Sunny Inn, they've just been through Barcroft, which is an Academy car with 105 miles an hour. So imagine doing that kind of speed and turning through a corner. And then they've got to get all that speed off by the time they get to Sunny Inn, and it's about 60 miles an hour through that opening part of Sunny Inn. So they've got a lot of work to do. They're trying to turn the car at 100 miles an hour, so I was also trying to shed a lot of speed and get on the brakes, and you can see how it can get. Picks there, so a little bit too much brake, and then everyone else sort of going off in sympathy, and unfortunately those two cars collected. You can see that frontal right of Porter's car just clipped the rear of the car in front, number 73 that is, so that was Joyce that he collected, unfortunately, and that is the end of those two drivers' races for today. And it's we lick their wounds and they'll come back for the next round, where we've got at Alton Park for them.
But of course, an entirely distant bystander there was Andrew Porter. Nothing he could do about it at that stage of the corner. You're already committed into what it is that you've already committed into your braking zone, to your turning zone, and if somebody goes off behind, there's very little wiggle room in terms of the stance and behaviour of the car to do anything about it. And sadly, the end result for Andrew Porter is a little bit of damage on the front of the car and an end to his day's racing here today at Croft. So real shame to see anybody retire from these kind of races, and Andrew Porter will of course take that all on board and use that as a learning experience, as will everybody out on this racetrack. Because remember, this is the Caterham Academy Green Series, where experience is not something that these drivers have, so the more laps, the more experience.
No, they're all learning as they go, and again, we saw it earlier, they had a safety car to recover Monty Hines' car, wasn't it? And now they're having another, the green group are having their also turn to learn what a safety car is and how to do it. Safety car going very slowly, trying to maximise the opportunity for these cars to be removed, and whilst sort of not taking away too much of well, the marshals want as much chance as they can during a lap to put these cars away without the cars being alongside, and that's what they're doing now. Thank you ever so much to all the Orange Army out there, our volunteer Orange Army, who allow us to go racing, and from behalf of all the drivers here, a big thank you to everybody. We love putting on a great show, and the marshals, I think, love coming to watch Caterham racing, and long may that continue. And we both appreciate each other a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if it wasn't for marshals, there would be no motor racing. So the real unsung heroes of the motor racing paddocks around the world, and none more so than here at Croft. Do great work to keep everybody up and running, and everything running pretty much to schedule, or early sometimes, as the case may be. Speaking of schedules, 11 minutes 22 seconds left on the clock. We're still recovering cars from the racetrack, so there's no sign of the lights going out on the safety car just yet, but when they do, we're going to have a condensed end to the race. We know what that means, Chris. It means plenty of action.
Yeah, absolutely, and so some of the drivers who would want that extra time in the race to try and recover back through from their disappointing starts are now not going to have it. So it is going to come down to, well, what looking like maybe a 5-6 minute race is a prediction there. We'll see how close we get to actually getting that right. But like I say, still see the flashing light on top of the safety car as they head around here. Their tyre temperature will be dropping off. I think on a day like today that's not going to be too much of a concern to them. But what also they have got to deal with is they've had an adrenaline spike from the start of the race. They've got to let that fade away there, but they've got to then get back right on it again. As soon as that safety car goes, they've got to be ready to go, and making sure they don't overtake. They've got rules to follow, like you can't overtake before you go over the start finish line. Lots of things going through a driver's brain. At the moment they're just trying not to crash into the guy in front of them as they head on through, but at this reduced pace. But yeah, they've got a lot to think about in this now, the last few bits.
And safety car tends to turn its lights off in the final few corners of a lap to signify it's coming down pit lane. As a driver, you've got very little time to get back into the A game. How difficult is it to revert from resting phase to you're going motor racing?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think yeah, it's tricky to do that. And again, it's another skill. Are the lights out there? I'm not sure whether they are. They're going slow enough that they may be looking to see, but it's hard to tell from this distance whether those lights are still flashing, but maybe not. So if they are out, then they will be going live at the end of this lap, but they are being taken at much reduced pace. Yeah, I can still see the flashing lights, so it's just impossible to pick up on our camera, but they are flashing away on the top of the safety car. So it's about now on the lap where they would go out. So at the moment we're expecting this to be another lap before they do tidy it away. Again, much reduced pace in this safety car period to try and maximise that chance for the drivers to be cleared away. 9 minutes still to go though, and yeah, you definitely let the adrenaline drop. You have to, because you can't live with the adrenaline spike, you know, with nowhere to go, and they will have to learn how do you get you back on your A game immediately. And again, a lot of that comes with experience.
Do you also find it physically very difficult in these conditions? Because when the adrenaline's flowing, you're in the race, you manage to discount the discomfort, the heat, the body fluid loss and everything, but when it's in a calm position, that's like when you go for a jog, isn't it? And then you stop and then start again. It's so much harder. Is that difficult as a driver to overcome that?
Definitely gives you headspace to think about things like that. In the race, you're not generally thinking about how you're feeling, although around a track like this, which is intense high-speed corners where you're really leaning on the car and everything, you know, it might be a blessed relief a little bit to have that gap in this race where they're not having to hold their necks upright. Obviously, but another thing, they're wearing a helmet on, which when you're going around these corners, it's quite heavy, and it takes a little while to get the muscles to adjust, and this will probably be the most physical they've got around the track so far with these high-speed corners. But we've still got 8 minutes to go, so 2 minutes still before my prediction of getting back up to speed. I think I might be over-egged that. I think it's more looking like 5 minutes now, isn't it?
Yeah, the safety car still circulating very slowly, as you say, slower than we would perhaps anticipate under normal situation, as you say, just buying the time for the marshals to clear up the debris and the problems and get the car safely behind the barriers, making sure there's no risk of any kind of further contact should another incident occur at the same part of the racetrack. And just looking out the back of the commentary box window, I can see the safety car coming through the complex. Now, are those lights out? Yes, they are. So the safety car lights have been extinguished. Our race leader now is holding back the field. In effect, the race leader becomes the safety car. So when he decides to go, he's going to make sure he doesn't pass the safety car before it pulls down pit lane, but he wants to make sure that he can sprint just at the optimal time to build himself as much of a gap as is possible. And there we can see them now coming down in to the final hairpin on acceleration. Mid-corner, go now for the number 43. No, he decides to leave it a little bit later. He's going to leave it to the absolute last minute. Then there we go. And that is a good start for Emery. That opens up quite a nice advantage indeed from Highton. There's a lot of interchanging of positions. We run down now into T1. There's 4 or 5 cars abreast into the first corner, and let's see if everybody makes it through. Ooh, curb on the inside, that spins round. I think that might have been McIntyre, potentially. One of the drivers is round. Is it going to be collected by the rest of the field? But that is exactly what you don't want to see, Chris, in these situations.
Out my commentary box, I can see cars in the Dravel, and that was a Rada car right at the front of the field, and therefore, yeah, it would have caused a problem. And see whether those cars can get out. They're trying to, but yeah, what a brave restart by Emery there out front. He absolutely held them back until the last second. That really is brave. There were a couple of cars there. I didn't see who that was. We won't know until they go back across the start-finish line. That was Hall out there as well in black and white cars. Sorry, that was Thompson out there on the grass on the black and white. So it's been a messy restart. Got a safety car out again to clear up that mess. I think that might well be how this race ends at the moment, to tidy everything away. But yeah, that was a very brave restart, but it caused a lot of confusion. You said they caught the curb on the inside, and it's the number 78 car there.
Nick Highton.
So Highton, it was in the lead group, and they're not going to complete this race now.
And that's a real shame. So Highton was in second position at the line. We don't quite know exactly who it was, but somebody caught the curb on the inside of the right-hander, and that, of course, in the middle of a park, pirouettes the car, and you can't help but get involved in the accident. So the safety car, the yellow flags are flying. Drivers will have to adhere to yellow flag safety car conditions. And as you say, Chris, with multiple cars embedded in the gravel, I reckon we are pretty much done in terms of a race result.
But they're moving those cars pretty quick. It just it has that feeling for me right now that might be it. But Emery, just like I say, brave restart, got it done, did what he needed to do for himself. But it's Goldstein, and then we've got Arif Hanif making his way up into third place. We spoke to them before, and it's Barry just behind him, so they've made their way all the way to third and fourth place. But at the moment, Arif is the one taking the trophy away.
Right, so let's have a look then. We've got Emery as the current race leader ahead of Goldstein, Hanif A, Hanif B. A and B position, 3 and 4. Hoffman in 5th, McIntyre in 6th, Thompson and Morris in 8th, Bruce and Brown 9th and 10th. And there are our 2 stranded cars. Car number 78, Nick Highton, was in 2nd position, now gone for a sunny day at the beach. And the other car that's facing the wrong way is Ramzan potentially, or Jones, I'm not quite sure which of the cars. It looks purple to me on the screen, but we don't see a number, so I'm not quite sure exactly who it was.
If it's purple, then I think it could be Django. He's got a purple car out there, so I wonder whether it is Django Jones. Not sure, but nevertheless, they're all going through. And like I say, it did look like a blue car that originally clipped that curb. So I wonder whether that. That was the car we can see there stranded. Where's McIntyre in all of this? Is he still circulating? So he is still circulating in 6th place. Maybe
look at the damage on the rear there.
Unfortunately, you can see that the 2 cars have been collected. You can see the novice cross there. But yeah, that will need some work before we get out at Alton Park next time.
And this is a good thing, Chris, about, as you say, it's the Caterham Academy. So at this level, Caterham themselves look after these cars, so you know that you've got engineers, you know you've got the manpower and the skill set behind you to be able to put right whatever wrongs have been done and get your car back out again. Whereas sometimes if you're a sort of a one-man army turning up with you and a few friends and some spanners, you might not have the parts, you might not have the time or the skill set to get the car right. So small relief, yes, it's got a cost attached to it, but small relief for these drivers is there is a repair chance, very good chance, almost a guarantee that car will be fixed and back out again next time around.
They only have a single race this race weekend, so they've got plenty of time before next round at Alton Park to get that car fixed up. But yeah, Caterham are on hand to always put these cars back together, and for all these other championships, things like the Roadsport and even 270 310s, Caterham are there to really help you in between races to get your cars back out. There's very little that Caterham can't put back together again. They're highly skilled at doing this. And like I say, when you're watching racing, you often see accidents. You don't think about repair costs. And again, they will be learning quickly. There are some ramifications to actions out on track, and some of them cost money.
There's no more effective a learning tool than lightening one's wallet, and exactly whether it's your mistake or you got wrapped up in somebody else's accident is absolutely irrelevant, because carbon fibre is carbon fibre, and it all costs, unfortunately, money for these drivers. But this is still a very effective, very cost-effective way to go motor racing for these drivers. And despite the yellow flag safety car interventions, there's plenty of track time out on the racetrack, and as you've seen for yourselves on these broadcasts, there is an enormous amount of incredibly entertaining racing in which to participate, as somebody's ever so slightly askew number plate
again
there.
Probably from the compression that all the cars coming together in turn 1. Are they clearing turn 1? Are we going to have an opportunity to have one more lap? They're a bit close to the wire here, whether they'll do a restart, so it might well be they are desperately trying. They're trying their hardest to clear this track ASAP, but I'm not sure whether it will be enough. As we see the safety car still lights on with only a minute 50, it might well be that we finish behind the safety car for this race.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight. That safety car has got to go faster than a safety car has ever gone before to make it to the checkered flag enough time to give us one final green flag racing lap. And I fear, unfortunately, that is not looking like he has got his skates on, particularly at the front of the field. So although technically speaking, or certainly down in T1, the track is clear, it appears from our commentary box, I think we've been beaten by the clock on this one, Chris.
They tried their absolute hardest. You could see they're even going as quickly as you can reverse one of those trucks, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough this time. And they will again. We will finish then in this order that we see now. So Emery will have taken that win, subject to any appeals or anything like that. But then Goldstein taking a well-earned second place, and Arif Hanif taking that 3rd place. Great result for him, just followed home by Barry. So they will have their own internal rivalry there, no doubt, that who wanted to beat who. But it's Arif that comes out on top this time.
And it's a real shame to end under safety car conditions, but as you say, credit to the marshals here at Croft, tried the very hardest to get that circuit cleared up in time to go racing again. And I will say Goldstein had a good recovery there. Sort of started off very well, got a poor start off the green flag, and then looked like he was in a little bit of trouble, but literally the lap or two prior to the last safety car intervention, really managed to sneak himself up into the top position. So he'll be delighted, I think, with second place at the checkered flag.
Yeah, sometimes you need luck in sport, and motorsport's no different. And today, some of the drivers benefited from that, and other drivers have been disadvantaged over the course of a season and over the course of a racing career. Generally speaking, things even themselves out. We saw a bit of traffic getting interfered with the 270R race earlier, didn't we? And again, the drivers they know that this is about evening it out over time. Bad things happen, good things happen, and you just take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Like every walk of life, unfortunately the green can't always rub in your direction, but drivers such as Emery at the front of the field, Jonathan Emery, made his own look with a very accomplished race, very nice drive under pressure, got the job done when it was necessary to push, protected himself when it was necessary to protect, and the end result will be, barring some kind of absolutely calamitous disaster under the safety car, it will be a race victory as they navigate their way through the back of the circuit and cross the line as a mere formality to bring a conclusion to this race.
But there you go, their second time out on track, and more learning experiences. They'll be looking forward to Alton Park coming up a little bit later in the year, and watching them as they go through. Again, fantastic the expression of all these drivers, personalities with their wraps that they put on. The modern day wrapping techniques mean that these drivers can all show what they would like on their cars, and it's brilliant to see the more colourful field here at the Caterham Academy Green Group. Adrian Flux sponsors our championship, and thank you to all of our sponsors. They bring us all this action and allow us to go racing as they just come around the complex for this, what will be their last time. I think the safety car probably will pull off, but obviously there's no overtaking till the line, so that will be the last opportunity that we will finish under the same order.
Yeah, but it's a ceremonial crossing of the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. One would imagine. I'm looking out of my box window and the safety car takes us over the line. So there we go. That is a race victory under the safety car for Emery at the front of the field. Jonathan Emery, car number 43, takes first position. Goldstein in second. Arif Hanif in third position. Barry Hanif in fourth. Hoffman and McIntyre round out a very slow and sad procession over the line to the checkered and yellow flags to complete what has been a very entertaining but somewhat stop-start Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group race here at Croft. 3 retirements, Ramzan, Joyce and Porter say goodbye before the race comes to its conclusion. And Chris, if we forget the yellow flags and safety cars just for a moment and concentrate on the live racing action, that was a much more aggressive field of drivers, I think it's fair to say, than the white group that topped the show out this morning.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit more attitude in those laps that we were watching, and it was a shame really because it was building into what was going to be a great race, and it got a bit curtailed. Again, it's not unusual in motorsport, and it's just it's fun. Like I say, all the drivers love to watch the academy because they've been there, they've done it. A lot of the drivers you're seeing up and down all the grids in Caterham today will have come from the academy at some point in the past, and that can be someone like 10 years ago to more recent times, and the ages we get to see a lot of cars that all look the same, but actually the ages and personalities behind all these drivers are so different when you come to the academy. It's brilliant, and all the families that get involved in the race weekends come along, support whoever's doing the academy. We often have different members of the family. We've seen Barry and Arif here this weekend, and there's plenty of other families around the paddock, and it's such a good atmosphere. And even though they'll have a disappointing race today, I'm sure you'll have plenty of good stories up and down the paddock.
Yeah, exactly. Over some refreshing liquid libations later on tonight and some lunch, there'll be plenty of stories and war stories swapped between the drivers, and this is exactly what motor racing is all about. There's drivers looking to start their racing career, there's drivers racing just for absolute fun and the thrill of being a race car driver in a proper pure racing car, and it's heartening to see that this is a cliche. And it's my first time here, so it's a bit brass for me to say it, but it is a very family atmosphere, isn't it, where people have come here to mutually enjoy what they love, and that is motor racing for Caterham.
We say we make friends for life in this paddock, and it's true. We have plenty, because we go up and we start in the academy as complete novices and work our way up through all the steps of the ladder. We really do build those bonds, and it's not just the drivers who build those bonds racing together, because all of them to a penny are doing something they've wanted to do and loved, the idea of for many, many years. It's often a dream to go motor racing, and for a lot of our drivers that's it, but they share it with all their families, and like I say, it's such a nice atmosphere. We all sit in the same part of the paddock, so all the academies will sit in their groups in the paddock, and they really do get to know each other. They get their barbecues out, they get their drinks out in the evenings, and really have a good time.
You come here for the racing, you stay for the people, and that's never a truer word spoken than in this paddock, is it?
Absolutely. And if you're sitting at home wondering how you get involved in the Caterham Academy, well, go to caterhamcars.com and you can find out all the details about the package that the Academy offers and all the other motorsport offerings that Caterham give you. So it really is a well organised packet. But here is confirmation then of the result.
Yep, so finished under checkered flag in safety car conditions. It was Jonathan Emmerich to take the race victory after 8 laps completed. Paul Goldstein, right at the very end, sneaks up in a second position. Arif Hanif is the bottom step of the podium, just ahead of brother Barry Hanif in 4th place. So the inter-family rivalry goes the way of Arif in 3rd. 5th position is Franco Hoffman, just ahead of Callum McIntyre. Barry Thompson, Henry Jones and Megan Bruce are 7th, 8th and 9th position. Ollie Brown rounds out the top 10 with Tim Payne, Jack English, Neil Bell and Orlando Morris in the top 14 finishing positions. Highton took the fastest lap as well, by the way, 1 minute 38.44 seconds, so that was much ado about nothing, unfortunately, for Highton, as he doesn't place in the running order. Of course, safety car conditions, so the gaps that you see on the right hand side of your screen are kind of irrelevant because we came slowly over the line behind the safety car, but nevertheless a great race when we were on green flag running, and a very, very well deserved victory for our race winner.
Yeah, it'd be good to hear what the drivers, I think I can see the drivers going down into Parc Fermé, so I think Sam is ready to receive them. Let's see whether we can hear from our drivers. Yeah, we can go down to Sam in Parc Fermé.
Yes, there's a lot of cheering going on for these guys on the podium. Jono, congratulations!
First race win, chuffed to bits. Yeah, it was mental. Absolutely loved it. I feel for Nick. I think he had a bit of a moment after me, after the restart with the safety car. But yeah, it was good. It's a shame we didn't have a bit more racing, but there you go. Hopefully one of more of many,
Hopefully, yeah. It's a bit of a disjointed race and hard to get into a rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you stop, start. But once you get going, as soon as I saw that last safety car, I thought, well, there's only about 3 minutes left, so I wanted to go again, to be fair. But can't wait for the next race now. So bring it on.
Bring it on. Well done. Congratulations. Right, let's have a word with Paul. Where has Paul gone? There he is. He's moved over to see Barry. Paul, can I just have a quick word? Congratulations on second.
Thank you very much.
Was that on the cards, do you think?
No, I had 5th. I thought I was going to go 5th. So yeah, got an amazing start. Took 2 of them straight away. So yeah, I'm really happy. And on the safety car restart, managed to get the guy in front of me, and obviously he spun to the side of me and up the gravel, and I just carried on straight in second. Happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Right, I'm going to move over to Barry now, who is absolutely ecstatic that he's beaten his brother. Barry, you weren't expecting that, were you? You weren't expecting to pull up on this position.
This interview, guys, sorry. Not prepared at all. I was meant to be 4th.
But still, well done. Well done.
I was so happy to see my brother taking the podium, but even better that I'm there. I made it.
You made it. Well done. Congratulations. Some very happy chaps today. So yes, I'll hand back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam, for a quick word with our winners from the last race. And now, folks at home, it's time to go for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, the top of the pyramid. This is the one that we have all been waiting for. And Chris, this is where it gets really serious.
This is, the 5th step of our Caterham Motorsport ladder. We have a brand new car, so we've seen the cars that we've been running with all today have all been upgraded Academy cars, but this is a brand new car. It's got the 2-litre Duratec engine, 180 horsepower under their right foot, slick tyres, a 6-speed sequential box, an absolute beast of a car. And you can see the cars leaving their Parc Fermé, so they'll be arriving on the grid before their green flag lap. But absolutely, we've gone from one sort of side of the championships to the other, and let's have a review of the grid.
Okay, so on pole position, Stephen Lyle takes it with a 1 minute 24.47. Next to him is Paul Duncan, car number 24, with Lewis Thompson and Angus McLean in 3rd and 4th position. Gordon Sawyer is the top of row 3 ahead of Mike Evans with James Murphy and Sean Bryan on row 4. Row 5, Carl Jones ahead of Oliver Smith. Car number 4 lines up in 10th position on the grid. As we roll down onto the 6th row of the grid, we will see the remainder of our drivers headed up by 11th place man Finley Cooper. In Gary Lapidus in 12th position ahead of Tom Eden. Andy Lees in 13th place, and last but by no means least, Gary Curtis rounds out row 8 with a 1 minute 26.73 for the final driver on this A1 Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK grid.
Got multiple champions in this grid. They are working towards being the British Caterham champion, so we have some interviews lined up with some of these drivers aiming for that, and let's go and listen to what they were thinking about before coming into this race.
Down in Park Firm Assembly, not Park Firm, we haven't finished the race yet. Not yet. We've been waiting all day for this race, haven't you, James? Yes, with James Murphy, 420 race. So how's your weekend been so far?
Oh, it hasn't gone according to plan so far, but we're right at the start of the real stuff, aren't we? Race 1, yeah, it could be worse, so we'll see how we can manage the race. It's hot for the first time this year. It's lovely to be up here and it be so there'll be some car and tyre management as well, particularly as we're going into tomorrow. But yeah, for today it's just full steam ahead.
And how was Alton Park for you the last time you were out?
Alton was great. Such a lovely circuit, and the racing was great. I think we put on a really good show. A bit unfortunate with a bit of a failure on Aaron's car, pushed me back into a pack, and we had a bit of contact with, well, more than a bit of contact with Gordon, which unfortunately essentially put us both out, which is unfortunate. And obviously
Hello, we're down in the assembly area just before the 420 R race, and I'm here with Angus McLean. So Angus, best ever qualifying for you this weekend.
I'm really happy with that. Somewhat unexpected, if I'm honest, but really pleased with it. So great quali in P2, and then Super Pole, I didn't quite have the confidence on the cold tyres to really push, and it shows in my time. So I think starting the furthest forward I've started with so far. So just hold on for the best and see what I can do, I guess.
And you had a good run out at Alton Park as well, didn't you?
I did. In the AMs, I think I was third and second, so also very happy with that. So far the car's looking after me, the team's great, and long may it continue.
And how are you finding Croft Circuit?
I wouldn't say I'm loving it. It's pretty full on. It's physical. It's really, really, really tough. But it's awesome. It's fast. It's engaging. There's not a huge amount of comfortable place to overtake. So it's going to be, I think it'll be an interesting race to watch. But no, it's great. It's awesome.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to watching it too.
Good, thanks.
Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Again, always great to hear from the drivers before we get started, and as our live pictures resume, you can see that we are on the formation lap for the run to the grid for the final Caterham race of today, the A1 Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Stephen Lyle, pole position, Paul Duncan in second, Lewis Thompson, position number 3, car number 79, Angus McLean, car number 4, position number 4, car 61, Gordon Sawyer in 5th, Mike Evans in 6th, James Murphy in 7th, and Sean Byrne in 8th position. And Chris, this is the big one, isn't it? This is the one we've all been waiting for. This is where elbows come out and the best of the best rise to the top.
First of 3 races, 20 minutes races for them. It's an extremely physical affair with these slick tyres, and you can see how hard the drivers work the slicks to try and get the temperature in, ready for those lights. If they don't work the tyres, then they will suffer off the line. But yet significantly faster cornering speeds, top speeds, braking is much more compressed. Everything is higher intensity. The drivers, when they've got to this level of the sport, are really au fait with Caterham, multiple champions on the grid. And yeah, some really competitive drivers. They do not leave a tent available on the track anywhere. And as we see them going, Paul Donkin and Stephen Lyle heading this field. Both, Stephen Lyle and Donkin. Donkin's returning to the championship. Lyle's new in this year, so he's doing a great job coming from, I think, the 270 or 310 last year. Lewis Thompson's been a bit of a revelation, a young driver, and he's been always considered. He's got 2 wins out of from Alton Park that he's carrying forward. Mike Evans, experienced racer there just behind or alongside Gordon Sawyer, someone I've been racing with for many years as well. So really good to see all these drivers out there in this top level. Remember, they're British Caterham champion is the title they're aiming for, a UK level championship, first of 3. Finishing order for this race is the starting order for the next, so as well as trying to battle for those positions, they've got to keep in mind that they do not want to lose too many positions.
Yeah, that's an added extra layer of jeopardy that these drivers need to pay into their attention as they're preparing now to start the race. We're coming through the hairpin and the grid is about to form. If you are watching and in two minds as to whether to stay on board or to go do something else with your day, I implore you to sit down, get comfortable, because we are about to go motor racing.
And here they come then, lining up for the first of 3 races for the 2023 Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. A slightly shortened grid compared to some of the other fields that we've seen today, but the quality is ultra high. Angus McLean, what a great result for him in qualifying, and he's put himself in 4th place. I think even he would probably be a little bit surprised by that, but can Lyle convert this pole position? Can Paul Donkin, who's been showing a good set of speed all weekend, can he bring that speed to fruition? So Tom Eden ran alongside Andy Lees there, ringing up near the back of the field. Revs are rising, lights are coming on very shortly, so let's hope we can get them all underway and safely down into turn 1. There is Lyle away from the line. Donkin looked like he got a better start there. They are side by side as they head off the line. A little bit of jinking as cars trying to avoid each other, but it looks like is Donkin going to be able to get around the outside, or is Lyle going to protect that inside? Lyle is later on the brakes. They got the tyre temperature up, and it's going to be Donkin in 2nd place, and then it's Lewis Thompson, the young charger, in 3rd place. Is there anything he can do from there? Gordon Sawyer making up a place immediately off the line into that 4th place as they thread that needle through that tyre stack and avoiding it for Mike Evans is following along from Gordon Sawyer in the grey machine as well. Line astern as they head then down into Tower for the first time.
Very, very intelligent racing from everybody at the front of the field there. Just give each other racing rooms. We see now a little fight for 2nd position. The red on the outside runs out of racetrack but manages to keep it onto the grey stuff, so well done for not going out on the grass. That would be a recipe for disaster.
Lewis
just
Thompson,
about
absolute last of the late breakers move. I don't know how he did that. He was absolutely late on the brakes. Donkin had to let him go, and we said that Thompson's coming off the back of 2 wins. He's clearly thirsty to go and get the another win out of this first one from Croft.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of aggression at the start of this race, which is exactly what we need to see at the front of the field to get himself into prime position. And Thompson, very, very nice bit of driving there to hold on to position. A bit of lock tyre further down the running order, but everybody seems to be pretty much in order. And the 43 that we're looking at on your screen now, Stephen Lyle, just about hanging on at the front of the field. We're about to cross the line and break the timing beam for the first lap of 20 minutes of racing.
So Thompson makes a position up there. Gordon Sawyer having to protect from behind. Evans really trying to get by, but Lyle leads them across the line this first time through. Then we have Thompson, Donkin, Sawyer, Murphy, Evans, Jones, McLean. As fast as that, they're all through. McLean making a little bit of losing places in that lap, but it is now Thompson ahead of Lyle, so in 1 lap he's made it into the lead. So 2 positions made up for Thompson as he heads off down the straight.
Superb bit of stuff there from Thompson and the race lead now. Lewis Thompson started a bit further down the running order than what he would have preferred in this race, but he's made it up completely in the opening couple of laps. Now Donkin, does he have what he needs to try and get himself back in contention? Again, we'll find out. Lyle, that you're looking at there, car number 43, in 2nd position. Rather than trying to get that lead back, he's now under a little bit of pressure from the car behind. So Lyle not having a great start to this race, Chris, and he's under pressure from Donkin, I think it is, behind.
Absolutely, yeah, so he's having to look forwards as well as backwards, and actually Thompson, you can see he doesn't run with a side screen, so you can watch his elbows getting them physically out, as well as all the control that he's going to balance. So you can see how far the car leans over onto that rear left slick tyre, how hard they're working, and they're carrying maybe an extra 10 miles an hour in through these corners over something like the Academy car. They head into the complex, this really difficult place for a driver. Do you want to push forward? Do you want to do that lunge, or are you just going to go sit in line astern? And it's Gordon Sawyer who's in that 4th place, the one looking like he is making a bit of a move forward now, but it is Thompson once more who's going to lead this group. Lyle trying to cling on to him in that tow. In 3rd place we got Donkin, then it's Sawyer, Murphy, Evans, Jones, Byrne and McLean coming across in just a little bit further down.
Yeah, great racing from the entire field so far. Everybody's pretty much cleanly through the running order at this moment in time, and Lyle will be steaming that he's down in 2nd position. He would have felt he had this under control, having got a good launch into the first corner, but drops down into 2nd position and already has half a second of a gap deficit to try to make up to Thompson behind. The relief for Lyle is there's a little bit of breathing space between himself and Donkin in 3rd place behind, so Lyle has the opportunity in his hands. But can he find the pace in this race? Can he find the aggression to turn it up to number 9 that he needs to find a way past Thompson ahead? These are all questions that we need to answer. We've got 16 minutes in which to do so.
Yep, and they're going to be in a sort of settling phase a little bit here, just going to work out where their pace is related to the people around me and what they can do about them. But it seems like Lyle has now got that back under control. It was looking like it was a bit of a breakaway for Thompson. We've we've seen him do that before, so they'll be keen not to let that happen. And this front three are definitely breaking away from Sawyer, who's still having to protect heavily from behind him. Who's Murphy's come through, his DPR Motorsport teammate. It's Thompson, so we've got the team sort of competition going on as well. There's Thompson, DW Motorsport out in front. Then we've got Matt Blythe with Andy Lyle, and we've got Donkin from DPR, and in fact a train of 3 DPR cars there, with Donkin followed by Sawyer, followed by Murphy, and then Evans comes a little bit later with a Rob Springate or RS Motorsport.
So we're breaking the timing being once again 15 minutes 36 seconds left on the clock. It's a little bit line astern at this moment in time. In the middle of the tight, there's a couple of squabbles further down the running order, but half a second is your advantage for Thompson at the front of the field from Lyle. Donkin a further 3.5 tenths of a second in arrears, and Sawyer just about hanging on there in 4th position. 1 second left to find, which is a big ask for a field as close as this. Does Sawyer have what it takes to close down the gap over the course of the remainder of this race? Will everybody stay out of trouble? And actually, the temperature's starting to drop a little bit, Chris, now here at Croft. Will that have an impact on the way that these cars behave over the course of the stint?
Yeah, it'll definitely actually help the slick tyres and hold on. They get one new set of allocation of tyres per race weekend, and it means that they will have to use this same tyre, or tyres that they've used at a previous round at Alton Park, for this remainder of this weekend. So they've got this race and 2 more to do on this same set of tyres. So obviously tyre management comes into it, but generally speaking, these Avon slick tyres that we run on in this championship hold on extremely well, and are really great feeling as a Caterham car. The car feels the same as all the other cars, but it just has those extra little bit of oomph in the engine, and the tyres give up. So it's Caterham DNA, but just turned up to 11.
Yeah, but of course, like you say, with the tyres, there's an element of measured aggression that these drivers need to employ over the course of this race. You don't want to burn your tyres up too early, you don't want to burn your prospects up too early, and Donkin now starting to get interested in the back of Lyle ahead. So Donkin's been biding his time at this stage, got a bit of breathing space from Sawyer behind, and now is his chance to start to nibble away at the rear of this battle pack at the front of the field as well. But Thompson currently holding on. Car number 79, not quite as fast as the chicane, but still has a good advantage at the front.
Couple of black and white warning flags I could see. They didn't see the numbers on them, but that's for track limits. They get an initial warning to let them know that they have infringed the track limits, and then next time they start getting penalties. So they need to be all aware of that, and 5-second penalty you can see in a field like this will drop you almost to the back of the field. So it's definitely something they need to manage, but Thompson is out in front, and while it does now seem to have settled into that second place, and Donkin is happily following along. We've got also the internal championship here. We've got a pro class and an AM class, and that's determined by how drivers have finished in the past and what their previous race experience and sort of Caterham experience in general is. And currently Donkin is leading that AM class, and he's in 3rd place in this field as well.
So if you're Donkin, you're leading the AM class by quite a nice way from McLean, that's all the way down in the lower reaches of the top 10. What are you interested in? Conserving your AM class lead, or taking it to the guys in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, overall, you still want to win a race, and all these drivers are super competitive. And by the stage you get to this, Donkin's raced an awful lot of other championships and series, and he's been in 420s previously. But absolutely, he wants to see what he can do and see if he can actually win the race outright. He will think about that AM championship, I'm 100% sure, and I'm sure if he ends the year with that championship, he'll be very pleased with it. But equally, I know that he'll want to see what he can do.
And looking at the body language of that red number 24 machine, that's not a man that's keeping his power to drive. He's moving the car around on the racing line, he's filling the mirrors of the car ahead, he's trying to set up a manoeuvre. So Donkin looks like somebody who's got his eyes forward rather than thinking of consolidating at this stage anyway. And as Lyle and Thompson get ever closer together, that's where opportunities may present themselves.
He'd be pretty pleased at the moment to be looking in his rearview mirror and not seeing an immediate pressure from Gordon Sawyer, but he's not that far behind, and he will actually want to be getting on with it. There's a period at which he want to settle in and just let the race develop, and he would have been going through that phase, but it looks like Gordon Sawyer's got a wriggle on and is closing the gap back to Donkin. So he will again be constantly checking his mirrors to see that gap and how it's going. James Murphy has fallen back behind Sawyer in this part of the lap, and I saw earlier Mike Evans just drifting onto the grass, a bit like Sean Byrne did just then, as it kicks up the dirt and dust, and it's not good for your slicks to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. The car looks very, very loose on Sean Murphy at this moment in time as well, so there's like really struggling, seesawing away at the wheel to try and keep on straight and narrow. So Murphy in a little bit off stride compared to the cars immediately around him at this stage in the race, but he'll get that under control. The car will even itself out as the stint progresses, I'm absolutely sure, and Murphy recognises where the drama's unfold and how to best control them. McLean down in 8th position at this moment in time as well, having a bit of a ding-dong with Jones, so there's a bit of fight all the way through the running order of this field, headed up by Thompson and Lyle at the front of the field, and Duncan leading the AM classification 3rd overall.
Don't look now, but there is a little bit of a gap there again between Thompson. He's managed to pull it, and he is in that fresh air, don't forget. In this top flight, there's not as much of an effect in the toe because of the power, the extra we get from the 180 horsepower, so the toe is less powerful and actually comes a little bit later in the straights, which does mean that you see more of a sort of late last minute braking like we saw from Thompson in that opening lap. But those front three have spread out a little bit, but it's absolutely nose to tail now between Sawyer and Murphy, so Murphy's got it all back together as they head now into the sunny in, sunny out complex. Again, trying to get that car in and carry as much speed as you can out here into the complex, and just, you know, holding on to that curve for dear life. But Sawyer is under massive pressure from Murphy right now.
Yeah, you can just see how much more aggressive these cars are than the racers that have preceded this one. You can see how much more speed they're carrying in, how much stiffer, how much more challenging these cars are to drive, and these drivers are absolutely at the top of their game. Thompson currently still leading from Lyle, and Lyle's not finding the pace that I expected him to at this stage in the race. I thought he would close up relatively easily to the rear of Thompson behind, but it just seems to be that there's an invisible band of half a tenth a second or so between those two, and it's really he needs to find another gear, does Lyle, at this stage. Otherwise it's going to be a very, very tall order to find his way past an informed number 79.
As long as he doesn't let him go, though, he can feel still pretty calm at this point, with still 9 minutes left to go. Again, they're jinking out of the toe, which actually says to me that some of them are suffering a little bit from temperature out there. We have got fairly high ambience here today, and some of them pulling out to make sure we get some fresh air through their radiator. Obviously sitting right in the tail of another driver, and all their hot exhaust coming off of their car goes straight into yours, and then your radiator can start struggling. The radiator in the car is right at the front of the nose cone. It literally has to be pushing that air, and that's what we were seeing. Murphy is now ahead of Sawyer, and it looks like Evans is just following on, so there is a bit of a shuffling down at the tower.
Just like we're seeing in pretty much every class of Caterham racing here, you make one mistake or you have one overtake against you, and it's very, very quick and very easy to find 2 or 3 cars filling that spare tarmac, and you dropping down the running order. So bit of drama in the middle of the field, but there's plenty of time, 8 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock to do something about it, as we're looking again at car number 43. That is Lyle, still in second position, still stalking, still hunting Thompson ahead. Will he find an opportunity? Where does he pull that trigger, and can Duncan buy into this fight as well and find himself higher than the current bottom step of the podium, but first in class?
But when he looks in his mirror now, he's going to see the black car with the orange roll cage of James Murphy, and see whether that is closing up. Again, he's going to be pretty happy at this point that he can just follow on and just get dragged along by these 2 cars, but it does look like Thompson's got the mid-race pace here. They've got 8 minutes of this race left to go. Lyle is now having to defend a little bit from Donkin. You can see that Donkin looking down the inside, but Murphy's pulled away a little bit from Sawyer, and we saw Mike Evans actually drift onto the gravel, and he's now having to protect himself from Sean Byrne.
And currently this top 3 fight, it is Donkin that is the fastest driver on the racetrack amongst these 3. So Donkin last time around set the quickest lap of our leading trio of drivers. Part of that slipstream, part of it's been able to follow your rivals close behind as well, but Donkin's certainly not giving up this fight at the front of the field, and he wants to get involved, as we're seeing Lyle now closing all the rear to Thompson. Thompson on the lock stops, trying to keep his car on the straight and narrow, that 420 yard, doing his very best to spit him off into the scenery, but Lyle watching brief behind, looking, waiting.
Looking, yeah, absolutely trying to balance this car, and sliding the car's not always the quickest way, and you definitely overheat them, but showing that this Caterham has DNA of Caterham underneath by showing a bit of slide into the sunny in complex. Interesting to point out that Mike Evans was the quickest across the line last time, and that is a new lap record. So the last time we were here at Croft, we were running on the other ZZR tyres, so this is slick tyres, so we're going to expect that lap record to go, and indeed it has gone by over a second. So Mike Evans currently holding that lap record, and he is down in 7th place, having lost a place to Sean Byrne that time through as well. But it is Thompson still out front, dragging along Stephen Lyle, who's got his mirror absolutely full of Donkin, who pulls out to the outside of tyre. It's not tower, it's not necessarily going to be good for his overtaking position, but Murphy is slowly catching up. 1.2 seconds to Murphy to Donkin, so let's keep an eye on that as to whether that is reducing. I would say it absolutely is visibly, and Sawyer just clinging on there to Murphy in this sort of middle phase of the race.
So Paul Donkin, we asked the question of him, is he going to be content to hold on to his lead in class, or will he be looking to move up the overall standings? Well, that's been firmly answered. I think it is clear to see now as Paul Donkin very much is in the hunt to try and find a way past Lyle ahead. Murphy closing as well, slowly but surely at the back of the pack, maybe not quite fast enough at this stage to get on to this conversation before the checkered flag waves, but Murphy will be giving everything he's got and a little bit more to turn this trio into a four-way battle for the race victory. As there we see now Donkin to the outside in the hairpin. They're going to get hung out to dry now. Will he go on to the rough stuff, or can he get back in line? He can, but now I'm saying about Murphy, a little bit detached. He's now very firmly in this conversation, so it's gone into a three-way fight for second.
An absolutely perfect illustration of do you attack or do you sit and wait. Had he not attacked then, he would have been a bit more protected from Murphy behind. He made the decision to move to the outside there, and Lyle actually did hold him out. You might have been hoping to get a nice slingshot down that start-finish straight, but all it's done is cost them time and play that Jaws music, as Murphy is hungry for the fish that he's seeing ahead. Is it going to catch his prey?
Outstanding there, nice little segue. We see Donkin still in that third position, so he's still in the attacking mode, but he also now needs to think defensive. He looks to the inside as well. Is that defence or attack? It is attack. Donkin alongside Lyle. Lyle on the outside of the racetrack just gets the run through the corner. Donkin doesn't have enough of an overlap, doesn't have enough of a launch through the turn to stay alongside, so he slips back in to the middle of this NASCAR-esque slipstreaming pack, and Murphy will be thinking this is a golden opportunity in the final few minutes of this race to try and get onto an unexpected and unlikely podium finish here at Croft.
You see a bump in the middle of Sunny Inn, which really upsets the balance of these cars, and they all start sliding. That's why we're seeing Thompson sliding through the middle of that corner, but they're all managing it very nicely. James Murphy wants to get things done quickly, because otherwise he's going to have Sawyer right on his case again. But we have got now a lead quartet as they've all caught back up with Thompson as they head into the complex this time. The tightest hairpin, about 30 miles an hour in these slick-shod cars, but Murphy is right there now looking. As soon as cars go side by side, though, it's not a wide track here at Croft. There's really no room, so it is another good defensive manoeuvre to actually pull alongside someone else, because it means that the car behind you can't do anything about it.
Yep, absolutely. Fill the racetrack. Don't leave a Caterham-sized gap, or half a Caterham-sized gap sometimes, because somebody will fill that one very, very quickly indeed. But serenely at the front of the field remains Thompson, car number 79. Never really looked like he's pushing too hard, never really looked like he's under too much pressure, while Lyle, Donkin, Murphy and eventually Sawyer all squabble amongst themselves and slow each other up. Is a golden opportunity for Thompson to just keep things nice and calm at the front of the field.
Yeah, he just clinically moved from that sort of third place through into the second and then into the lead with some great moves, and no one else has looked like they can do that back to him at this stage. However, we're coming down to that last 3 minutes of this race, and yeah, this is where the real key start time is for the drivers wanting to turn it all on, see what they've got underneath them, see whether they've got anything they can do about the cars around them.
Yeah, this is either turn on the turbo or turn off the brain time, isn't it, for the final 3 minutes, where if you're going to be a hero or a zero at the checkered flag, but at least you can say you've given it a go. And I think now, if I was Thompson at the front of the field, it looks like he's tightening up a little bit in his driving, just a little bit squirrely through the complex, and more to the point, under masses of pressure from Lyle. So this nearly second advantage that Thompson enjoyed a few minutes ago has all but vanished, and now we've got more cars than one can shake a fist at, trying to find a way to get past and into that illustrious podium position here in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK.
And now it's Murphy that holds that lap record, having taken a couple of hundredths off of Mike Evans' previous attempt, so the times there are also dropping, as we're probably moving into sort of penultimate lap type territory. We'll see when they cross the line next time through whether they've still got enough time for another lap. So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up, does he? He's always clinging on. In fact, Murphy may also be just starting to lose the grip on the rear of Donkin's car there, but it is still Lewis Thompson with Lyle right in his mirrors. He's not having it all his own way. Maybe a slight mistake on the exit there as Lyle drifts a bit wide. Donkin had a little bit of a look. Remember, this is a 6-speed sequential gearbox in this car, and it's just that don't need to use the clutch or anything. It's a seamless shift on the way up through the box. You have to use the clutch on the way down, but yeah, other than that, it's absolutely pull for a gear, push for a going down the pit box.
And this is a real seesaw race now, isn't it? It seems like each driver's got their advantage at different points of the racetrack. The likes of Donkin just doesn't seem to be quick enough in the bits that matter when it comes to an overtake, but too fast in the sections where he's kind of getting balked by Lyle ahead, and that's a real jigsaw that you have to try and put together as a driver to work out where is the chance, where is the opportunity, where don't I want to be close, and where do I want to be on the attack. And this is a high-speed game of chess. There's not been an overtake yet, but the anticipation and the build-up is absolutely fascinating.
They're being shown aboard there, so I think they were shown the last lap aboard, so let's keep an eye out for that. I believe that they will be shown the checkers flag the next time through, so they have really got to make, if they're going to make a move, they've got to do it now. Whereas in the other championships we've seen them overtaking into Tower and overtaking into the turn 1. Really it's been difficult for these drivers to get through. The only one that's really managed it is Thompson out front there, Lyle protecting throughout the race, and the Gordon Sawyer now at a distant 4th place, but he'll be, I'm sure, happy compared to Alter Park where he was involved in a bit of a prang and not his fault, and he's back up there right with the lead of this group.
And it's looking like Duncan now is engaging the turbo mode on that car. He seems to be really close to the rear of Lyle, harrying the car ahead, the number 43 under masses of pressure. Murphy keeping a watching brief as well behind, seeing if something he can liberate a position away from one of his 3 rivals in front. Thompson serene at the front of the field, but Duncan now not quite close enough, and actually dropping back if anything is Duncan into the clutches of Murphy as the final few corners approach. Chris, this has been an incredibly entertaining first race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship.
So it'll be high octane. One opportunity left down into this. Is anyone going to take that lunge down the inside? It doesn't look like it, although Duncan looks, James Murphy seeing whether he can tuck his car down the inside. They could right over the back of Duncan there. They're kind of piggybacking each other. I think they've both got out of that okay, but James Murphy just couldn't get that car stopped. It is Lewis Thompson who takes that win over the top of Stephen Lyle. Duncan does take that 3rd place and 1st place in AM, but it's Murphy takes 3rd place in the Pro Championship. Sawyer takes 4th place as they cross the line. It's Byrne, Evans, Angus McLean drifting away a little bit there. He'll be disappointed, I think, with how that race has gone. And then Jones has crossed the line, and we're waiting for Eden in the yellow car to come through. And then we're beyond him, he's got Cooper, so they're just coming to cross the line now.
So a little bit spicy into that, or out of the final corner, but fortunately everybody lives to fight another day and makes it across the checkered flag. But that has been an exciting, dramatic and very intense first race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship United Kingdom, and it has been won by Thompson at a canter, it has to be said, at the front of the field, and Lyle and a very hungry Duncan not quite enough in the tank to find a way past into 2nd place. But still, Chris, that was a very enjoyable race indeed.
Yeah, it was absolutely about pressure and and really, lots of pressure between the drivers, but difficult in this car, in this format, to overtake. When you've got slick tire, you've got so much grip. The braking zones that are already quite short anyway are really even more compressed, and I think they really were struggling to work out how do you get past, whilst also keeping in mind they've got to, the next race they start in this finishing order. They don't want to throw it all away. James Murphy just misjudging that braking. Did try up the inside, it's the last corner of the last lap, you're going to see that, but rode over the back of Duncan, but I think both cars will be okay. I saw Duncan lost a wheel arch. James Murphy might be at risk with his radiator, but overall, what a race for the 7 Championship UK. We've got 2 more of those races for you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff. Hope everybody at home enjoyed that one, and like we say, a couple more of these coming tomorrow. Again, another action-packed day here at the Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire, so please do give us a tune in tomorrow afternoon. We'll be able to take you through all of the racing action, and if you like this one, we're doing 2 again. And you know what it's like, Chris, when it comes to multi-race weekend events, the 2nd and 3rd race always go a little bit crazy compared to the 1st, because they're trying to keep the car in one piece, but it doesn't matter tomorrow.
I think that, again, they race close, but they do tend to race fair, and it's really good to see them there. You said it was a canter for Lewis Thompson there out front, but I'd be surprised if he'd call it that. But Lewis Thompson comes home with that win then, ahead of Stephen Lyle. Paul Duncan taking the AM win there. James Murphy taking 3rd place in the Pro category, ahead of Gordon Sawyer, Sean Byrne, Mike Evans. Then we've got 2nd place in AM for Angus McLean, Carl Jones, Finlay Cooper, and then 3rd place in the AM for Tom Eden, followed by Gary Lapidus, Andy Lees and Gary Curtis rounding out our field. New lap record for James Murphy, 1:24.42. Congratulations, that's an extra point in that race as well for that, as I can see the drivers heading into Parc Fermé then.
Yeah, I just say the pace was sensational from these drivers. Of course, slick tyres, new lap records falling, perfect conditions for racing, and Murphy was very much the man. James Murphy trying to find his way through and into a higher finishing position, gets that new lap record at the point that comes with it. So we anticipated this would be an intense one, maybe not the overtaking festival that we expected, but the pressure and the intensity was very high indeed.
Yeah. Yep, and the 310s and the 270s gave us loads of overtaking, as did the Roadsport, so this is a different style of racing, yes, but you can see the drivers going into Parc Fermé, and I think we're getting ready to hand down to Sam, who will have our drivers. So yep, Sam is down there, so let's hand down and let's hear from our race winners. got a few little technical grumbles before we can get there, so we'll wait to go down and see whether we can hear from the drivers. But we've got more Caterham action tomorrow. Obviously, we've got one more race on the track today. The Z Cars Production GTI Championships out there for their race, and we've got more Caterham action tomorrow, all starting from about midday. So a little bit of a late lie-in for us, so it's great. Just seeing whether we are ready to go down, but the drivers are all coming around to their formation at the moment. But yeah, absolutely some fantastic Caterham action today, and plenty more races for that tomorrow, again starting from midday. So do make sure you set your reminders and set your calendars for that, so we can bring you all that action.
So as we're waiting for the grid interviews, we can see that the Z Cars and Production TK Couplings GTI Championship cars are coming round to line up on the grid and do their formation lap, as I do believe we're going to be going down onto pit road to talk to our race winner in a few moments' time. Safety car bringing the cars round now to stop on the grid and then start their formation lap in a few moments' time. This is the second race of the weekend we've seen for the this is the first race of the weekend. We saw qualifying right at the very start of the show for the Z Cars and GTI Production TK Couplings Championship, so quite a close qualification. Chris, looking forward to this one being hopefully quite an entertaining race. First time we see these cars on track.
Yeah, all the sights and sounds and all the nice colour schemes and all these cars pulling onto their grid for their race today. And it was great sounds in there. But we have got the interviews.
So I'm going to grab hold of Lewis. I can see Lewis. Lewis, congratulations. That was a great race for you, under pressure, but you held it on, didn't you, to the end?
Yeah, that definitely was one of my most difficult races. It was just so intense having Lyle and James and Paul just sat there in my mirrors, and I knew that I just had to keep doing like basic qualifying lap after qualifying lap just to try and keep the gap, and I knew I had enough in the tank, but it's just so physical around here on the driver and the car, and I was just happy to hold on, and I knew Steve wasn't near enough to attack on the last lap, and it was just a big sigh of relief. So yeah, happy days, but big shout out to the team. They've done an absolutely cracking job all weekend, and just thanks to everyone that's come down, a few sponsors come down, so brilliant. Cheers, thanks everyone.
Excellent. I can see you're very happy, so well done.
3 in the bounce, 2 more tomorrow.
Well done, Lewis. Right, we're going to do, here we go. Stephen Lyle, well done. Congratulations on second place. You were putting pressure on Lewis, weren't you?
Yeah, not enough. I don't think I was ever in range of making a move. It was I could live with him, but as Paul was struggling temperatures, we were in the tow, not in clear air. And the temperatures, I think Paul was at 118, I was at 115, and you lose power at that point. The engine starts to go off. So every time I'm coming off the corner, I'm getting enough of a tow to catch him again, but I was never going to pass him.
Well, congratulations still. Second, try again.
We'll try tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Right, let's have a word with that third on the road driver and first in the AMS. Well done.
Yeah, overwhelmed to be honest. Very, very happy. So had a great battle with Steve and Lewis at the front. Really clean, polite. Started P2. I'd like to keep that position or finish first or whatever. But P3 overall is unbelievable, quite frankly. So I'm really happy.
Excellent. More tomorrow then.
Yeah, same again. Yeah, and more.
Congratulations. Well done. Right, I'm going to have a word with James Murphy as well, if he doesn't mind. James, hi. We spoke to you before the race. Yeah. Now it is after the race, and that was a great race, wasn't it?
It was. I need to look up the rules of the championship because I thought I was fighting for a podium on the last corner, which is why I threw. I was as tight as I could be, and Steve, I think he said his mirror had gone, so he couldn't see me. Steve, I'm Paul, who drove great, by the way. Can't say enough about Paul Duncan this weekend. He's so quick, so he's just driving so well. Yes, it's a bit unfortunate because if I'd known that I was third anyway, in reality, I wouldn't have gone for it. But ho-hum, read the rules, as Kirsty says.
So you know now, so more of the same tomorrow, please.
Yeah, look, and just, thanks to the organisers, thanks to the marshals, and everyone at Race Control, and the whole of Caterham organisation done a great job this weekend.
Thank you very much, James. Right, now, hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, good race from your side.
Good race. I got mugged at the start, but I wasn't overly upset. That was all the pros. It was slightly a little different pass from the AMS. So I saw them go past. I just tried to keep the car in one piece. And then Carl and I were racing for a little bit. I managed to get past Carl, and then I managed to catch back up to the back of the next group. It was good. So I brought it home second in class, which I'm very happy with. Yeah, good result.
More tomorrow then?
Yes, more tomorrow. So starting Actually, I don't know where I finished on the grid. I think possibly 7 or 8. So yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Hopefully I can move forward.
Thank you very much. And our third place is actually Finley Cooper. Hello, Finn. So congratulations on third. Did you think you got third in the AM class?
I know who's who, so I was as soon as I saw Nixon up there, and then I realised I could get, I think it was Tom down at the tower. I thought I could get him there on the final lap, and I thought, well, I'm glad I did. This is hard to overtake around this. That was the only chance really, I think, so I'm glad I took it.
Good race from your side.
Yeah, it was really fun. Hard at the start. I mean, first time in this car in the series, so I didn't get the tyres quite up to temperature, and I wasn't quite sure how to start it. So I lost a few places off the start, but got into it halfway through, and I really enjoyed it.
Got into your rhythm then.
Yeah, exactly. It was good fun.
Excellent. Well, more tomorrow.
Yeah.
2 more. So wish you all the best for tomorrow. Thanks, Finn.
Cheers.
Right, head back to you guys for this race.
Super stuff, thank you very much, Sam. Sorry everybody about the slight delay. You're getting down there onto pit lane to talk to our winners from the last race. And now, speaking of last races, this is the last race of the day today, and it is the Z Cars Production GTI Championship. Simon Verco from Simon Hill, James Colburn, Adam Hance, Ryan Sayer, James Hollinson, John Beale, Spencer Beale, Darren Abbott and Christopher Jackson are your top 10. 2 grids we've got here. We've got the GTI Cup, and we've also got the Z Cars as well, and then it's Richard Marsh, Daniel Jones on row 6. Ed Giddins is the fastest of the BMWs from Matthew Dance, Steve Wood and Paul Mercer 3rd and 4th on the grid. They will start slightly staggered from the Golf GTIs that we see in front of you, and we're about to go green flag racing in just a few seconds time. The formation lap has been completed. The green flag is being waved rather unenthusiastically at the back of the field, and now it is time to go racing. Watch for the lights at the top of your screen. Here we are on grid, and that is a good start at the front of the field. There'll be a small delay until we get the BMW Z Cars going further down the back, but side by side is Verco and Hill. Verco in the blue car, Hill in the red car. Hill slots back in to second position. Verco holds on to that provisional race lead from the pole position, and then the BMWs are underway as well in front of our commentary box just off screen. There we go, 4 cars on the grid, only 3 took to qualification, and Giddins was the man that had the start advantage down there as well in the rear wheel drive powered German machines.
Yeah, good start there from Verco off the line. He sort of lost out a little bit to Hill in the red car to start with, but then managed to go all together as they headed through the Hawthorne for the first time, and now it's stretching his legs a little bit. Remember, these are going to have to get the rear tyres up to temperature and get the balance of that car all underway. But as they head out as a group of cars through the Jim Clark S's and then into Barcroft for the first time.
Yeah, very close racing as you come to expect from Tim Top Machines, and Verco is the man that leads the way at this moment in time. Just behind him is Hill and Colborne, I believe it was, held on to 3rd position, so good start there from Colborne as you were maintaining track position. Sayer has moved up to 4th as well, so a good start from Sayer, manages to overtake Hance in the number 22 car. So Sayer, a man on a charge at this moment in time as we run down into the hairpin for the very first time.
Yep, Verco losing out that little bit of a gap he had there over Hill as they headed into this final section of the lap. This tightest corner in UK motorsport, absolutely trying to nudge him round there, wasn't he? But he's got nowhere to go, so it is Verco out front ahead of Hill as they come across the line. Colburn is in the next up ahead of Sayer. As we said, he made that move up ahead of Hance as well, so Sayer making some moves in this early part of the race.
Yeah, Sayer one of the big winners. Also Marsh, car number 33, has made up 3 positions in the opening lap. He's up to 8th place in the Golf GTI, so good driving, good opportunity to make his way forward there from Hance as our BMWs now cross the line for the very first time. So our time and screen looks update and tell us that Eric Giddins is the man who is the race leader from Dance, Wood and Mercer. So 4 cars in that field, and very quickly, Chris, they'll be making their way to the back of this park and siving their way through the traffic.
Yeah, they obviously had a 10-second delay on their start, but that won't take them too long to catch up to the rear of this field. And they've had an exciting proposition of them trying to fight their way through. Verco has again built that gap though in this second phase of the race against Hill and Colburn there in that 3rd place. And that's Sayer, the man on the move. Can he make any more moves as we head into the early laps so far, as everything gets warmed up and their drivers get up to pace?
Yeah, absolutely. These cars take a little while to come into the absolute sweet spot for these drivers. Of course, they are very close to production standards. The Golf GTI, they're still very much racing cars, but there's a lot of crossover parts that you might expect if you own a Mach 5 Volkswagen Golf sat on your drive at home as well, and that makes it both cheaper to enter, cost effective should I say to enter, but also exciting to watch out on the racetrack. And Sayer just squealing as he comes to the complex down into the hairpin. It's so hard to get the car balanced in a straight line before hitting the brakes for that hairpin in one of these. Very little mechanical grip and absolutely no aerodynamic grip, Chris, and it's really a physical manual experience to drive.
Yeah, you're really asking an awful lot of all the tyres, aren't you? You're trying to turn, brake, accelerate, all the functions of a race car all through that front axle, and yeah, you can hear the rears and the front squealing away as they went around the complex that time. They all on the absolute limit of what their cars can do here as they thread that needle up through the chicane.
And already we've seen the BMW starting to get involved with the tail end of this grid. So Danny Jones, that's running last in the VW class, has now been overtaken by our two race leaders in the Z Cars version of this race. It's a two-class race, of course, as you saw the Z Car starting a little bit later, 10 seconds delayed on the grid compared to the GTI Production Cup, and already Gidding and Dance are scything their way through the lower portion of this grid. And get ready for, I think the Audi is the next car up, the Soul Audi TT that's here, driven by Jackson as a bit of a special guest, and it's great to see that car out on the racetrack and enjoying himself as well.
All the drivers splitting into sort of little mini packs here. We've still got that Verco in the lead, but behind there are definitely sort of 2x2, 3x3 as they all settle themselves into the speeds that they've got, as we're watching a little bit of battle there from the number 46, and that's Beale. He makes his way through. A little bit of dust thrown up there by one of the cars as they've drifted out onto Sunny. Now it's a very easy thing to do. You're trying to carry maximum speed through Sunny into then carry it all the way through Sunny out. It's very easy to drop a wheel over the edge of that curve.
And these are the kind of cars as well that they're not thoroughbred racing cars. So if you make a mistake very early into the sequence of corners, if you're a few inches away from your turning point, if you're carrying a couple of kilometres more speed than is ideal, it's almost impossible to reel that back in again. So you can almost head into the accident a good 100 yards before it happens, because you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, just about patience, isn't it? Make sure that car has fully rotated before you get on the power, knowing that you're going to have enough room on the exit. And it's a balancing act that all racing drivers have to learn, especially if they're battling with other cars around them, because they're going to be in slightly different positions on the track. So obviously all the dynamics of that change as we go on through. But Verco getting on to 2.5 seconds out front. Colburn in that third place still. Sayer not making any progress, but he's only a 4/10 behind Colburn, so maybe there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, Verco's got all the pace that he needs at this moment in time. Off like a scalded cat at the front of the field in the Production TK Couplings GTI Championship, really showing Hill the way to go at this moment in time. There's the blue car just leaving your shot now as our race leader. Hill in the red machine and black and red car of Colburn, with Sayer in close attendance in third and fourth position. Hans 3.1 seconds adrift now, so Hans a little bit further detached from these four cars that are racing at the front of the field. Looking at the BMWs as well further down, we're running order. Gidding still not quite closed up to the back of the guest Audi TT, but he will be on him definitely by the conclusion of this lap. And his question is, can Gidding get past in a clean way, or will that 0.6 of a second gap disappear from the chasing Dance behind?
And Dance is 1:35.87, got the fastest lap of the race, so he is certainly moving the right direction as they move on through. And Verco certainly moving in the right direction out in the lead. But the battle it really is for this second and third place, and can that develop as we go on through? In fact, it's for third and fourth right now, as we've got Sayer putting all the pressure you like onto Colburn as they head on and out down into the first turn.
So now things have started to settle down a little bit in this race. You can see the gaps in lap time between second, third, fourth and fifth, all separated by very, very little. Hill on a 37.650, Sayer on a 38.1, Hans a 38.1, Beale 39.4. So there's very, very little in terms of lap time separating these drivers. It's more about track position at this stage, how you can bring your car into contention, and eventually, Chris, if those BMWs catch up with this lead pack, how you deal with that traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. The traffic is one of those things, and it was almost guaranteed of these BMWs. You can see, and down the back straight, they are going past that tail end of that field. And how far through will they get? We've got 7 minutes left, so maybe a fair chance that they'll get through quite a lot of it. But yeah, traffic is something you learn as a driver again, whether it's being overtaken or whether it's actually doing the overtaking. You learn as time goes on as to how that's best managed. Again, you said earlier in our session, there's all manner of different experience levels in this championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some drivers that are very new into the world of motor racing, some gentleman drivers that are a bit more experienced, and then some drivers that are considered more seasoned professionals, so to speak. So we've got a real mix of experience and driving talents in here. We've got a real mix of machinery as well. It's very much a case of family run, bring what you bring, engineer your own car, and some of these cars look very, very well set up indeed, and all of the cars look very nicely presented. But Chris, I'm looking at the comms box window, and the BMWs are coming into the hairpin already, and next on the list to get past is Marsh in 10th position.
Yeah, here they come then out of the hairpin, and you can see, like you say, that they've got the Marsh ready in their sights, so they've got several seconds a lap difference between these cars. There are the BMWs on their merry way through. Giddings heading Dance still. Got a comfortable gap there ahead of Dance still, although we have seen that Dance has got a pace, but so far Giddings has probably dealt with that traffic just a touch better.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a gap, as you say, between the two, but that's so easy. If you catch one of these Volkswagens at the wrong part of the racetrack, suddenly you can hemorrhage lap time to your rival. The BMW is incredibly quick by comparison in a straight line, so there we see Giddings. Perfect spot to make the overtake before we have to get into the corner and the braking zone, and that's a job done nice and easily. But conversely, if Giddings next time round meets somebody in the complex, then you have got yourself a world of problems if you're one of the Z car drivers.
Yeah, it's such a skill to work out how do you do this in the most efficient way, in the most efficient places. As soon as you catch someone at the apex, it's never good. There's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to carry the speed, nowhere to kill the speed. So yeah, absolutely. But watching Giddings doing a good job of getting through that field and going through that sunny complex, that pump in the middle of the corner, which just slightly unsettles the car before getting back on that power and making sure you stay within those limits at the exit and come to the complex again once more. And behind the Wood and Mercer also in that championship, they're also line astern, only 0.89 of a second separating those two in this the other two cars in the BMW class.
Yeah, very good little race. Only 4 cars in the Z car category, but they're putting on a great showing. Giddings showing all of the skill and composure and experience expected of our 2-time champion in this category, and once again leading the way at this moment in time. Albert is the next car. Oh no, in fact I was not already cleared, Albert, haven't they? Beale is the next car up the road, so up to 8th position almost is the lead of our BMW Z4s. Looking back into the production TK Couplings GTI Championship, Verco still very much running away with things at the front of the field. 3.2 seconds now to the good from Hill, with Colborne 4.65 seconds, but with Sayer very much for company in 3rd and 4th position overall and in class.
No one between him and Dance there now any longer. Only a couple of seconds between the BMWs and the actual Verco's lap time. He's got a 36.9. What a great time out front of this field as well that Verco's building. You can see why he's building that gap quite nicely. But it has all spread out, but it's Sayer definitely on the move in that front group. And Giddings here we're watching still managing to protect that lead in the BMW class.
And of course it's quite nerve-wracking when we're racing in a multi-class environment like this one, because the Golf drivers aren't anticipating potentially you to be upon them at this stage. It's not like Le Mans or something where there's 50 cars and 30 of one class, 20 of the other. So it's quite a rare experience to get a faster class car with you, and you've really got to be conscious that as a leader in the BMW, you telegraph your move nice and early to the VW ahead to let them know exactly what your intentions are.
Yeah, and that was the problem we were just seeing developing on the circuit there, where BMW's caught them in exactly the wrong place, and it was costing them a lot of time. You can still see through the hairpin, it's costing them time as they hit the traffic in the wrong place. Can Dance make the most of that as he benefit from Giddings getting caught up with that track? And just, like I say, I wouldn't like to be Giddings at the moment. He's got in front of Peel, so that means he has got a car in between him and Dance now, which is a good position to be in, but it is looking dicey for a bit there.
And that's exactly what we said, isn't it? You catch somebody at the right part of the track on a straight, easy overtake. Catch them at the wrong part of the track, and suddenly you can give away armfuls of lap time, and that's exactly the problem that Giddings is in now. And I'm looking at my commentary box window, and those two cars now are separated by less than the length of a BMW Z4, with 2 back markers in front, and Giddings actually has been balked, So now round the outside goes Dance. Can he get the deal done? I was looking out the window, but it's also on the screen, which is handy, this is what I'm talking about. And then now too wide, but with 2 Volkswagen Gol taking all of the racetrack up. And this is no blue flag to remember, they're in the same race. The VW do not have to concede. So this is going to be a ding-dong fight with 2 minutes and change left on the clock.
Yeah, what do you do when faced with that situation? You have to be patient, because there's nowhere those cars in front to go, there's nowhere for you to go around them, so you just got to be patient. They're still absolutely caught up behind this lead battle. Like you said, sometimes it's a shock for the drivers to see a faster car coming up. They were fully ensconced in their own battle, but it does look like Giddings has now made that move, so he is going to be at least relieved that he's got past one of them.
Yep, and Verco manages to get round the backside of the red VW as well, so follows Giddings through, so Giddings and Verco, not Verco, sorry, my mistake, Giddings and Dance first and second in the BMW Z4 class, but they've still got the 64 Golf ahead of them to clear. Good timing though here, Chris, on the back straight, should be an easy deal for both drivers.
Yeah, perfect opportunity, I'd say, although they have just not got quite the acceleration out of that hairpin that they'd want to make it move, but seriously in the middle of the corners they seem to carry that extra little bit of speed. As we watch those leaders, that is Verco and Hill out front now, 4.7 seconds between these two, so that looks sort of, unless there's a malady or some sort of mistake, I think that's looking fairly settled with only 1 minute 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, really strong drive from Simon Verco, converted pole position in class into an early race lead, never really looked like he's going to be trouble, but look now, this is where the stories are, this is where the big adventure for the last few minutes of this race is going to be, and that is the lead between Gidding and Dance in the Z Cars Championship. Gidding shows his nose to the inside, he's not got enough real estate to get past Beale, and Dance now must be on his tippy toes, ready to tap away and get past for the race lead.
Yeah, he's being pretty kind, I'd say, at the moment. There have been opportunities where he could shove it down, but I think he's also seeing that Giddings is doing his absolute best to try and get through, and hasn't actually put it side by side, but I think it will happen with only 30 seconds of this race to go, so there will come a point in which he will try for that move and see where he can do it, but again, sunny in, sunny out is not a place you want to catch the traffic, and it's going to be costing him time all the way into the complex.
Yeah, this is really, really tense moment for our Z car drivers now to try and stay out of trouble. Will Gidding decide to do anything about Beale ahead, or will he hold back to the checkered flag? The Volkswagen drivers as well are coming to the line for the production championship, but they will probably get another lap in the books as Dance has the fastest lap of the race, and there is our race leader on his final lap now. That is Verco at the front of the field, but while we go back now, that's car number 7, that is Paul Mercer, who we didn't see in qualification. He's the back, the 4th position in the Z Cars classification at this moment in time.
There is our leader coming down. We saw again the BMWs as they went across the line, absolutely only 17,000 of a second, but Verco around here nicely in control of the front of the field in the GTI Championship.
Yeah, Simon Verco has been peerless, I think it's fair to say, during the course of this race. Nearly 6 seconds to the good at the front of the field, converted into an early race lead, never looked even remotely like he was going to be challenged by Hill or Colburn or any of the GTI pack behind, and this has been a masterclass to win in this category.
Just a couple more corners or sections to go. Nothing too onerous, and like I say, he could actually slow down and take it easy over the line, couldn't he, with the 5.5 seconds of gap. There is the lead for our Giddings and Dance battle in the BMWs. There is the Verco coming through the final complex then. He has managed to stay ahead of those BMWs, he's stayed ahead of everybody. 5.5 seconds to the good.
Yeah, made it look like a Sunday drive, it's fair to say. Did Verco at the front of the field, but that is a great race, a great performance, 0 mistakes, and with it the checkered flag and the race victory for Verco. Simon Verco takes the flag in the production TK Couplings GTI Championship category, and now our attention diverts itself back to the Z Cars Championship. It is still Gidding in the race lead. It is still not quite enough room for Dance on the outside. He doesn't have the job done, and Gidding by the skin of his teeth in an absolute nail biter takes the checkered flag and for victory in the Z Cars category of this race.
Great finish there from both categories. So Verco showing the one side of motorsport, and Giddings showing how much you have to put up with the pressure of from behind from Dance, and then we've got the Abbott also crossing the line in 9th place in that championship, and Jackson coming up to the Audi. We haven't seen him cross the line yet, but we're waiting for him to come through.
Yeah, so Jackson, of course, in a class of his own, so to speak, as a guest in this championship, and the sole Audi TT, plenty of experience of this Croft Circuit, but unfortunately pace not quite there in the 888 machine to challenge the drivers ahead of him, and suspected during qualification, watching these cars out on track, that would be a pretty good race, and I must say that was I thoroughly enjoyed that one, and a great bit of driving. As you say, it's the polar opposite, isn't it? Verco had a dominant run, and then Gidding behind had to work probably as hard as he's ever worked to just about hang on.
Yeah, I think like I say, I think if you're happy with Dance, the fact that he didn't push it too hard in those really, the crucial moments. That I think he was being quite kind to him at times, knowing that he's also going to get through that traffic. And equally, it doesn't seem fair as a driver sometimes how you gain those positions through the traffic. But yeah, the dynamics of having to fight through the traffic adds a whole new dimension to racing.
Yeah, really good. It's all like a endurance racing dynamics, but in a sprint race format. So great stuff from the Z cars and production TK couplings. GTI Championship. Our winner was, of course, Verco at the front of the field in the production GTI Championship classification, and then looking further down at the top of the Z Cars Championship, we had Matt Dance in second position, and our race winner was a very, very excited Ed Gidding. So hopefully we get to speak to both of those drivers, Dance and Verco, in a few moments' time as the cars come down pit lane and into Parc Ferme, and we take a few moments to take stock of what has been a rather exciting first day of the weekend.
Yeah, what a first day here at Croft. I can see the drivers, some of them will be pulled over for some circuit comms before they get down into the Parc Ferme proper. But yeah, what an exciting day of Caterham and Z Cars Production GTI Challenge racing.
Yep, so here are the finishing positions. Simon Verco from Simon Hill, 1 and 2, with James Colburn rounding out the podium position, all in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 5 GTI. Ryan Sayer and Adam Hans are 4th and 5th position ahead of John Beale. Then comes the first of our BMW Z4 3 litres, and that is Ed Gidding's car number 43, just ahead of a race-long battle with Matthew Dance, second in class. Spencer Beale is next up ahead of James Howlinson, with Darren Abbott in 9th place overall. Christopher Jackson, the sole Audi TT guest car, crosses the line first in class as the only driver in class, and then Steve Wood and Paul Mercer round out our BMW Z4 competition, and then Dance takes the fastest lap with a 1 minute 35.87, which is a pretty good lap considering the traffic and the fight that he had in front of him. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of drivers with a very large smile on their face at the conclusion of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to be returning back, all the cars in one piece, and all looking shiny, ready for tomorrow's action. We can head down into Parc Ferme though. We have interviews lined up from our running drivers, so let's go down and hear from Ian and our drivers.
Right, we haven't been caught out this time, everybody. We come straight down to the pit lane, as you can see. Simon Verco's just going through the preliminaries with the circuit comms. So let's just move down a little bit, shall we? Here's Mr. Hill. Have a quick word with him. In the end, Verco, kind of what a day it's been for him, by the way, for Simon Verco, pole race win as well. Did Simon just have a little bit too much in the end?
Yeah, I wasn't going to catch him, I don't think, in a hurry. Yeah, I mean, he's just got his car set up. It's a bumpy circuit, so yeah, he's deserved that. I wasn't getting any closer at all. He just kept getting further and further away. And I even took a brake pill for 2 laps and said, right, come on, let's see if we can close it up. He just overdrove the car and then my tyres went away, and so but you know, second's a good place to be.
It's not a bad place to be, and of course there's always tomorrow, right?
There is always tomorrow, and I could just do with trying to sneak a bit of a better start next time. But the power on these cars, they're all so even. You can see them down the straights. They're just completely side by side, and we just had a little touch. So I had my driver's mirror in, which is it's like driving with one eye, to be honest. So it's tricky. But once I've got a bit of a gap from behind, I could just focus forward. But it's quite off-putting because you can see your own hand moving. It's weird. I don't enjoy that at all.
Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. You're right. Second is a good place to be. Let's grab Simon Verco, because what a day it's been. Pole race win as well. Simon, you make this motorsport look easy, but it's not, is it?
No, definitely not. I thought to myself after qualifying, get a good start, try and get a gap, and then sort of maintain it. And the plan worked. After the first lap, Simon was close to me, and I thought to myself, he's found a bit of pace and we're going to have a bit of a battle here, but I managed to pull a bit more of a gap and just sort of maintain that and have a comfortable sort of second half of the race, really.
I suppose with 15 minutes it goes quite quick, doesn't it? But you got into sort of 5.5 seconds and then just keep it on the black stuff, right?
Yeah, I tried to sort of stay consistent with lap times and keep an eye on him behind me to make sure he wasn't catching, and just maintain it and get to the flag, which I was happy to see.
Top man, perfect day for you. More of the same tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving down, shall we, as well, because we've got the Z cars here as well. Let's see if we can grab Ed Giddens very quickly. He had a fantastic race. Matthew Dance as well, getting very close, almost foxtrotting his way past. And Ed, can we grab you for a second, of course? And Matthew, if you come in as well, please, because things got quite close near the end, didn't they, Ed?
Something just a fair bit. Yeah, that was it was really good. Really enjoyed that. I had a nice gap, and then halfway through the race we caught the Golfs, and it was just, they were obviously in their own battle, so we're just fighting ourselves, and Matt managed to catch up, and there was a few moments I thought he was going to have me, but luckily I sort of bruised my way out a bit. But yeah, it was good, really enjoyed that.
One more lap, Matt, right? Would that have done it?
Well, we tried hard, but we didn't quite get it round the outside. We tried twice, but Ed had the inside line covered, so he had me boxed off pretty well, but we tried round the outside. I was hoping the Golfs were going to put a cue ball in his way, but wasn't to be, so, oh well.
Get him tomorrow, though, right?
Yeah, tomorrow's a new
Get
day.
him tomorrow. Congratulations, how was it out there?
Oh, awesome. First time at Croft. Really enjoying the circuit. Fantastic.
Where's the big challenges out there? Because it's quite a physical track.
The hairpin's the most difficult corner, and you just got to have balls to go through the corners, especially the fast chicane out the back. But really rewarding if you get it right. Really good fun.
Fantastic. More of the same tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us. There you go. That's actually it for the racing today. We are back tomorrow. So I'm going to have extra commentators tell you what you can watch tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you very much, Sam, as well. And thank you, everybody, for your help in the broadcast today. It's been great fun up here in the commentary box, and hopefully everybody at home has thoroughly enjoyed themselves as well. And if you like that, I've got an idea. Let's do it all again tomorrow, starting at 12 o'clock. Let's join the track 12 o'clock tomorrow for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, which, Chris, will kick off a day of very exciting racing indeed.
We have 10 races for you tomorrow, starting, as you say, with the Roadsports. They've got 2 races for the Roadsports. We've got another 2 for the 7 Champions UK, 3 10R and 2 70s. And then, yeah, so there's plenty of action, as well as all the Z-Cars production, and the Minis are back again. But starting at midday, so you can have a bit of a lie-in, but just don't forget to set your reminders to tune in to Bark TV and the Caterham live streams as well.
Yep, absolutely. So again, to all the marshals, to all the event organisers, to the competitors, to everybody involved in this broadcast, to my colleague Chris, and more importantly, and most importantly, to all you at home for joining us in the broadcast today. Thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure to have your company, and we look forward to doing it all again tomorrow. So from us, as the sun goes down at Croft in North Yorkshire, thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.